Greetings, citizens of the world. This is Anonymous. We apologize for interrupting your normal stream. We must warn you Dusty Bricks will be uploading content on his YouTube channel in the near future. Take this chance to prepare by stocking your house full of toilet roll. We repeat, Dusty Bricks' YouTube channel will be uploading content not suitable or interesting for most people. You have been warned. We
Damn, that is funny. Not suitable or interesting for most people. Welcome, YouTube, to Saturday Shenanigans. First, I'm going to drop back into chat. I'm going to drop a disclaimer. Bricklock. Eric, how's it going? Mama Lego. Dusty Bricks, not this again. You know, I just love that Anonymous so much. That whole video you put together. I got to play it as much as I can. It is absolutely epic. Absolutely epic. So we're going to drop into a little bit of disclaimer, the start of this channel, in case people have to refer back to it. Macro Bricks is not just about Lego. We're about entertainment. We're about the laughter. We're about making people smile in this dumpster fire that we call planet Earth. With that being said, full disclaimer, hide your wife. Put your underage kids away. Go feed the dogs that they're not watching. I'd just like to say, yeah, I shaved. You know, about once every 2 weeks, once a month. I have to shave because it gets nasty. It gets gross. It gets itchy. And if you can imagine how hairy my face gets, you can only imagine what my balls look like. Shit. That's what we're talking about. Full disclaimer. That's why we had to shave, especially on a weekend, home with the wife. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you do. Nice. So we got some options. Is this the dumpster biodegradable? Well, it could be biodegradable. We got some options. I can sweep all this crap off the desk. And we can start from scratch, which is going to be a little bit boring because we got to do a Mills plate times 2, a little bit of build up, some figuring out how to get this crap going on for this Monkie Kid mock-up, which is going to be epic. Mama Lego, you guys are funny. Hey, we try. Or we can just keep building this epic church from blue bricks. I'm pretty sure it's toxic, Eric. Yeah, it is. As soon as I get involved, it is. So those are our options. We'll do a couple more steps on this, and then we'll figure out exactly what we are doing. That Monkie Kid mock is definitely going to be epic. It's going to be a lot of planning. I feel like I should almost take the time to draw it out via pencil and graph paper, and you guys can see like the actual full-on what Macro Bricks does start to finish to get these mocks going, as opposed to just me showing it on camera. Oh, definitely smelly. It's smelly to the point of like a baby's diaper and sweaty socks. Like it could be somewhere in between there. Definitely, that's the world we're living in. And if you don't believe me, hey, just turn on your local news channel. That is too funny. And then the only thing with the blue bricks is there's a lot of shuffling around looking for pieces. No numbered bags. So you definitely got to get Eric's advice, Bricklock's advice. You definitely got to get frickin' organized. Because if you're not, you're going to be looking for pieces for days when you got a 5,000 piece set to build. That is where we are at. So you guys let me know. Oh, snap. Okay, we got to turn it around. And then I myself, where am I at? If anyone's going to ask my opinion about the whole shenanigans, before I drop some invites and maybe some music up in here. I mean, I could sweep all these pieces off the desk, but it might be a little bit of work to get them back organized. Scotty, PPP, long time no talk, brother. How's it going, man? Work's probably got you super busy like me. As soon as the nice weather shows up, summer months show up, away we go. Big Block, how's it going? Blue Bricks Trains. Yeah, we got some Blue Bricks Trains. Oh, that piece fell off. We won't show that one. On that, we got some Blue Bricks Trains. Good to see you guys, man. Why does pieces fall off? What is this, Leppin right now? Probably smeared diaper. 1,000-piece puzzle. Yeah, wow, Mama Lego. Well, congrats to you. Definitely going to be a time cruncher, a time eater on that one. And depends on the puzzle. The ones where you get some defined colors aren't so bad, but the ones where it's like the same minifigure head times 1,000, those are definitely a challenge. Definitely a challenge. Seth, what up, buddy? Dang, putting James Dean to shame. Damn, now I'm going to have to go Google who the hell's James Dean. Is he like second to Mr. T or what? Nice. What up, Seth? Good to see you, buddy. Hope all is great in your neck of the woods. Oh, good Lord. Now we're slapping another one of these on top. Okay. And then we need a long piece. I'll definitely have to go run upstairs and grab a Mills plate. One from the castle because parts aren't showing up like they should be. So I have to go grab a Mills plate from upstairs, and then we're going to have to build on top of the 48 by 48 Mills plate. We'd have to add next to it a 32 by 32 Mills plate, and then I'd have to double check to make sure that they actually fit into the Ninjago district. Oh, crap again. Sorry for the noise. Let's give a quick little mute section here. This tab. That's always fun, busting out the flesh mallet and making some stuff happen. Okay, now where'd this piece fall off? It fell off of somewhere. We're hitting it too hard or not hard enough. I am not 100% sure. Okay, so now we got this big hanger off here. We got this one, which does not look right. We got one out here. Okay, yeah, good to go. That is supposed to be. Hey, let's backtrack a little bit. Now that we got the online instructions, we don't have to flip the pages around. Let's take it back a step or two. Okay, so we got this long piece hanging out here. We got a 4. There we go. Beauty. Okay, perfect. We got her back in. Zizou! What up, buddy? When rebels were real men. What? We're a bunch of girls right now? I'm a girl now? When rebels were real men. We're not no more? Zizou says, Bricklock, finish your latest blue bricks building. I'll let Bricklock answer that for sure. But the last time we were talking, man, that was looking pretty epic, Eric. That was looking pretty epic. Okay, so that one's on. Hopefully I stuck it in the right spot. Okay, and we're going to put this one on. That one's just an easy push down. Now we got another knuckle knocker of a piece here. Let's get this knuckle knocker of a piece going on. I should almost mute this. I'm sorry, guys. Turn down your speakers. Sorry, that was extra noise. Okay. Looking for some more parts and pieces. Eric's advice, at least I'm half organized here, so stuff's not as difficult to find. It's actually a lot better, Eric, now that you got, I'd say at least 1,000 pieces, man. I think I'm into this for 1,000 pieces by now. Now that we got 1,000 pieces going on, I think it's not too bad to find the parts and pieces now that you're half organized. You can remember roughly what's in the bag, right? I had to look in this bag for one piece. You can kind of remember what's in there. I had to look in this bag for one piece. I can kind of remember what's in there. Not too bad at all. So we're going to go 2. And then somehow I need another one. Clicking Cliff, what is cracking? Hey man, if you guys here, we'll do one of these. A Mayo Macro trolling special. Let's drop the invite in the chat. Got to make sure you listen to the doorbell so that no troll can drop any shenanigans up in the private chat. And then be like, hey, Mark, did you see the private chat? Dude, how did you notice that so fast? Boom, that's where it's at. What up, Matt? How's it going? Long time no see. Been a while. A little bit of apology, although it's not my fault. Just been super busy with work. 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. And then when I'm super busy with work, I actually need some sleep so I don't cut my fingers off. Because you can't build Lego when you're looking like this. It's like, or if you got like a missing thumb, you know, it's a little difficult. And I've seen it in my trade, in my field of work. I've seen it. I've worked with fellas. They had all 10 digits. Well, I seen them one time and they were missing a thumb. Oh shit, what happened to your thumb? Cut it off. Now that is not a journey or an experience that I would want to have. I could not, and I've seen guys actually, they're missing 3 fingers because they had a shaper accident. A shaper is like a giant router on a table. They're running a piece through. It took off 3 of their fingers, or a thumb, or 1 finger. I've had a close experience once where I almost lopped off my thumb, but I just grazed it on a table saw. That was the most scariest. That was the scariest moment of my life. Is zing. You can feel it. It hurts a little bit, but it happens so fast. It burns. You know, you got to look at your hand, and you can feel it's warm. And I don't know if my thumb is still going to be attached. Oh, thank God it's still there. Oh, thank God. I just nicked it. Oh, thank God. But I could not imagine pulling down that chop saw, that miter saw. Zing. And then all of a sudden you feel it. It happens so fast, man. When these tools bite you, they're quick. They're quick, and then all of a sudden, boom, and you feel it, and all of a sudden, you look on the other side of the blade. There's your thumb, and you're bleeding, and you're working by yourself. You better have some quick reaction time. I don't know how we got there. I don't know how the stream went to cutting off body parts, but that's where we ended up for the last 5 minutes. So we'll just do a quick U-turn. Nice. Eric's showing up. He's going to help me out with this blue bricks. Happy weekend, Eric. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Now that we're getting some of these parts and pieces chewed out of the way.
Yeah. Well, it's more like mock building. It's not like, a regular traditional set in every instance,
Yeah. It's an in between for sure for mock building, because my desk is still a mess, but it's not as messy when you're trying to find all your parts doing a mock or substituting parts out.
Yeah. Their pro sets are just like Legos, like the numbered bags and printed instructions and
Oh, nice.
So, but the regular sets, they you save a lot more money and
So. Yeah, it'll be worth it. Again, we were talking a little bit offline here, and even just the set itself is worth it because Lego doesn't offer these. They don't even offer anything close to this stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was reading Seth's comments. His dad worked in a sawmill for 32 years, and then he crushed his arm, cut the tip of his thumbs off doing window work.
Yeah.
Good day, James.
I've done a lot of woodworking in my day too. I only had one accident.
Yeah. It wasn't that bad, I'm just missing one. Oh yeah, Seth, working in the meat department. I used to work in a hog slaughterhouse, and same thing. They had a bandsaw there, and Buddy would whip through seven to 10,000 hogs a day through this bandsaw. And then you get complacent, and that's the problem, right? It's not when you're not thinking about it, you're thinking about your wife naked in bed or something. You've been doing it 6,000 times in that day, and all of a sudden, zing! Oh crap! What?
Yeah, I taught shop for 10 or over years, and I was very fortunate not to have any kids lose any digits or so.
Well, that's a good point. Taking shop class all those years in high school, I never seen anyone cut themselves. Yeah. But when you're 16 running that equipment, I feel like I was extra sketched out.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna dump this one out and try it here. This is the this one right here.
Nice, your yacht there. Yeah. How many pieces? 2,000?
2002.
Oh, that's not bad.
You think about it, Y2K was over and, things are starting to get back to normal.
I feel like a lot of those pieces are going to be in that hall alone, so it won't be too bad.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Geez, that's a lot of pork in one day. Yeah, Big Block says 7,000 a day. Wow, that's when I was started and I was young. Now they're probably up to 12,000 hogs a day. And these aren't like little pigs. Like these are like 600 to 800 pound hogs. Like, these things are freaking massive.
Not piglet?
No. And then my mistake. So out of high school in Alberta, you either go to the oil rigs, which I was too skinny. I was too scrawny to go work in the oil rigs. I didn't want a part of that lifestyle anyways. Or I went and worked in the hog slaughterhouse because that was the best money out of high school. Go work oil rigs or go work in the hog slaughterhouse. And then I made the mistake. They're like, oh, well, what do you want to do? I was like, dude, I just want to kill pigs, man. They're like, oh, you want a man's job, eh? I was like, yeah, I do. Biggest mistake in my life. When somebody asks you if you want a man's job, you say, no, I don't. Because I was stuck ripping fat out of the rib cage all day long. And they had 3 guys doing it, but 7,000 divided by 3 was still, a couple thousand. and you're ripping the slimy fat. You'd have to squeeze your hand so hard. I did that job for 3 months. Your fingernails literally turn black and fall off because you're grabbing so hard, right? All day long. Nastiest job I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, that's. I think the grossest thing I ever had to do was we had a sludge pit, in a basement, and the pump went out. I had to dig that sucker out. That was probably, not the most glorious thing in the world.
No, at least you're not like a septic sewer maintenance man or something.
Well, basically that's what it was, though. I mean, it was like, well, the thing is, like, it had a lifetime warranty on the pump, right? So I stapled the receipt inside the sludge pit, room, and when that thing went out, I cut that pipe off, pulled that pump out, put it in a trash bag, took it back to loading with my receipt, and they gave me a new one.
Smart. Nice.
They didn't even left it in the cart, and I don't think they even questioned it. It was just like, here you go.
Oh yeah, they're not going to dissect that pump and go take a look at it. Did the spring fail or what?
I don't know. I think the floater must have something happened and like the motor burned out or something. I don't know. But I don't know. But then when I got the next one, I got one that had the floater that had like the ring versus like the, so it couldn't get caught on anything,
Still nasty stuff.
It was great. It was fantastic.
Okay, well, I feel like hopefully it's this piece. Kevin, how's it going? Yo, Willie. Shaft, good evening. Good evening, people. Zizoo. Nice.
Ooh, Matt's here too.
Yeah, Matt, how's it going? It's a party. I think Matt showed up beginning actually back up because we were talking about missing some streams. Yes. I would have caught the one in the morning. Well, Tuesday I was stuck at work deep south across town there, so it would have taken me like an hour to drive back home. And then they're paving the roads. That was extra nasty. And then today, I would have caught you this morning, Matt, but just had to get up and go to work. That damn work thing getting in the way,
It's a necessary evil.
Yeah, it is. I, for one, actually like my job. It's not too bad. And it does pay for the Lego and the lifestyle, so you can't bitch too much, can you?
Oh, I can't. I know. I get paid to play with toys, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah, your job would be fun. You get to run experiments and shit. See what happens and get paid for it. That'd be a fun job. Like a police officer minus the paperwork. If I could just do car chases and shooting people all day, that would be a job for me.
I know. Teaching middle school students is fun.
Yeah, it would be. It'd keep you relevant too, I feel like. Like all the trends that they're into and coming up and all that stuff you're going to hear about. Even if you don't follow it, they're still talking about it in class and all that shit. So you hear about it.
It definitely keeps you younger,
Jesus says, I love carpentry work, but always nervous about the power tool. Guess that's a healthy fear. Hey, I call it the 2-inch rule. So as long as you stay, because I'll actually push it instead of using the push stick for the table saw, I'll actually push it with my hands because I'm watching. When I'm that close, I'm coherent, I'm watching, I'm paying attention. When you get complacent and you start running it through with that stick, right? So I call it the 2-inch rule. As long as you're 2 inches away from the blade and paying attention, like don't be thinking about the escorts that you had the weekend before or something. You gotta be paying attention. And as long as you're, that distance away, you can't can't cut yourself. But complacency, that's where you get bit. You start not thinking, you start thinking about buying groceries, you know, you're thinking about those escorts you had in the mountain chateau when you weren't supposed to be, all that crap, you know, some zing gone. Steve, how's it going? What's up? What's up? Well, we're just gonna move some of these blue bricks out of the way, get a couple more steps out, and probably definitely got to jump into that Monkie Kid mock because the thumbnail for that was just awesome. That thumbnail is actually going to be a lot of my motivation or a lot of my details in that set or in that mock.
It looks like a cool set. I can't wait to see the completed building.
Yeah, man, it's going to be pretty sweet. Like, I can't even remember the picture of it being this tall or having this structure on the outside.
Well, it's got the chapel part, and it's got the altar and everything, and it's like, you know.
Yeah, but this piece is all like a stairwell. This whole thing is a stairwell inside.
Oh, really?
And then you built around it. But I don't remember seeing like this part of the structure. So this church is going to be a lot bigger than what I was anticipating it was going to be.
Well, you know, they just add more flavor to your town.
There you go. It will. It's going to look epic in that medieval castle build for sure. We'll give another half hour, see where I get. I'll probably sweep some of these parts into a bin and start mocking. Start mocking the mocks.
Yeah, right now I'm getting sorted for this yacht here. So.
Oh, the new trains. Yeah. Speaking of which, I better set a timer for a notification on my phone for the 17th because I would love to get that Bricklink Designer Program train station.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that's going to roll. I wonder how that's going to, you know, I know which ones I want, but like.
Too many of them is my problem.
There's a windscreen you don't see every day.
Was that kind of like an off clear, a little dark
Yeah,
gray?
it's a trans black. It's a trans. Yeah, let me turn light up. It's a trans black, but just the width of it, it's like 8 wide, or yeah, no, it's 10 wide.
A lot of bacon on your desk, says Chef. That says Steve. Yeah, Bricklock is spreading blue bricks to Canada now. Sure is.
Yeah, it's like the Corona kind of spreads.
Yeah, it wasn't a hard sell. It just kind of happens. That's right. This is pretty solid base, though. James says, Brick Sergeant says, Macro, I've used power tools all my life, and I don't think twice about what I'm using anymore. I just use it and get the work done. Yeah, I just grab and go, but I'm telling you, man, every time I hear a story, every time I talk to somebody, every time I've had a close call, it's just been that complacency. I might not think about exactly what I'm doing, but as soon as I get close to a moving blade, I stare. I stare at that blade, man. I make sure that I'm not going to cut myself. Can only happen once. Only happens once and you're done.
I think one thing when you're working like construction and stuff, though, is you got to watch out for the people around you. That's the scarier part. Like,
nah, fuck that, man. They got to watch out for themselves. Shit.
I know, but I've had some close encounters with some real dumb, you know.
I'm just joking. But no, yeah, you got to wear your high-vis vest, especially if you're driving a big piece of equipment. Yeah. But for the most part, man, every construction worker should watch out for themselves.
Yeah. All I can say is steel toe boots. Steel toe boots.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Actually, I can show you. I could probably show you one about that. No one wants to see my nasty-ass feet, but it might show up on camera. It actually looks like I got shot on the top of the foot. Does it show? That scar, does it show? So that scar was because actually I was wearing steel toe boots. And I flipped up my miter saw stand to fold the legs in. And I dropped a 20-pound stand on my foot.
Oh,
And that hurt like an SOB, actually.
I bet.
That's not the worst one. Dropping on the top of your foot isn't as bad. I dropped a little, like 3-inch by 6-inch piece of hardwood floor. It bounced off the floor and hit literally my ankle bone, like the part that actually sticks out a little bit.
Yeah.
I dropped like a sack of rocks, man. I've never felt pain like that in my life. If you want to mess someone up, just kick them in the ankle. Steve says, you're all cleaned up with a haircut and shave. I got a haircut a little while ago. I'm actually almost about due. And full disclaimer, back to the beginning of the stream, I have to shave. About every 2 weeks, definitely a month, you have to shave. Because if you think about how hairy my face gets, think about how hairy my... Get. What? Zizoo! Looks like all the Brooklyn designer sets range from 7 to 9 cents per piece. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I don't mind the price of any of those, especially for the work that had to go into them. Keep your eye on the ball. Yup. In this case, the blade. Yup. Safety glasses. You gotta wear your PPE. Well, there's another funny one, Scotty. So I was putting in this new door, right? I cut out the old door. I cut out the old jamb. I stick in this new door. They had this metal plate behind where I was screwing like the striker or like the door latch into. So I go to stick this screw into whatever, the hole, but there's this metal plate behind it that you can't see. So the screw hit it, bounced off my bit, off the piece, and into my eye. I couldn't drive for a week. I couldn't see for a week. If you ever get in a bar fight, man, just poke you in the eye, I tell you. Oh, speaking of which, let's drop out some more invites up in here. Instagram. You mentioned T-Mod.
T-Mod. Is he going to Chicago or no?
Yes, he is. He's just waiting for passport, which is always sketchy. Waiting on the government for anything. And might be sleeping, but we always got to send mail one. Mail, what up?
What time is it when he comes on, friend?
For him, I'm 8:05 right now, so I'd add 16, 17 hours to that. Sunday morning sometime, maybe 5 in the morning. Okay, right on. Oh, I have one up here. Oh, they're right here. Good. We moved them up in the world. Okay, so we got all these invites sent out. There's actually a lot more people I'd like to send them to. to this tab.
Yeah. Christmas story. You're gonna shoot your eye out, kid. Scotty.
I cut wood with only my hands, less than a half-inch of space from finger and saw blade. Yeah, I'm the same, Brick Sergeant. Like I'll do about 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches from the fence to the blade. Anything less than that, I'll use the stick because my fingers won't go through. But I honestly feel safer, like because I'm focused, like laser beam me on what I'm doing than just a random stick. Now, I guess if you just kept the same focus with the push stick, then I'd be extra safe. But that's not as fun now, is it? Is it, James?
I think it matters what you're doing. Like if you're cutting plywood, like I don't use the push stick. But if I'm ripping narrow board, then
Yeah, like if I was cutting a sheet of plywood into 2-inch strips times like 40, I'd probably use the stick because I'm just whipping it through, right? You just go. But like little cuts when you're doing like just little finite stuff, I feel like your mind's more in the game.
Yeah.
Kevin says, I'm Mr. Safety. Gloves, glasses, on double check your equipment. I always make sure someone knows I'm being dangerously handy. You can never be too safe. True. Especially if money is no object.
When I do a lot of big cutting too, I set up jigs and things to make it quick and safe.
Oh yeah, super easy.
Jigs are a lifesaver.
I made a jig for all my handles, so anytime I gotta do a handle for a door, I just pull out 2 screws of my jig and I can move it.
Oh yeah.
Why I got the whole set.
I set up jigs. Yeah, I set up jigs for everything. Like when I'm doing like cabinet hardware, I have that drill jig ready to go. So the pilot the holes, super like set up all those holes. Everything.
I should show mine on stream.
Huh?
I should show mine on stream. I actually went to Lee Valley and I can get these metal bushings so that my drill bit will never make the hole any bigger. And I got these metal bushings at set intervals for like 128 millimeters, 172 millimeters, 196 millimeters, blah, blah, blah.
Like a Craig jig, you mean? Kind of like a...
It's kind of like that, but a little bit more homemade.
Yeah. That's cool.
He says, I do dangerous stuff with the eyes closed. More challenging.
Wow.
Living on the edge.
You must like to play Russian roulette too, just spin it,
Oh, that's always fun. Who the hell came up with that game? Holy cow. They're
not
even
after the Russians.
You think you'd come up with the Russian roulette the first time somebody lost, you're going to call it someone else. We'll call it Spain roulette.
German roulette.
There you go. Actually, I'm surprised it's not called German roulette.
Well, if we would have lost the war, it probably would have been.
Actually, that's a funny topic. I think about that far too often. What would have happened if...
You watch that High Castle show that's on Amazon?
Nope, haven't even heard of it, actually. I'm going to check it out.
There's a show on Amazon. I think it's on Amazon. But it's a whole parody, like if Germany had won the war.
And what's it called?
Something of High Castle. I have to look and see. Somebody probably in chat knows what.
That sounds awesome. Actually, that sounds right up my alley. Yeah, I think about that actually quite often. What would have happened? And nowadays, everything could have changed, right? Tenfold again, because I'm sure the whole world wouldn't have went through suppression and all that crap, but it would just be a different place, that's for sure.
It's the man in High Castle. But it's called The Man in High Castle. It's on Amazon.
I'm definitely gonna go look into that.
Yeah, you're a history guy, and you like to see. It's a good show.
Yeah,
it's been out for a while, so.
Wait, not there. I need an L.
It's hard to follow all the shows these days. There's so many of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of darn good ones. I like all the Pablo Escobar shows, Queen of the South, Animal Kingdom, stuff like Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Steve's got it right there on there for you. The Man in the High Castle.
The Man in the...
That's the one. Look at all the rave reviews. Excellent show. Look at that. I wouldn't steer you wrong.
They got a bunch of episodes. I can actually get into it and binge watch that, or what?
I think there was at least 3 seasons or 4. And they're long episodes. They're not like,
Nice.
So
I hate the shows that are like one series, 5 episodes.
No, it was one of Amazon's biggest running shows when it was out. It was a premier flagship show.
Just enough to leave you wanting more.
There were a lot of people that were disappointed when it ended. It was very popular.
I don't have a saw like that. It's a miter saw. Yeah. I hear you, James. That's where when I was talking earlier. Even for me, before I pull that saw down on the miter saw, I give a good left and right check. Left and right, just in case. I don't want a piece over here. Because if it gets caught in that saw, it'll snap it back and break your thumb. And I don't want my thumb too close, because if I'm holding the piece tight so it doesn't move when it's too zing. 4 seasons, says Steve. Nice.
Yeah, there you go. As I said, it was 3 or 4 seasons. It was nice. It'll keep you busy for a while.
I try not to watch too much TV. I'd rather be in the Lego dungeon, but sometimes I got to hang out with the wife, and she likes her programs for sure. So
I'd usually just throw it up on the TV wall I'm building.
Well, damn, you must be living in luxury estate. I don't got that setup going on.
Well, I got 2 TVs set up here and a monitor, but then when I get to the new house, I'm gonna do 3 TVs.
Actually, that'd be a good idea. Stick a TV up above and run the cable to it, and then you can watch whatever the hell, listen to whatever you want while you're doing all your greatness.
Well, I do everything streaming, so I don't do any like cable.
Oh, that's where that piece was. Okay. I'm still looking for a darn one. There's one left. Yeah, there is one left.
Adam's in the house. Look out.
Yeah, AAA is always in the house. Super supportive, man.
Those crazy Aussies.
Yeah, they're awesome, man. It's always it's a little bit of a hit and miss in time. Like, I wish I could get to Tasman Bricks' stream more often.
Yeah.
But he starts just a hair earlier than Ruth. And I got to get up at 5:30, 6 in the morning to catch Ruth. So for Taz, especially when we're streaming at night or other people are streaming late at night on Fridays, and then I got to get up at like 3:30, 4 in the morning to catch his streams.
Yeah.
So if I don't work the next day and I keep my crap together, I catch him. But a lot of times, man, sorry, bro, I'm missing your streams.
Well, Rich's stream too. His is on late. I mean, even I catch it the next day.
Well, that's like 2:30, 3 in the morning for me. Like tonight, it'll be like at 2:30, 3 in the morning tonight if he does one.
Yeah. I like his show though. I like to,
Oh, he's a hilarious guy. He's a good guy, man. Oh, wrong spot. Oh. Yeah, Mail must be sleeping because usually he's here crack of dawn for sure.
Yeah. He is one dedicated dude.
Yeah, there's a few of them out in the community for sure, but Mail, he's into it, man. He loves his Lego. He loves community. he loves everybody, man. That's his forte. He just likes people.
Yeah,
He just wants to talk to people. That's all.
got a good heart too.
100%. That's actually somebody that I'd love to really meet in real life. So if he says he's going to go to one of these events, I'd love to plan that out. I'd cancel a lot of stuff. I'd change a lot of stuff to meet that guy.
Yeah. Well, he says he wants to go to Alabama sometime in the near future. So.
There's a couple people that I'm a little, I wouldn't say, well, life is life, so I don't want to be that douchebag, but a little disappointed that they're not going to make it to Chicago. I was really looking forward to meeting Click and Cliff.
Yeah, I was giving him a hard time last night about like why are they coming to Chicago? Chicago, it's like Chicago.
Oh, you got a free room, man. That's what I told him, dude. You got a free room. If you only eat McDonald's, I can hook you up with some of that.
It's an easy drive up to 55, or you know.
How far is Alabama from Illinois?
Not very far. It's like
2 states down.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to go. Well, 3, I guess. You got Tennessee, Kentucky, Tennessee, and then Alabama. But
what did I do?
But Alabama. I mean, depending on how far south in Alabama, it could be a long ways because Alabama hits the coast, you know. So, but it's not like super far. But yeah, I don't know exactly where he lives. So. I haven't gotten
super excited to meet Butt Chop.
Oh yeah, he'll be there. Butt Chop will be there.
Awesome character. Super excited to meet him. Everyone, really. There's not one person that I could single out. Super excited to meet everyone.
Yeah, Titanium J will be there. All the guys from Friday Night Bricks will be there. Who else will be there?
West Coast Connection will be there.
Emmasaurus. I think Shy Time's going to be there too. And then
that's another person I'm super stoked on meeting up, just because he likes his motorbikes and all that stuff. So I'd like to talk to him about whatever.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of people there. I thought Doc was gonna be there, but I guess not. So
who, Doc?
Yeah,
well, I better bring my lighter and lint roller. Hairspray.
Oh my god. When he went on that irate tantrum, oh my god, that was hilarious.
Hey, I hear that felt lights up like no tomorrow. It lights up like a Christmas tree.
Oh man, that would have been terrible.
Yeah, Doc's a good guy. Con's a good guy. I'd like to see Brandon, Brickhive there. You know, really anyone that I interact with on YouTube, I'd like to see and talk to. So, like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
Dude, where are those pieces though? Scotty says, when is this Chicago event happening? I believe it starts about June 14th to the 18th-ish, 19th-ish.
Yeah, in the U.S. it's on Father's Day weekend, so it's really 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. That's the big, you know.
I've just seen those pieces. Where are they though?
But it's Father's Day weekend. It's Father's Day weekend every year. That's like, you know,
the same date every year.
Yeah, it's always like that third week in June. Like it's like always, because it's always on Father's Day weekend, which is like the third Sunday of the month. You know. Yeah.
There's one left, eh?
The first Brick World Chicago I ever went to was, I think, like 2010, maybe.
Dusty says he's peacing out. Cheers, Dusty, man. Always good to talk to you, hang out backstage. Good to see you, man.
Thank you, Dusty.
Ozzy Adams says getting up at 4 is tough. I was part-time milkman and work at 12 at night. Yeah, getting up at 4 is one of those things you definitely almost have to put it in a routine. Like you'd have to like start at like 5:30 and then 5:30 and then get up at 5 and then get up at 4:45, get up at 4:30 and eventually work yourself up to it. I used to have a crazy routine and I'd be getting up at the dumbest times in the morning. But that was a routine. And unless like now, I can't get up at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I have to have it a routine for sure.
I've always been able to change my sleep schedule pretty much like whenever. Because when I was in college, I did from like 8 to 4 in the morning, but like it would flip flop from 8 to 4 to midnight to 8, and then like then my classes would be all different times, and so like
That's a funny game though. That college, it seems like sleep deprivation didn't affect you when you were that young though.
I know I've always been able to just hop up. I never drink coffee. I just go.
Hey, Mayo, how's it going?
Hey, yeah, thanks for the invitation. It was kind of unexpected.
What? What do you mean unexpected?
Well, because I didn't. Well, because like I don't get invited to these live streams anymore. I used to, but I think people wisened up and realized,
Hey, you always get invited to a macro live stream, and if I forget, unless I'm listening to music, unless I'm drinking, you're always invited. And if I forget, hit me up on Instagram and send me a reminder.
yeah, the jelly roll
Appreciate it, Will.
and the the jelly roll and the Tom McDonald. Am I right?
Yes, I found a new one actually. Aaron Lewis, a little bit more country style. He's actually pretty darn good.
Can hear you, man.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, last night was my daughter's big 8th grade dance.
What's junior high for you guys down there?
Technically,
7 to 9.
Technically, junior high is supposed to be 7, 8, 9. Ours is still called a junior high, but it's really middle school. It's 6, 7, 8. So
okay, yeah. For us, elementary school was to grade 6. Junior high was 7, 8, 9, and then high school was 10, 11, 12.
That's how I had it when I was a kid. But yeah.
Yeah.
Sergeant says he gets up almost every day at 3:45. If I need to work or not, a bad habit from the Army. Exactly. And once you make it the routine, exactly. So I used to, even still, it almost affects me, except for I force it. But I cannot sleep in. Like on a Saturday, boom, 7 a.m., I'm up.
Yeah, I don't sleep in much either.
I also don't like sleeping in. I hate sleep in general. Funny tidbit about me. I think sleep's a waste of time unless I'm like physically tired. I got so much stuff I want to do in life or read or talk about or whatever. Yeah. I think sleep's a legit waste of time unless I physically need it, mentally need it.
Yeah, I only go to sleep when I need it.
Yeah.
And and my body tries to fall asleep a lot.
Well, I could see that for sure. And then on the weekends, if I don't work, I definitely try and force the not sleep. Like I'll force it upon myself because I got so much stuff to do. Man, I've just seen these parts, and then you put the bag away, and then only one part left. So, man, you got any of your new builds going on, or?
No, pretty much the same thing I said I was going to do yesterday.
Gotcha.
So I'm not building anything right now. I'm going to have a big homework day today.
That's always good, staying on top of those tasks, getting them done, and you don't feel the crunch later.
I'm already feeling feeling behind, so I'm getting kind of nervous.
Don't get in that rut.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
Better
get-
to always stay 2 hours ahead than 2 hours behind. Easier said than done for sure. One thing I do notice about this blue bricks, Eric, is they anticipate me being smarter than I actually am.
It's
They
not-
give you these steps. Or they
Oh
give
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
is, but they don't fully like disclose all the steps or exactly what you should do. Like there's a little bit of a guessing game in there.
Well, it's like the older Lego stuff. There was always some assumption games in the older instructions too. You know,
I didn't find it. Well, I haven't built a whole lot of old sets other than the Pirates, but I didn't find it that bad.
I don't know. I didn't think it wasn't quite always exact step by step. And I don't know. At least back in the 80s, it wasn't.
But let's be realistic. I'm pretty sure you're a bit smarter of a fellow than I.
I've never had any difficulty.
I'm going to resort after that comment. I'm going to resort back to my comment. You're probably a little bit smarter of a fellow than I. When I say a little bit, it could mean a lot.
That's right. I don't judge. Remember, I'm a teacher. I evaluate. I don't judge people.
Shit, isn't that the same thing?
No, technically it's not. It sounds like it is because people always feel like they're being judged when they're evaluated. But to evaluate really is just to see
hold
how
them to
good
their
you
own
are.
standard.
Well, yeah, it's to measure you to a standard. Whereas, to judge is more superficial. More.
I feel like to judge would be to take a fish, a giraffe, an orangutan, a monkey, a deer, and you tell them all to climb a tree. Who can ever reach the top the fastest? To evaluate would be to take a fish and be like, how fast could you by yourself get to the top of the tree?
Yeah.
That's the thing with school that kind of hit me the wrong way is we were all categorized in the same boat, especially back in my time.
Oh yeah. Well, just look at school in general. You look at
If I didn't learn the same way as everybody else, all of a sudden they thought I had a problem.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, look at a grade, right? So an F is 0 to 59. So you do 59% of the work and you fail, but like an A is only worth 10% of the grade.
59? I thought it was 49. I passed grade 9 math literally with 49. Good day, James. How's it going?
All right, yourself?
Good, man. Just building on a Saturday, trying to get some of this stuff done so I can hopefully get into this Monkie Kid mod.
Yeah, I haven't really got into the Monkie Kid.
What about Ninjago?
I think I got like 3 sets from it.
Okay, so it's safe to say you're not a big fan of like the folklore sets. You like the real substance, like the hard cars or like the buildings or whatever.
Macro, I've got just about everything out there, at least one of, but I have a lot of the different smaller city builds.
Yeah.
And of course, my pride and joy is my old model teams.
You got some nice model teams.
I really wish there was something back like it. I mean, their newer sets aren't bad, but those were actually some fun.
Yeah. I like that one truck you had that uses the train doors. That one's really nice.
Yeah,
is
is
the
it
helicopter?
the well? Is it the well and wind
It tows a helicopter, I think.
and wind? Or is it the well and hull? I can't remember the name of it.
Well, you got the one that's got the helicopter and the one that's got the jet, so you covered them both, basically.
Nice.
I've got about a half of what they produced on the model teams.
Yeah, because if anyone's ever seen any of Sarge's model team sets on camera, you know that he's got half the collection, and it's really impressive.
Well, I
I
have to
didn't
say
even-
the one with the helicopter is my most favorite set. It's the one that my wife got me when we first got together.
Well, that's cool. So she knew you were into Lego from the beginning.
Oh, yes.
I want to say either the Highway Wig or the Big Truck is like wow, what a creative name. Is one of is my favorite of the model team.
It's actually a little larger than the actual model team sets, though.
Switch this out because I actually used a different color.
It's been a while since I've talked to you, Sarge.
Oh, yeah. I do not get on the streams very often. First off, don't get invited very often. And, half the time I'm still doing a bunch of stuff trying to make my life better.
True that. Man, you're always around in the donos. I'm surprised you're not invited all the damn time. I'm going to change that up here.
Yeah,
Every time
well,
we start sending you a link.
yeah, well, if you
It'll be annoying now.
well, if you want to be in the live stream gang, Sarge, you'd be invited all the time to me because I'd love to talk to you more often and talk about model team, because model team is such a forgotten thing to so many people. They don't realize what they're missing out on.
To be honest, most people don't even know what it is.
I had to think twice.
The large, as termed minifigures that they produced were actually made for the model teams, but they were not into scale for them either.
Convict knows. Model teams. Good to see you, Convict. Model team semi-trucks look awesome. The model team, that's almost like in between the system and Technic vehicles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
You remember the blue Roadster they brought out here last year?
Yep.
That was based
Had
on
it
one of the
before it
model
ever
team
came out.
sets. The Blue Fury model team set, I believe it was its name, in the mid 90s.
It's actually called Roadster.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a Technic set that was called that.
Yeah. I'll have to show you all sometime. I mean, Eric's seen a pretty good picture of just about everything I got.
Yeah, you've given me a pretty good tour too, man. You got a full setup there. A lot of great stuff in your collection, that's for sure.
Last time I was on, I've added at least about 30 some different things to it too.
Oh, damn! Wow.
I don't have the money to do a lot, but I sure as heck, when I find a good deal and have the money, I pick it up.
Take advantage of it when you see it.
Yep.
Well, one thing that I learned a lot of people are starting to do, and it makes sense, especially during economic times, coronavirus and all that stuff, is they buy non-stop bulk lots for parts and pieces, and they sort out all their parts and pieces, they wash them, and one, it builds up their inventory, but then after their inventory is so full that they can literally just start pulling instructions offline and build what sets they want.
I've got something similar to the same, but I have yet to even start on any of that. Matter of fact, I haven't really built anything except actual sets in almost 5 months now.
Nice. Just buying
There's
the full set brand new.
No, I got tons of ideas, but just don't have what it takes to get them going right now.
What up, Rich? Good to see you, Brixine.
Hey, Brixine.
What's happening, guys? Hey, I'm just trying to get some of this blue bricks done so I can sweep this desk off and start some Mills Plate, Monkie Kid headquarters, City of Lanterns.
See, we mentioned Richard's name. He heard us from across the pond.
Across the pond and then some.
Oh,
This skip a couple islands in between.
Yeah, across the pond and then across a strait.
It's like the lily pad hopping.
Also known as the Tasman Sea.
That's terrible. Y'all talk about across the pond. I've been across it and back again a few times.
Oh yeah, with your lineup of work for sure. Okay.
Well, I'm a retired soldier now, so I don't do that. But I have definitely seen a little town in England called Mendenhall. I've been to Thailand, been to Philippines, lived in Germany.
That would
Yeah,
be cool.
yeah. A brick scene. They call the Tasman Sea the Dick.
This
Spent a few hours, give or take, in Japan.
did not need to go there.
And I've seen both the far east, the far west, the far north, and the far south of America.
That's cool, man. That makes a well-diverse character when you get to see that much of life, and you're not just looking at your own society. You get to see different countries' societies and all that goodness.
As Eric will tell you, my late wife was a German cook, and she could cook any country to come up with.
Well, hopefully I'll go across the pond myself to Brick Fair, Alabama 2023. That's if I can get my affairs in order.
I told you, Macro. See, I told you.
Yeah, I know. He's been mentioning that before. I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually going to go look up the date of that event, Brick Fair, Virginia, 2023. I'm going to start saving for it.
I think a lot of people have confused the dates of Brick Fair, Virginia I think a lot of people have confused the dates for Brick Fair. They confused the dates of Brick Fair, Virginia for Brick Fair, Alabama. Just to set the record straight, people. Virginia is in August. Alabama is in January.
And you're going to which one?
I'm going to. I want to go to. I want to go to Alabama because that's where Buickzar goes nowadays. Because he found after a while that going to Philly Brickfest is just too far to travel, and also Buick Fair, Alabama is getting bigger and bigger, but Philly Brickfest is getting smaller and smaller.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it's because of the way they've mismanaged the event. I think if Philly was run by the Brickfest was run by the Brick Fair organization, not the Brickfest organization, I think it'd be much better.
Well, we should take a vote and a poll, especially for people who got experience. Like, what's going to be the best Brick Fair, Brick event, Brick show, Brick World shenanigans to go to out of all of them, every single one?
I think it's still Chicago for the numbers, but I'd be more inclined to say that the best people are in Alabama.
Okay.
Oh my soul, I'm injured.
Hit for tat to Alabama, Virginia, Chicago. They're all in the same class.
Yeah, the two biggest shows is Virginia and Chicago. Those are the two.
Scotty, I'd do the same thing, man.
Yeah, I remember when Philly was the it girl, but then
I heard the most of.
But then they mismanaged the event, and the exhibitors felt like they weren't treated as good by the organizers, so they stopped coming.
Yeah, I don't know. Brick World's always had a pretty good reputation.
Do you have to pay to set up like a table at these events?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
In Australia, you don't have to.
Yeah, but the thing is, like a place like Brick World Chicago, 100,000 square foot venue is not cheap. You gotta, you gotta.
So they can pay the fee for renting the place.
They may.
Yeah,
I mean,
I thought they would have been in cahoots with the hotel, given the hotel business, with all the ticket prices of people going through.
the hotels don't care about that crap.
Because the people that go there and bring their Lego to display, they're making the show. Without them, they got nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah. In Chicago, there's so many things that happen that they don't really like. The hotels don't really care. They're just there to make their money.
Chicago's hopping all the time.
Yeah, there's always something happening in Chicago.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to go. I just want to walk through downtown, preferably late at night. Comic says, I'm currently building Tasmanian Devil designed by Timofey Tkachev. It's awesome. Hey, is it like the Super Mario, but a Tasmanian Devil? And check it out.
I can honestly tell you, I would love to make it to one of the brick fairs or something, but right now just ain't working out for me.
Is it hard for you to take time off?
Yeah, several different things.
Traveling, you gotta pay to eat out every day.
Lawsuit. I'm getting ready to get a new eval on my disability. Still trying to get myself together after my wife passing away.
Oh, sorry to hear, man. That sucks.
Literally, the only reason why I want to go to Alabama is because I just want to pay for my ticket to go to the public day, and then I just want to talk to people for just hours upon end and do nothing but talking. That's all I want to do. I don't care about going around to everyone's table. I just want to talk to people.
Meet people and talk. I could totally see that, Mail. You're a talker for sure.
That very thing at any of the brick fairs, you just pay your entry fee for the day and talk to anybody and everybody.
Yeah,
at first there was only 2 people who I'd want to go to Alabama and talk to, but now with the rise of YouTubers in the South that go to Alabama, there's a lot more people for me to want to talk to now.
So who's a hugger and who's not? Like, if I shake your hand and give you a hug, who's gonna slap me in the mouth and who's like willing to like take a hug? Are you a hugger, Mayo, or what?
Well, I can take a hug if someone initiates it, but I wouldn't want to hug someone else because I wouldn't want to start that hug.
Well, now that I know that you wouldn't slap me in the mouth, I'd give you a hug.
All you do is ask him, are you a hugger or a shaker?
There you go.
I
Better than finding out the hard way.
Definitely prefer to hug people than shake their hands.
I don't know. We still COVID, so
I like shaking people's hands because you find out real quick a lot of what they're about just by a simple handshake. Eric knows.
Yeah.
The only way I like to shake hands with people is when I'm doing business with them, like a businessman's handshake agreement or something like that.
It sets the precedence when you shake their hand for a business transaction. You better squeeze that shit hard. You better Donald Trump them.
I gotta be careful not to break people's hands.
Yeah, don't reach out there and just give them a little squeeze and walk away because they'll know that something's not right.
I'm looking forward to an Eric handshake for sure.
They're big muttons there.
Yeah.
Your hand ain't big enough.
Huh?
Eric's
Max,
hand
your
is
hand
so
ain't
big.
enough.
Yeah. Eric's hand is so big he'll shake my hand. I'll be missing 3 rings.
I can't help it if I'm a giant.
Dude, your grocery bill
You're
must
not
be
a giant. You are the giant.
I'm a big giant.
You mind me asking what you spend on groceries? I mean, I guess if you're not a hunter, you're probably buying a lot of protein.
I don't. I actually am more of a veggie guy.
Ah, nice. It's healthy. It's like the wife. Super healthy.
I mean, I like. I mean, I'll eat a burger and a steak, and I mean, I'm not like a vegetarian, but like, I really enjoy like when we used to go to a soup plantation before they like went to shit and like out of business. Like, I would go in and like pile on the freaking Oriental salad like nobody. Like, I would eat the salad for dessert. The salad, like I would eat it for like a appetizer and my dessert.
Before and after meal.
Yeah, I can eat salad all the time.
I like a good salad too, I will say. But I got a diet of convenience. Dude, I'll eat 6 chocolate bars for dinner. I don't give a shit.
I'm not a salad person at all. I try to have vegetables with my dinner at least 4 times a week, and I try to have a smoothie at least 1 time a week.
Yeah, that's how you stay healthy, man. Good on you. Good practice.
I'll mess y'all up. My dinner this evening was 4 biscuits with butter and jam on it.
Nice. Kind of old school a little bit.
Well, they say it's like, it's like, why isn't anybody concerned about upsetting a droid? Because a droid doesn't rip your arms out of sockets.
The sad part of it is, again, my late wife was a cook. I cooked before I ever met her, and after we got together, I hardly ever touched anything in the kitchen.
That'd be a hard life change for sure.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, how good was her red cabbage? Because that's like, I gotta know. How good was her sauerkraut and her red cabbage? Like, how good?
To be honest, they're one and the same thing. It's just how it's prepped.
Yeah.
Is
Greg got a big hand, or is he just very hairy? What's with this chewy hand?
No. Match streams and look at Greg's hands.
We always make fun of Greg because he's always eating something. So we're like, great, Chewy. Always thinking with your stomach because he's like, it seems like he's always going to dinner or getting food brought in or whatever. He's just like.
That's why there's more commands for him on Matt's stream.
Oh my God.
He has his own commands on Matt's stream. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
7 or 8 of them.
On Twitch. Oh my God, it's crazy.
Well, that's funny, man. Sounded like The Price is Right for a minute.
You would probably have a lot of fun on Twitch, Macro. I mean,
yeah, it's I don't know. I got to get into it. I got to try it out. But for me, even just watching people on Twitch, the chat's different. The chat doesn't seem as interactive. Like, I can't just hit at Eric or at Bricklock or at Zizou. I got to type in the full name and stuff. So it's just, it's a lot more busy. It doesn't seem like as clean cut, user friendly.
When was the last time you did it?
I'm not a Twitch guy because I've just never bothered to learn it. I've just never bothered to learn it.
Exactly, same as Mail. I just watch. I've never actually tried to stream on Twitch. Just watching people, I find it just not as user friendly.
You should watch a Jang stream. You'd be like laughing your ass off.
I have, and I do laugh my ass off.
He explodes.
His streams are just out of control.
I'd have too much fun with that. Probably, I'd be getting into trouble.
Well, like once you got all the animations and like all the different things that people can do, and you're like, all of a sudden your stream gets taken over by like a bunch of like Han Solos going across the screen, and you're like, you know, and every time they do that, you're making money, which is funny.
I was gonna say, if they're paying, man, you can take the whole
That's
screen
it.
over. I don't
I
care.
know. Yeah.
If you want to put me
Actually, can
on
do the Twitch.
full screen, that'd be good.
Jang streams are what inspired me to move over. Okay, I'm gonna go take another good look at those. A couple of them, the whole interface. Honestly, to be 100% honest, transparency, I just find YouTube, Instagram, Discord, Twitch. What else am I missing? Like, there's so many to stay on top of all that stuff.
Oh, I know, dude. I don't know how people do it.
So for me, I pick one. Like, do I YouTube or do I Twitch? I just got to pick one and run with it because it's too much for me.
I got some
Overwhelming.
builds to show off on the full screen.
Alrighty then.
Dun, dun. Ooh, there's
Yeah,
one.
so people who haven't been keeping up with me probably well definitely would not know that I've been
The
building
interface
these,
then, I guess.
would not know that I've been building these sets. So I finally finished building the Boba Fett starship.
I was there when you started that one.
Yeah, you were there, and Macro was there, and a couple other people were there. But I finally got this thing done. There, let me get the minifigs.
And some good
There's-
progress in the city of Athens.
There's Boba and there's a Mandalorian. So I've been saying that this will not be going on display on a shelf. It'll be going in my space diorama. It'll be on its own area, separated away from the rest of the classic space inspired stuff. It'll be probably in its own shelter or whatever, nestled between some moon rocks, just sitting on its own, doing its own thing. And the minifigs I'll be putting into a skyscraper that I call the Star Wars Tower, because inside here I've got desks that have computers on them that have 2x2 slopes with printed and stickered details that are from Star Wars sets. And if Will Harper was here, he could tell me exactly which sets those are from. Sorry, I'm sneezing a lot right now. And so I've finished building bag 5 of the City of Lanterns. And I'm not getting to the good stuff yet, because the only thing I care about this set is the shops and the stores, because I want to make that strip mall configuration, because I don't have room for this foundation with the monorail track and all the other skeletal structure. I just want to line all of the shops and the stores all in a row and put that in an Asian town, because this right here, that's almost a whole base. Maybe that's 7/8 of a base plate wide right there. I think I can make a block of Asian town stores that is maybe 3/4 this depth. So that's the challenge I'm going to have to go through, and I want to stack things up on top of each other and make a terrace walkway like what they do with the Ninjago modular sets. And I don't need the monorail track in this area, so my Patreon supporters like Macro Bricks know that I have plans for the monorail track. And also went to the Lego store and got some pigs. And
So Bayo, if you did the straight line strip mall, would technically all that structure that you just showed us be extra parts?
Yes, it would be.
Wow. I didn't even think about that building that set. Wow.
Let me just bend over. Shaky cam, shaky
Now
cam,
you're not
shaky
too far. I
cam.
might get excited.
And I went back to the store and got 6 more pigs. So I've got 12. I've got a dozen pigs now. And that's all the pigs I need.
Oh yeah, 12 pigs. That's a healthy number for sure. That's
And I'm glad that I finally was able to go to the pick-a-brick wall and get my 1x6 sand green bricks. So now I can, in a mock next month, or now in a live stream next month, I can start building my rusted copper coloured porta potty for the Tasman Bricks Thunderbox Challenge.
Nice.
From Inter, I almost thought you said pig a brick. I was like, damn, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it could be pig a brick.
Yeah.
We got them all on the wall.
Go to pick a break.
Yeah, because I believe the 1x6 sand green bricks are 20 cents on the pad on what they call pick and build now.
Oh wow.
So,
26 cents.
Yeah, that's in Australian dollars. And so if a pick-a-brick cup over here costs 30, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 times 20 cents, that's $1.60. So $1.60 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 times $1.60. So 10 is $16 plus $4.80. So a little over $20 worth of 1x6 sand green bricks right here. Plus I got in that same cup a bunch of the light tan not light tan the light the bluish grey tap faucet pieces, and I got a pick-a-brick cup of nothing but a light tan 2x2 jumpers, so I'll be able to tile more of my sidewalks now. And I'll have to do a live stream in June, putting more of those jumpers onto my sidewalks. Like there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of road over here. Really a lot of intersections that need a lot of intersections and some curves that need to have their sidewalks on. But that's really all I have to say.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, that's funny.
I feel like, Mayo, from your backdrop that you're going to be looking to invest into StreamYard again.
Well, if StreamYard offers me another 50% off, I'm gonna take it.
Get some sorting done.
Yeah, because I've got probably, or if I can estimate, maybe 10 gallons of pieces that I need to sort.
Wow. Convict says you got a lot of Pringle cans kicking around there. Yeah, it's his storage. It's like his pick a brick storage containers. Too bad they
because I use a combination of actual drawers, the pick-a-brick cups itself, and Pringles cans to store stuff, because when I have a bunch of pieces that exceeds the storage capacity of one of the drawers, then I go to the Pringles cans, and if that bulk pieces exceeds the capacity of a Pringles can, then I go to the Pab cups.
That could be some salty parts.
Bricks with flavor.
Bricks with flavor. I like that. That'd be a good channel name, actually. Bricks with flavor.
As long as it's not scratch and sniff.
Well, if I were to ever do a food review channel, just like how Adjust to Good has his Adjust to Food channel, I'd probably want that name. So no one steal my idea. I'm gonna set out a trademark on it. TM.
Make the account now, quick.
Yeah, get it on. There's actually been a couple people who try and do those food reviews, snack reviews.
Reviews. You need Greg for that.
There you go. You could take it one step further and go hit up every McDonald's in town or every A&W in town and pit them against each other.
No, we gotta get Greg dressed up as a Wookiee and then take him around snacking fun places.
Yeah, but you can't call him Chewbacca. You have to call him Greg Aka.
Oh, that just sounds wrong.
I should probably ask Greg himself this, but where's he from? And is he going to Chicago?
No, Matt and Greg aren't wusses.
Matt, killing me over here,
I
man.
know, it's killing me, Small.
And you're close too, somewhat ish. Or Matt.
Matt, are you in Rochester? Is that where you're at?
Rochester, isn't that like Spokane-ish area?
Oh, that's in a New York state somewhere.
Wow, yeah, okay.
Because
It's pretty
Thick and
close.
Bricks always goes to the Lego store in Rochester.
Oh wow, you guys are close, man. That's cool.
Well,
Wow.
he always
Stick and bricks is one.
he always talks about that in his live streams and on Hauling and Bowling.
It's only 700 miles, Matt. Come on, don't be a wuss.
Hey man, if you need a free hotel room, I got an extra spot. And when I go there, I'm gonna see if they got any free upgrades.
Command.
What's that, sorry?
I asked Eric if he's ready to try Matt's new command for Greg.
Yeah.
Greg Baca.
Oh, Greg Baca, new command. Oh god.
See, I've heard of Syracuse, but I don't have a clue of where it would be on the map. Like 12 to 15 hours by car. Wow.
Syracuse and Rochester are in New York State, I believe. Let me go and get a clarification.
It still is only 700 miles from Syracuse here too. I mean, that's like
Syracuse. Yeah, it's in.
Talks with flavor. Hello.
It's in a New York State.
Yeah, 12 to 13 hours by car. It's not worth the time, but it's almost worth it in gas versus airfare. That's a hard one for sure, man. That's a hard one for sure. And then you got to pay to eat out at least 2 meals a day. Like I'm skinny guy. I can skip at least breakfast. I got to pay to eat out 2 meals a day. You got to pay for the hotel. You got to pay to get there, right? And all the other crap. So it's definitely an expenditure, an event for sure.
Well, apparently today is my 1-year anniversary on Reddit, so that's something.
On Reddit?
Yeah.
Well, you're a busy man.
You know, I should make a subreddit for a Mayo Media.
Well, see, if you guys lived where I lived, you could like drive to all these events. You wouldn't have to get a hotel. You could just,
Yeah, we all don't get that lucky.
I've joked about that with the wife.
At a Lego store, I drive 2.5 hours just to see one.
I've joked
My
about
local
that
Lego
with the
store is
wife.
only a half hour. My local Lego store is only a half hour away from me, and it's only a 10-minute deviation in travel time. No, sorry, only a 20-minute deviation travel time, including both ways from my university campus. So it's very easy for me to go there before university.
Yeah, here in Canada, we're so far away from everything.
yeah.
And to get across the country, no matter which way you go, is 12 hours. To get to Like the next biggest city to us is Vancouver. That's pretty close, and that's still 12 hours away. How big this country is.
Really? So you're closer to Vancouver than Edmonton?
No, I'm closer to Edmonton, but Edmonton's smaller than Calgary, so the next biggest city.
Oh, really? Wait, what?
Edmonton is about, we'll say now, like the numbers aren't exact, but I'd say now Edmonton's probably about 1.1 million people. Calgary is about 1.6 million. Vancouver is probably about 3 million.
So is that because Edmonton had an exit when all of the oil sands companies started to fire their employees?
Well, I'm not sure. Edmonton's about how far is Edmonton? It's going to be an hour and a bit. So Edmonton's about 2.5, 3 hours away. It's pretty busy. Like all the oil sands companies, yeah, they laid everyone off when the prices tanked during whatever years. But now they're screaming for people up here, man. They're screaming for people.
Because the oil prices are back up again.
Oh, they're more than profitable for Alberta. Alberta will be making big time money if they can keep it up.
And that's the problem with the Alberta economy, is that they're too dependent on the oil sands.
100%. Up here, it is very up and down. You'll make an absolute killing one year, but next year, if you're not careful, you could be dirt poor, so you better save your money.
That rainy day fund.
That rainy, exactly. Eric knows that rainy day fund. It was just a bunch of BS, I'm sure.
Well, I mean,
It's probably in Ontario.
well, anytime they have a Democrat in the office in the United States, the oil prices always go to crap because all the oil tycoons love to screw with them. Like it's like a game. Like it's pretty funny. The market's so flammable in general, like just so like, you know, like.
Well, that's weird for that's weird for a commodity that gets used and abused on a daily basis. How it goes so up and down. Like you're telling me that many cars start and stop. The stockpile was that up and down. Like it just seems like a total.
There's no regulation on the price of gas is the problem. The oil prices can go up and down, but like when the oil prices go up, and all of a sudden like that price doesn't affect gas for however many months, all of a sudden so they gouge it as much as they can. It's a racket. It's like
because some people may not understand why the prices might shoot up, but it takes a little while for the price at the pump to go up, is because it takes time to transport the oil that they've drilled to the refineries, and then it takes some more time to get that refined oil that's now volume of gasoline to get to the service station. It takes
gas price by you right now.
Yeah, that conversation's about like the same as taxes. When you're in the most oil-rich regions of the frickin' world, I'm not talking about Canada, but of the world, there's no excuse why our prices fluctuate that much other than the Canadian government is just off their rocker. And then, this is the funny part, we ship out X amount of our oil, but yet we buy X amount from Saudi Arabia. It's just
because they can buy it cheaper from Saudi than they can,
No, we can't. That's what they say.
I don't know.
All they'd have to do is build a refineries.
Or they're selling yours for more than they can get it. That's why they're,
I don't even know if they're doing that. I just think that they're screwing us.
Think of it this way. Alaska's our biggest oil producer, but guess where the refineries are? Way down in Texas.
And
we have a similar problem in the state of South Australia. We have a company known as Santos, which is an acronym for South Australia and Northern Territory Oil Search. So we export that oil, but we import it back again as petroleum because we disabled our oil refineries a little over a decade ago when we came up with our renewable energy program, which has helped to reduce the price of electricity, but it took 10 years for the investment to pay dividends, and now South Australia is the only state in Australia that has more than 50% renewable energy on the grid.
Well, you have
Well, it
that
might
whole,
be like what Eric said. Like maybe we are selling it for more than what we're buying it for, but with all the shipping costs and pulling it across the ocean, like is that actually a legit feasible situation? I don't know.
it's probably not very
I don't know enough about it.
ecological, but it might be profitable.
That's what they're all about. Convict's asking, is this the base for the City of Lanterns? Busted. No, it is not. I'm still building blue bricks. I was just too much of a wuss to wipe all this off the desk. But now that we're somewhat down in parts, I'll save these parts. I'm going to put these parts in a pick-a-brick cup. We can wipe all this stuff into a bin.
I can be the resident blue bricks person right now because that's what I'm doing.
I swear, Eric, you're like their propaganda machine. You're their salesman for sure.
Well,
They should be paying me.
Yeah, they
you
should.
know what? Well, you know what? If there's an ambassador program for blue bricks like there is LAN
I wonder if there is.
for Lego,
If there was,
I could imagine you'd meet the qualifications for a blue bricks ambassador program, Eric.
I don't know.
Eric and I, we had this conversation. Like Lego flies off the shelf. We're pretty sure that blue bricks with the models and the sets that they're making that are kind of geared more towards at least 15, 16-year-olds and above, that they would fly off the shelf. Like we were adamant about like, let's open up some blue brick stores in North America. We'll drop $100,000 into some product and away we go.
But I think the only problem that Blue Bricks has is their marketing department.
I don't know. I think they sell out of things. So I mean, I think they know how much to produce, and you know they don't retire their sets. They like if they sell out, they just get them remade and they become available again in a few months or whatever. I mean,
but the problem is that Blue Bricks is more known in the Eastern and Northern European market, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not.
Oh,
known
true.
It's not known as much in Asia, Oceania, and the Americas. Which I think if they had a better marketing, they could, if they wanted to, they could negotiate retail contracts with American and Asian and Australian department stores, and Lego would have a real competitor, something that Megablocks really isn't, because Megablocks doesn't like to call themselves a competitor of Lego anymore.
I have a feeling
they
wouldn't care.
yeah.
I do find it funny that my blue bricks came from Germany, yet my packing slip had a big China on it.
Oh, that's the shipper. That's not the. It was probably on a Chinese. It was probably on a Chinese boat, dude. That's what happened.
So it went from Germany to China to North America?
No. It probably left Europe on a Chinese boat.
Ah, okay. That'd be a little bit more makes sense. Put my mind at ease a little bit more.
Yeah, it did not come from China.
Okay, here we go. Oh, we got one. We got a runner. Oh, we got 2 runners. Oh, we got another runner. Oh, we got another one. Oh, yeah.
How were those train cars?
Oh, those were actually pretty good. And again, like Eric's saying, for the price that that you're paying for these bad boys, they worked out to
less than $10 a piece. Like they're
yeah,
like
10 euros or 10 pounds or whatever it is each. So whatever that is in Canadian, probably like $55.
yeah, whatever. Yeah, it was like $43 US for 5 cars.
They look nice.
Yeah. I actually thought
Yeah.
these were white, so now that they're gray, it's actually a little bit better. But no, they're solid.
And you can get those in
Brooks makes a
blue.
good.
Yeah.
Brooks makes a good comment. He said that Jane has even commented that Lego needs a direct competitor that can match their level, and I think that Mega Bloks can't match their level. But from what I hear from both Macro Bricks and Eric, I think Blue Bricks can match their clutch power and quality control, and they've got them easily beaten on price.
They have to up their quality control a bit. Blue Bricks, they got the better sets, but in my opinion, they could up their quality a little bit.
Yeah. It's just like anything. Like Lego, well, like Lego has its problems here and there, but I mean I've had problems with Lego parts breaking on me and shit too, but like but yeah, there's definitely a few parts here and there that they could work on. But like as a whole, I would say 95% or more of the parts are like the clutch is good. The clutch is almost too good sometimes. Yeah, I mean,
and then a big Block 455 says the popular German YouTuber reviews Blue Bricks sets with big view counts. I'd like to see that.
Hey, I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna go look up reviews of Blue Brick. I'm gonna look up YouTubers.
There's a German guy that does Lego Blue Bricks. He does all of them, and he's got like nearly 1 million subscribers.
Yeah.
What's his name? I don't
remember his name. He's got dark hair. You know, I don't know, like he looks like he could be kind of tall, but like
what's his name? I might want
to. I don't. I have to look at. I can find it. Hold on.
Okay.
He's got a couple different channels, but the main one is like. Let me see a second.
Just do a YouTube search for Blue Bricks channels.
Yeah. Well,
that's another one you notice is the Lego artwork on their boxes. They're probably spending too much on their boxes and their artwork when Blue Bricks is pretty. This is what you get for the artwork on their boxes.
That's on a regular set. Their pro sets are full printed.
Yeah,
I've seen the pictures.
Okay.
The pro sets,
I just don't know them.
The pro sets are full. Like they even have printed instructions and everything.
Look at Macro. He's just talking shit out his ass then.
That's your sleeve.
That's what I'm talking about. I like Blue Bricks, and what won me over looking on their website is quality of the brick was unknown, instructions were unknown, shipping dates and all that stuff was unknown, but their models and their sets seemed like they were geared to a older age group. There was no little like Wolverine mech or nothing up on their webpage, so
into more realistic build of adults, not children.
Well, yeah, even the sets that Eric's getting, like even that yacht, like that's not it's not meant for like
it's a
9-year-old kid.
I mean, it's a fully brick built hull, and look at that, like.
And even their small sets are super detailed. We're switching up, Convict. We're gonna go full on Monkie Kid. Just gotta clean up some of these parts and pieces, man. Exactly like you say, like the description even said.
Tell me, Maxwell, did you see that fishing boat that Eric built from blue bricks?
Oh, yes, I did. That was gorgeous.
I
Gorgeous.
can't think of anything that looks better than that.
Definitely not from Lego, that's for sure. Like, what are you gonna pit against that? The Friends boat or something? Like,
Not even close.
not even close. Okay, so this, we're cleaning the desk and only horrify it yet again. Oh, we need more cups. All right, let's see what we got here. So the parts in these cups we'll be able to just dump right back out. The parts in the bags we'll keep in the bag. Oh shit. And put in the bin. Hey, I haven't had a Blue Bricks brown piece snap on me yet, so we're winning already.
I have in my time maybe 3 different of the either dark red or the brown snap on me.
Those dark
From
red.
Lego or Blue Bricks?
Lego.
Oh yeah, I've had multiple snap on me from Lego.
Well, hopefully some more viewers come your way because I just made sure to put out a link on my Instagram stories.
Hey, appreciate it, Mayo. Slapping them feelers out there. Awesome, buddy. Thank you. That's my whole goal with YouTube, to do the least work as possible, interact with as many people as possible, and get them to do all the dirty work for me.
I have a similar philosophy when I do my live streams. I want to interact with as many people as possible to get as many people on the panel as possible so that they can do all the talking and I don't have to.
That's funny. Hey, no worries, Convict. You're just curious on what I was building, doing that Blue Bricks church there. But for sure, I wanted to wrap that up at some point tonight and at least, give a teaser of that Monkie Kid set. Because that thumbnail that I posted is kind of like the theme. That's like inside the Ninjago district. That's what the
I don't know. I was pretty happy watching the Blue Bricks.
down with the Blue Bricks. It's a happy medium.
You became the Flego student to the master there.
There you go. That's a good way of putting it.
The Padawan.
Real building going on with the Blue Bricks, and then we'll jump into some pre-planning with the City of Monkey or City of
I say like the Sith always come in pairs, right? Yeah, master and apprentice.
That's awesome. And I'm sure by the end of the night, I'll be dumping these all back out on the table, and we'll start building this again. Because I really do want to get this into that.
You got those houses too, right? Didn't you got the little houses, the medieval houses over?
Yeah. What's the other one I got? This medieval. Show you real quick. This medieval farmhouse.
Yeah, I love the roof on those.
What's it called? It's called Mittelacher Burtenhof. Oh yeah, the Mittelacher Burtenhof. Yeah, that's what we probably show it. Oh, that one shows it in that camera. Okay, that's kind of small.
Bauernhof, which is farm.
The medieval farm.
Nice. The guy who's traveled the world knows exactly what the German words mean.
Yeah, Matt's like the Russian oligarch. Yeah, that's what I'm building right now. So this one doesn't have the helipad. We might have to fly it out a little bit, mock it up a little bit to get the helipad on the thing.
It can't land the kitty copter. That's bad.
Well, I like that, Matt. That's funny.
No, we can put a helipad on there for the kitty copter. I'm pretty sure we can modify it.
Spillage. Okay, so now we need...
Dusty Bricks is getting some more people onto his Discord server. Have you gotten any more people onto your Discord server, Macro?
Honestly, I feel bad. I don't keep up on the Discord as much as I should.
Yeah,
So
I don't
not.
keep up with it as much either. I I deleted a few of my chat channels because I just wasn't active enough on it. And to be honest, I don't get a lot of traction from the links I put out on Discord, so I just got rid of those chat channels.
I
And
feel like Discord's an added advantage to your channels. Like once you're a decent size, I feel like, hey, here's Discord. Everyone else can drop all their mocks. Everyone else can talk when I'm not live. You know, they can kind of do their own thing when I'm not around. But I don't see it adding a huge advantage. And speaking of that, even Instagram, like I've seen people on Instagram recently roll over their 10,000 followers. But on YouTube, they're at like 1,900 or 2,300 subscribers. So all the social media doesn't necessarily always transfer around, right? So that's why another reason I haven't put a whole lot of time into Discord and TikTok and all these other social medias is because it's not a direct relation to YouTube.
The problem with Discord, I personally find, is that when people make a Discord channel, you know, they have so many subcategories.
Yeah,
and you just can't follow them all. If I was going to run a Discord channel, it'd be like, here's server information and then one general chat, nothing else. Like, don't overcomplicate it by having like 6,000 sub channels to like try and sift through. Like, it's just too much.
like don't do a sub channel of mock and mock of the week and user mock and
It's too much.
I hear you.
I had that same problem. So when I logged back into Discord for the first time in a month or whatever, I deleted some redundant channels.
Well, and there you go. And then even Matt saying, not only for me to set up and run Discord, but to follow other people's Discord. Yeah, it turns into a lot, man. You got full-time jobs, you're doing this and this and this. It's just too much.
Yeah, I ended up leaving a lot of Discord servers because either they were not active enough or they were too active.
And when I say too much, it's not too much, but it's just when I say too much, meaning for like the time that I have to offer. Like maybe for other people, it's good, it's great, but for me, I cannot do 8 of these social medias at once. It's too much for me. I got to focus on one. That's all I got time for. I don't want to take the fun out of it either. Like I don't want to be like, well, I got to do Discord and then YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and Twitter and Twitch and Tweeter. Like I don't want to wreck the fun by overwhelming myself and feeling like I have to, right? It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time for Discord, and I'm not on TikTok and I'm not on Twitch because you can't be on all the social medias. You just can't.
Yeah, and I agree with Convict. I watched Jang a little bit more when it was just kind of one. And I can skip videos. Like, I don't have to watch all his videos. But when he started to do this channel, that channel, I started to get lost. Okay, well, if I want to watch a Jang City, if I want to watch Jang Under the Table City, like, which channel am I watching here? Am I going to, like, all of a sudden watch Jang cooking bread or something? Or, like, how we go about this?
The only reason he created all those sub channels is because he realized they were making more money than his main channel.
And it's not functional for him anymore. But did that COPPA really affect him? Again, I don't know the facts and the details, so I can't speak on it that much. But I think that COPPA was more of a hype. And yeah, like Jang is doing the Lego and reviews, and yeah, younger kids are gonna watch, but he's not aiming his channel directly towards young kids. And YouTube themselves state this is where they shoot themselves in the foot. This is where they get themselves into legal trouble. 13 and under aren't supposed to have YouTube accounts. Therefore, they're not supposed to be necessarily interacting with Jang and all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. So I don't think he should have to worry about that as much.
Yeah, but people break the rules, kids will still be on the main YouTube no matter
Oh,
what.
100%,
And
100%.
so
Would the government go after them though?
Yeah, and so the
Yeah,
FTC wrongfully blamed it on the creators and not the way that YouTube negotiates their contracts with the advertisers, who can pick and choose which videos they advertise their videos on.
I guess, and maybe that's what Matt's talking about, is that how it broke it. But you can blame me for whatever you want. Doesn't mean I'm guilty though, right? It doesn't mean you can charge me for guilty just because you blame me. So I guess that's what I'm asking. So the COPPA thing rolled out, everyone got scared. Did it directly? Matt would know because he's saying that they're talking to him on Patreon about it. Did his revenue directly go down without him changing anything, just because this COPPA rule, or did he change a bunch of stuff and then his revenue went down? Because I didn't do anything. People are going about this COPPA, whatever. I was just like, yeah, whatever, stupid government, kiss my ass.
I rebooted. Well, when COPPA came around, I deleted all of my videos because because they were all old. My channel was just sitting there dormant, and I was like, I had no care in the world, because I knew that, well, if I was going to reboot my channel, then I'd want to start fresh. And so that's,
but all your old videos and view time and hours, though, you lose all those hours.
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking. But back when I rebooted my channel, I only had 83 subscribers. I wasn't thinking about monetization.
Still, anything. And what's the U.S. government going to do to like you in Australia? Like that's a little bit of a far reach, you know.
Yeah, but
the worst they can do is delete your account.
Hang on, hold the phone. People make that argument that, well, COPPA is an American law, therefore it doesn't apply to Australia or Asia or Europe. Yes,
I didn't say it didn't apply. I just said it's far reach.
Yes, it does apply, because
it's just a far reach.
You're using YouTube, the platform, and YouTube is owned by the Alphabet company, which is Google, and Alphabet is an American company. Therefore, you're using an American company, which means you have to comply with American law.
But for them to like penalize you monetarily, for them to lock you up and put you in jail or give you any kind of repercussions, they have to go through the due process, the court systems in another country. The worst they could do, this is the only thing I was worried about. The only thing I was worried about is YouTube goes, you're not listening to us, you're not following, delete your account, you lose all your videos. That was it. That's the only thing that people had to worry about, is YouTube would delete your account and videos, especially when you're not specifically making your videos for kids. Again, 2 + 2 = 4 is made for kids. Crayola crayons drawing a morbid picture or profanity is not made for kids. Just because I use Crayola crayons doesn't mean that picture was made for kids. Just because I'm using Lego doesn't mean my channel is made for kids. And if any kids watch my channel and my live streams, they're going to be upset.
They're going to be scarred. They're going to be scarred for life, most likely.
Yeah. So that was my argument. And I get everyone's there you go, Matt, saying that YouTube would shut down all his comments and restrict his previous videos. And that was what I was worried about. The comments, YouTube shutting you down. But did anyone really get shut down out of all this COPPA? Jang still runs videos on YouTube. Maybe not as much, but they're still out there on YouTube. There's not much difference from his previous YouTube videos. So it's like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, has anyone really been shut down by this COPPA ordeal, FTC?
I can't have heard of anybody just getting closed down, but it's possible.
Yeah, to me, the COPPA thing was aimed more at the channels of like people drawing the finger painting with the little kid music in the background, and they go, "Hey, this isn't made for kids. We're making a whole bunch of money."
It's
For
all about
me,
the
it's the
disclaimer.
people doing the Nerf guns.
It's about the disclaimer. As long as you see for a fact you're not directed toward kids, it's a whole other world.
Yeah, exactly. Whole other world. Whole other world. Now, again, it's a gray area, and nobody wants to be the poster child. Nobody wants to be the example. So I think you just got to play it safe. That was my whole thing with the call. Just play it safe. Watch your back a little bit. But really, you're making YouTube money. They don't want to shut down someone like Jang who's making them some money.
Let's give you a way to look at it. You approach somebody, they ask you what you do for your hobby or your fun. You say Lego. Oh, that's a toy. Ask them when's the last time they've seen a toy that can build a life-size car that drives 60 miles an hour. Lego is not a toy. It is a idea brick. It's for building.
Oh, it's 0 to 99, exactly. Matt
Well-
said his revenue completely zeroed out the day it happened on Jan 7th. See, I'd have to ask a million more questions about that, Matt, because why would COPPA roll out these no rules? They just said this what could happen, but there was nothing implemented. And then all of a sudden, his revenue went to zero. Well, why did it go to zero? Unless he started changing his channel for kids. He was in the driver's seat. That's how I look at it. He's in the driver's seat of that. It didn't happen.
Well, he had. Well, people might want to say that he drastically overreacted and overcorrected himself,
I don't know the facts, so I can't-
but I don't believe he would have gone to all of that trouble if he didn't have intel or he wasn't feeling a pinch on the bottom line of his AdSense contract. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't need to. That's the way I like to think about it. And people can say what they like, but I actually think the quality of his videos has gone up because of it.
Interesting. See, I stopped watching about that time. Not as much about that time.
I think Jane does pretty good, but he's just not my kind of person to watch.
And
I
that's
have
the other one
like
is
you, I
YouTube
follow.
might have made an example out of him because he's the biggest guy in the pond, right? In this,
He was the big
Lego
man from the
category. They
beginning.
might have made an example out of him.
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of people who have a vendetta against Jane, which I just can't fathom what he's done wrong to make people have a vendetta against him.
Yeah, he was successful and they're not.
Well, he's
That's
not
what
a
people
part.
have vendettas.
He's
He
not
did
in the
good and they're
land.
not.
He's not a landing guy, so that also makes him a target too. Sometimes.
Everybody always hates somebody who's doing better than them. It's just almost human nature. It's
Yeah,
kind
I
of-
think the people who criticize Jane, they're just a lot of it comes from jealousy, and also because they can't comprehend what he's talking about.
I know, and I can't, again, I don't know all the facts, so I can't speak too much about all these details. All I can say is when this whole COPA thing rolled out, I laughed. I didn't change anything, and they obviously didn't bat an eye at me. So I'm just speaking from my experience. And again, Nintendo is 0 to 99 playing video games. Are all these video game channels? There's a couple of them. They got worried. They panicked. They changed their course of action. But just because I play Call of Duty, which is a video game, does that mean my channel's aimed for kids? YouTube specifically asked me, black or white, are you making your content for kids? If I say no, keep the revenue going. If I say no, no worries. If I say yes, zero revenue.
Yeah, Brooks
That's
Brooks
something I'd
makes
have to have a one-on-one conversation before I could even speak on it, I guess, though.
Brooks makes two good points. He says I think the biggest change he made in his video production was actually putting himself on screen, because that helps show it's not to say. That's how
Yeah,
he explained it.
yeah.
This conversation is exactly the kind of thing that I can tell you guys he gets bugged about. People don't know all the people don't know all the details, and I myself didn't know all the details. And then one day when I commented on one of his video reviews, he he actually he actually responded to my comments, and he mentioned the reason why Lego has their price discrepancy between Shop at Home and the retailers. He told me the reason why Lego deliberately overcharge at the Lego store, and why they have and why the retailers have planned sales dates of 20% off. Like, normally after a set gets released, you'll see it about 1 month later for about 20% off on Amazon. And so the way Jane articulated that to me was like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's incentivizing you to go to the retailers, so that the retailers can get their money, because the retailers pay big dollars worth of contracts to the Lego group to get the rights to sell Lego. And
Big contract, right?
delving I started delving into that um into that process more, and I realized it's exactly what the model train companies do with their retail partners. Because, for example, Buixar on his Trains Are Fun channel talks about all the time. He always buys Bachmann model trains. There are many manufacturers that he buys from, but Bachmann is probably the biggest. He gets all of his Bachmann model trains from Train World, because a Bachmann has a retail contract with Train World where Bachmann deliberately overcharge on their own website as an incentive for you to buy from Train World instead, because Train World, I believe, in their retail contract charges about 2/3 of what Bachmann charge on their website, and it's not all a greedy Bachmann. It's actually part of the retail contract Bachmann has with Train World. So I'm guessing a similar practice to with what Lego has with Toys R Us in Canada, Walmart in the USA, Kmart Australia in Australia, and Smith's Toys in the UK. It's a similar principle, and it works.
So in a nutshell, you're telling me Toys R Us has to pay whatever rough numbers, we don't know. They have to pay $50,000 for this Lego contract to sell Lego in their store. Therefore, they put it on sale because the margins are that much of a difference in order to make that money back, that 50 grand back. Okay, sweet. So now we know the margins that Lego's dealing with, and now we know how much Lego's gouging us. That's awesome.
Well, no, it's not that Lego is gouging us. It's that they are deliberately charging in their own stores as an incentive for you to go buy Lego products from their retail partners, because they want their retail partners to keep renewing the sales contract. And if people bought from Lego Direct, they wouldn't be buying from the retailers, and therefore the retailers will say, hang on, we don't want to sell your product anymore. We're not going to renegotiate this sales contract. Bye bye.
So if they did that though, and we all had to buy Lego just through Lego, wouldn't
Then
that mean
Lego,
gets all of Walmart's
then
Lego?
Lego would lower their prices in store, but they set their prices high in
What do you mean if
store
they didn't?
to get you to buy from the retailers.
I'd have to know how much these retailers are paying for their contract.
And also
No,
the retailers pay more money for
Feels
an
like
order of one set
runaround.
if they negotiate that price. Well, if they negotiate the sale of that set in their contract with Lego to be a retail exclusive, because everyone knows that Walmart and Target and Toys R Us and Smith's Toys and Big W in Australia and Kmart Australia in Australia has their exclusive sets because they negotiate in their contracts the right to be the exclusive carrier of that set in any given country.
Well, part of it is also, I'm almost positive that when Lego sells their sets to Walmart and Target and wherever, that especially for the big retailers, is probably close to like 60 or 70% markup. So like,
Yeah, which
so
allows themselves to do a 50% off clearance sale 3 times a year,
and they can still make a profit even at that loss. So like, so even if they're selling it for 50%, they're still making money. They're never.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that means Lego is selling it.
But they have to keep their prices at Lego the same as retail. Otherwise, then the retailers are going to get upset because then it cuts into their profits.
Yeah, which is why Lego Direct they deliberately overcharge so that they get you to buy from the retailers, those who pay contracts to Lego.
So I guess in a nutshell, like we'll use Toys R Us. Is Toys R Us paying Lego without selling anything? Is Toys R Us paying Lego $100,000 a year, rough number, to sell Lego on their shelves and then be able to discount that Lego at 50%?
Yes.
Okay. That's what
because for example, in the US, Walmart and Target, they get to a certain sales threshold, or they get to a certain time of life on the shelf. If they can't sell it by then so that they can write it off as a charitable donation to get tax breaks, they send it all to the thrift stores like a Goodwill and Bargain Hunt and Treasure Hunt and Second in Charles and Tuesday Morning, etc. All of those. It's different. It's a different thrift stores for different regions of the USA.
This conversation makes Lego look extra dodgy.
But the reason they end up sending all of the sets that they can't sell to the thrift stores is because they can write that off and get tax breaks for it, because they're not going to sell a Lego set for 90. They're not going to sell a Lego set for 90% off, because then they would be losing money.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite what Mayo is saying though exactly, because with the way it usually works with retail is it's not that they pay Lego a amount of money to sell Lego. It's more of you have to purchase a certain amount of sets to have the right to sell Lego. And by selling,
they have to
so like if you buy a 100,000 units, like if you're basically guaranteeing from Lego that you're gonna buy 100,000 units from us, but we're gonna sell it to you at 30% of retail, and so they're like, so Lego's making their 30% of the cost automatically to all these different retailers, which is a boatload of money to them, and so when they mark it down 20%, they're taking a loss on some of that profit, but they're still making a 50% profit on, they're still making good money. But the thing is though, those retailers are stuck with all that inventory if they don't sell it, The good thing about Lego is that, like, if you clearance it out, it just flies off the shelf. Like, you start dropping it 20-30%, people just scoop it off the shelf like it's a pandemic. You know what I mean?
But Walmart or anywhere, it flies off the shelf. deal. Yeah.
So that's why the retailers like Lego so much, is that they know that even if they guarantee themselves selling that much inventory, that they know that
10%.
they're still going to make money. They're still going in the long run. They're going to make way more money than they purchased the product for.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because when Lego sells, because when Lego sells a 40-foot shipping container worth of product to the retailers, they're going to have their cake and eat it too at the wholesale price. And then the retailers, when they sell the tens of thousands or the hundreds of thousands of copies of any given set, they're going to have their cake and eat it too, because they're going to sell it at the retail price. And they know that Lego sells well, and they know that Lego sells at its peak when they put the sets on sale for just enough where they still make a profit, because they're not going to lose out. They're not going to lose out. And the reason why a retailer would purchase in purchase in tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands quantity is because it's a guaranteed, because it's a guaranteed,
It will sell.
it's a guaranteed wholesale profit for Lego because of the sale. And also, when the more sets you buy, that means two things. One, you have enough capital to invest in buying the sets to sell them, because you know that you're gonna make yours, and whatever you don't sell and end up sending away to the thrift stores, that negative expense is still not going to mean that you make a loss, because they wouldn't sell a certain set if they knew they were going to make a loss, because Lego people like to buy Lego. And so the more sets you buy, the cheaper the cost of, the cheaper the wholesale contract is at a per set cost, because Lego would go to the retailers and say, hey, you can buy 10,000 copies of this set for this price, but if you buy 100,000 copies of this set, we'll sell it to you per set cheaper, because you're buying more quantity.
You're buying in bulk.
Yeah. The big boys make bank on the volume that they
quantity. Okay.
Yeah. So like it's just because like it's guaranteed money. So Lego says, yeah, we'll sell it to you cheaper because you're guaranteed money. You're basically, the amount of Lego that Walmart, Target must sell every year is astronomical compared to like what the retailers at the Lego stores make, because there's so many in Chicagoland alone, there's probably more Walmarts, just in Chicagoland than in half the states. So there are Legos. Like there's that's a lot of retail shelf,
And just seeing it a lot of times at Christmas, people just, what do I get for a Christmas present? They see it, they just grab it. They're not going to go just to a Lego store just to get Lego. Yeah. I get it. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Papa.
This conversation went deep. Good day, Richard.
Papa.
Just when you thought it was safe.
Copa and Jang to Lego screwing us over to retailers to.
And whether you know it or not, this is all economics, and that's the bread and butter of me and Buick Hive talking about economics on a Lego live stream, or talking about taxes on a MacroBricks live stream.
Yeah. It just always seems at first glance, again, you got to know the details, but always seems at first glance, it's always harder than it needs to be. It's always made more difficult than it needs to be,
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have bothered to do all that research if Jang hadn't explained it so well to me, because I was like, because I came into that having a more
I went down
cynical.
this rabbit hole,
Because
man.
I would have come into this argument a year ago having the cynical point of view, but when Jang said what he said to me, it totally changed my whole viewpoint, and it totally changed my opinion to where I completely understand why Lego prices what they are. But so now that I know the reason why Lego charges more at their stores than the retailers, it's to get you to buy from the retailers. Now I've moved all of my anger towards sets that retailers don't sell, because Walmart.
I was going to say I'll never buy another set from Lego store unless it's exclusive.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
Fuck
I'm
you,
going.
Lego.
Exactly. The only sets I'm going to buy from Lego are exclusives, because I can buy the modulars from
Discount.
other
Oh, yeah.
department stores.
Barnes
in
and Noble sells
Australia.
them.
Yeah, because the Maya Corporation sells. Well, they are an upscale retailer in Australia, spelled MYER, which is different from the Maya in the US, which is spelled MIER.
Oh no, it's
Maya
GHER. Yeah, it's yeah.
Maya MYER sell.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I get all of my modular sets from.
Yeah.
So
We went to the retail. How do we dial this back
I
to the Copa?
always wait for their end of financial year sales when they put the modulars on sale, and I can get a good $50 off any given a modular. And in the end of financial year sales, that's where. So I'll wait after my birthday. I'll gather all of my money that I would have gotten for my birthday, and I'll wait for end of financial year sales to wait till I can get the modulars at a cheaper price. So I end up gifting myself a birthday present 3 months later, because I wait for the sales, because they're not exclusive. But the Daily Bugle and the UCS Luke's Landspeeder in Australia are exclusives to the Lego store. That's not the case in other areas of the world, because I've seen people in the US buying the Daily Bugle from Walmart, and I believe it was a very limited supply that Walmart got, because Walmart don't normally like to sell sets at that high price range. Like,
Yeah.
there's a reason they never sold the UCS Millennium Falcon, because what Walmart shopper comes into a store with $800 in their pocket?
That's the retail side. I'd like to get back to the Copa side. The conversation we had about people wigging out, and was it that big of a deal? Now, I get Gang's the biggest one, but he's not the end-all, be-all. And there might be a little bit of a plain talk with Brixie going down to Chicago. Another person would have some good insight on this whole. Do I gotta freak out and change exactly what I'm doing, and do I gotta get off YouTube and start going to Twitter and all that stuff, or what? Alex Nunes, there's another good one. There's actually a lot of people in Germany and Netherlands that are just as big. They might even be bigger than Jang by now, to be honest.
But they're not.
Yeah.
I
found that guy.
They're not on YouTube. They're on Pinterest and Flickr instead. So not as many people know about them. If they were, if those people were on YouTube, they would blow Jang out of the water.
There's a guy. The guy I was talking about, his name is Thomas Panke, like Panke, Panke, and he does stuff in German, but he has like 750,000 subscribers, and he does blue bricks and Lego and all sorts of stuff.
He sort of covers the whole board.
Yeah, he just covers whatever he feels like covering.
Can you imagine
True,
if
Triple B,
all
true.
if all those a great ball
Hey,
contraption
Matt, thanks for tuning in, man. Great
artists?
conversation we got going on. Much appreciated.
Yeah, a good night, Matt. Because could you imagine if all of those great ball contraption artists in Europe had their own YouTube channels and they did live streams about them building their modules for their great ball contraptions? That would attract over 1,000 concurrent views for a live stream because people love great ball contraptions. Any
Yeah, like
good
that one guy.
any
BK
good
Brickworks?
any good Lego
I think
convention
so.
has a great ball contraption mock.
That's a good point. What's that one guy? BK Brickworks.
JK Brickworks. He's an
JK,
Australian
there you go.
designer, and I believe he's had 2 or 3 Lego idea sets because people respect him as a builder.
Oh yeah, he's jumped up and proceeded this
already.
overhand monorail. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I have his plans for that.
nice. He's
Yeah,
at
yeah,
862,000.
because he's got that set on the Bricklink designer program as well, doesn't he?
I guess in a nutshell, the whole conversation was when YouTube said that whole Copa thing, did really any Lego YouTubers have to change their course of action? Matt was saying Jang did because his revenue went to 0. Did his revenue go to 0 that day because no rules were put into place and he just changed it to prevent something from happening? Or
I think it's because YouTube overcorrected their algorithm once the FTC laid down the law to them.
So no youngins were watching Jang anymore.
I see we've got Triple D Honey and Journal
There's
of the
just so many
Shots here.
parts to this puzzle. There's so many questions I'd have to sit down and talk to people to be able to wrap my head around it, to actually speak about it.
Hey, Triple D Honey and Journal of the Scots.
Flicker's still around. What up, Journal?
Triple D Honey says you can say the same thing about Hot Wheels or even Coke and Pepsi. Walmart buys in bulk for a cheaper price.
Yeah.
True. I guess that's the ultimate argument or debate of the conversation is what is the best stream or channel to go down, so to say? Like, should I be putting effort into YouTube? Should I be putting effort into Twitch? Should I be putting effort into Twitter? You know, like what am I supposed to be doing?
I think it's easier to get monetized on Twitch and TikTok, but not as many people watch Twitch as YouTube. And the reason why TikTok is probably more popular than YouTube right now is because it's short burst, high intensity content.
Yeah, TikTok's lame though.
Yeah, I don't like TikTok because I don't agree with their philosophy, so I'm not on it. But it's easier to get discovered on TikTok nowadays. The only reason why YouTube is still number 1 and not TikTok is because of the longer form content, and there's more of a variety of video formats on YouTube compared to Twitch or TikTok. Because it's almost like Twitch said, "Hey, YouTube
Just 'cause
live
it's easier.
streams. YouTube live streams are really popular. Why don't we form our own company for live streams all the way back in 2010?" And then TikTok would have said, "Hey, does anyone remember when Vines were popular? What if we reinvented Vines but made them better?" And there's no denying that TikTok as a company is more profitable than Vines were ever. Because does anyone remember Vines? Because I do. I never watched
a little bit.
Vines.
Which one was
I
Vine?
never watched Vines, but I remember people talking about them.
It was like the pre-age TikTok.
Yeah, because I know there are people out there that were on Vines, but when Vines stopped being popular, they left. I can imagine there were people who uploaded on Vines, but then re-uploaded on TikTok once TikTok took over.
Was Vine the one where they had the like shows that were like a couple minutes long episodes? Was that
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah,
And
I
the
have
reason-
no idea about that one.
And the reason why they were called Vines is because Vines creators would deliberately make videos that was like a concurrent concurrent series of videos that you could watch all in a row, and so the algorithm would set it up to where you're watching one video after another from the same Vines creators that ends up that the effect of a binge watching creates the effect of a chain link or a grapevine, which is where Vines would come from.
I get it.
I do.
Papa's
I
Brick
will. I
has
will
to go
sum it
to
up
bed.
because I like.
Take it easy, Papa Brick.
Sorry, James. Go ahead.
I was just telling Papa Brick to have a good evening.
Was he leaving already? Taking off?
Rich.
Working 6 hours. Hey, man, I appreciate you hanging in there and checking us out when you got to work in 6 hours. I will say, if sum up my conversation or my thoughts, is just because it's easier doesn't mean it's better. What summed it up for me real quick is I can go Google, speaking of which, Google, YouTube is the second biggest search engine out there. And I can go Google how many users are on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and all that stuff, right? So on Twitch, I think there's let's say there's 4.8 million people signed up. On YouTube, there's 12.7 million, whatever it is, right? And again, which one am I going to focus on? I can only choose one. Which one am I going to focus on?
I'm gonna do YouTube because I love doing live streams, but that's not the only content I like doing.
I just think humanity is kind of fragile in general. Humans are fragile and get their hands up in the air over nothing in general.
Simply said, people get in the bind.
Yeah,
I'm
for
gonna
what?
see if the Vines app is still available.
Hey, yeah, that's a good question, actually.
See, all I'm getting is best of Vines.
And why would
Oh,
it still be up?
they have an app for the Major League Gaming account. I might want to check out this app actually. Does anyone remember a Major League Gaming memes?
No. But I like these conversations, man. They're they let you expand your mind and think about stuff maybe you normally wouldn't.
It's all about deep thoughts.
Deep thoughts, exactly.
Does anyone remember those Twitch live streams where people would then make reaction videos about them, and they'd put the air horn and images of PepsiCo and Frito-Lay products as an overlay, and they'd have the diff of Snoop Dogg from Smoke Weed Every Day as an overlay as well, with the air horn in the background. That was what the Major League Gaming memes were.
Yeah.
That was Major League Gaming.
Deep thoughts with macro bricks. Well, that was a quick 30 seconds. So how you guys doing out there?
Squirrel.
Squirrel and goldfish all in one. That's funny, Eric. I thought about that today. I was driving home actually after work. I was like, man, I didn't even answer those comments. And I thought to myself, I am such a squirrel and a goldfish. I'm answering comments on YouTube and an ad pops up. Oh, I got to click over here. And all of a sudden, none of the comments get answered.
Yeah.
Redundant.
Real life squirrel and goldfish.
Squirrel.
Oh, that's funny. No, I'm just a curious cat. So I answer these questions not because I'm necessarily trying to debate everyone. I ask these questions because I don't know, and I am that curious that I really want to know. Oh, there they are. Oh, dig a little bit deeper about this stuff too. That's interesting.
Okay, I've just discovered the Major League Gaming sound effects app, and it's awesome. It's really awesome.
Sound effects app. What?
Yeah, for Major League Gaming, and one of them is one of the time cards from SpongeBob.
12 seconds later.
That's funny.
That's awesome. Actually, no, I have no. Actually, I have. I can play a sound effect that sums up my my emotions right now.
You're up.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Do not point that one out to Matt. We don't need the extra sounds.
Sorry. It's a new Alexa white noise sound.
Matt has a good system with his setup of his sounds. How he can play them all on the fly like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm crinkling bags. Sorry.
He just had odd timing for some of them.
Yeah, sorry. I try to mute my mic most of the time when I'm doing it, but sometimes I forget.
Eric, I told you before, the crinkling of the bags and the shuffling through the bricks, that's music. We're all block lovers.
Yeah, what they
Why not-
call that, ASMR or something?
Well, I need to the white noise sound effects you can do on Alexa. I need to like record them and loop them, just and then do like you could have like light sort, medium sort, heavy.
Medium sort. That's funny.
Now,
Heavy sort.
even though I bought my first Star Wars set in 14 years this year, I don't have any plans for buying sets with Chewbacca in them.
Uh-oh, is Greg in the house?
Great, Chewy.
It's funny, Greg.
Yeah, that's what they do. There's no doubt about it. Greg is the butt of the joke 90% of the time on Matt's stream. So.
Oh yeah, that poor guy. I almost want to get in there sometimes and stick up for him.
Well, I'm not sure who picks on him more, Matt or me.
He's not slow. He's just thoughtful, precise,
Methodical.
perfectionist.
Oh, hang on.
Methodical.
Hang on. Did somebody say D's nuts?
What's going on? Everyone's crawling around this computer. What's going on? Everyone's crawling around this computer. I think we maybe need oxygen.
Yes. Hold one. Oh shit! No! He's nuts. No!
This app is awesome. I'm gonna be playing with this app all day long now.
Oh,
That's a bumper sticker here in Canada.
I guess Mayo's not getting any homework done today.
Yeah, I guess not. Eh? Sorry, Mayo. Go ahead and swing on these nuts.
As I mentioned, I said I'd added as many a set since the last time I showed you. I've got like 10 of the Speed Champion sets now.
Nice. You want to show us again?
Jeez.
Not right now.
Nice. Hey, we'll hit you up next time. No worries. No worries.
Just think of it this way. Unlike Eric, who fights to put the stickers on, I don't do stickers.
Yeah, very select few times I do. I usually don't do the stickers either.
I do them all.
Eric sits in the middle of the stream. He gets through half the car. Oh, God, stickers.
I hate stickers.
That's the one command I got on for him.
Yeah.
Tell him to be quiet and put the stickers on.
So then, Eric, do you generally leave your sets fully put together and put them in like Tupperware totes or something, or do you still take them apart?
I put them in boxes.
Okay.
Yeah. I still have a lot like right here. I have a lot together here. So.
Oh, I just found something that's
Easy.
a throwback. Does anyone know what 9 plus 10 is?
9 plus 10? Yeah, that's 19, isn't it?
No, 9 plus 10 equals.
You can customize your.
What was that?
Sorry, that was just an ad. Sorry. But does anyone else remember when Windows XP came out in 2003?
Dude, I can't remember what happened
I
3 days ago.
I have so much nostalgia because when I went to primary school, which is elementary school, in 2006, Windows XP was the thing, and that was before that was the year before Windows 7 came out. So I have a lot of nostalgia for the da 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 da. That's an ear-rape version.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to use those in all of my live streams now.
Yeah, I remember when it all started.
A lot of you guys could probably go remember AOL messages and Windows 95.
Well, Mayo, I was born in 1966, so yeah.
You show me your boobies later.
And remember when the World Wide Web came out in 1991? That changed the world forever.
Was that a hard no or what? Oh, okay. It's not a definitive no. Chalk that up on the win board.
I'm going to have to leave in 10 minutes so I can go do my homework. So I'm going to boot up my laptop and get the da-da-da-da-da. No, just kidding.
Yeah, man. You know, Mayo, I love having you, but I'd hate to see you stressed out from leaving that homework to the last minute. It reminds me of me in high school.
Yeah, because I've got to finish my maps, and I'm going to try and make time to do write 2,000 words today, because I can listen to some hauling and bowling, and then Blixing is doing his live stream in 4 hours, so I'll do some more homework to that.
Nice. No, that's one of the reasons why I like Bricklock that much more. He's a teacher, and all my teachers said I sucked, but Bricklock hasn't said that once, so I feel like that's a win.
By comparison, all of my teachers believed in me, and so that's why I am where I am.
That's funny. Most of my teachers told me I wasn't going to amount to anything in life.
I can fix that for you if you want, Macro, but you know.
Well, I can hate you too.
Well, actually, I have my own classroom now, and if no one's in that room, I can go and teach everyone a thing or two about sports.
Yeah, I used to have a friend that he would always joke. He'd be like, "It's like you know, like George Washington was like the 5th president of the United States. Like, what are you talking about? On Wikipedia, it says that. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, don't worry, well, in about 5 minutes, everything was like.
Funny. Oh man, my teachers didn't like me because I didn't buy into their program.
You didn't conform.
Yeah, I got this weekend homework all the damn time, and I told my teacher, like, dude, like honestly, man, like I'm trying to be honest and then like heartfelt. I don't got time to do these weekend assignments. They're like it's extra. Like I did all my work during school. I did all my homework during the week. What's this weekend assignment for?
Yeah, you're
He's
cribbing
like,
my
well, what do
style.
you got to do? Like, what? You can't do your homework? You got something better to do? I was like, guy, I got a part-time job. I got to pay my parents' rent. My parents told me rent at age 14, for those of you who don't know. He's like, straight up told me, he's like, I don't believe students should have a part-time job. You should focus on your studies. I was like, sweet, man. Why don't you go tell my parents that? You got mad at me.
Steve Weiser is back, and if you want to put me on full screen, this is my classroom.
Like,
I
I
know, I'm
honestly don't got time to do your homework. He's like, you're not going to amount to much in life because your boss isn't going to chase you around for your homework. I looked him square in the eyes. I was like, you're absolutely right. That's why I'm going to amount to everything in life. So you're going to be getting paid overtime working the weekends. What are you talking about, guy? Get out of my classroom. Okay, man.
Steve Weiser says my dog ate my homework.
So just wait a day and a half, you'll get it back.
If you wanna put me on full screen, I can show you my whiteboard.
See, I was at least smart enough to think ahead. I won't get my homework back from my dog because the wind blew it away. I took it out of the binder and the wind blew it away.
I had a colleague, I kid you not, that like a kid did that and said like my dog ate my homework and he handed him a Ziploc bag.
That's awesome. A bag of shit. Here you go.
I was like, no, the teacher handed the kid the bag.
Oh, that's funny. Go get your homework then.
Like to prove that the dog ate it.
Oh, I'd get kicked out of class again because I'd come back with a bag of shit and I'd stick paper in there just like rub it around and prove it, right? What do you got there, Mayo? Is this like the NFL football play-by-play or what?
No, this is a scheme that I've devised for Aussie rules football, but with the power of my whiteboard eraser, I can completely erase everything and draw up plays for association football and rugby and the NFL and ice hockey and basketball if I wanted to, or baseball.
Is this your side hustle? Is this how you make cash on bets on the side or what?
No, I just like talking about offensive. Well, I just like talking about the X's and O's with my sports friends, and so I was like, well, I need a whiteboard. I had a whiteboard the size of an A3 piece of paper, but I was like, you know what, I need an actual whiteboard that is at least 1 meter tall, and so now I have it.
So where are you now? You're obviously not in your bedroom anymore.
No, I'm in what is supposed to be a lounge room, but it's more because we don't have a basement. We just have a bunch of junk in here right now. We've had a bunch of junk in here for the past decade. Ever since we got rid of our old tattered couches and we moved recliners and armchairs in here, there hasn't been a couch in this room for nearly a decade now. So we just use it for storage, not really as a lounge room, but we can if we wanted. But the reason we don't is because we already have a couch in our combination living room, dining room, and kitchen, and home office as well. It's a very multi-purpose room that I'm not going to go out to right now because my sister is watching Aussie rules football and she's yelling and screaming.
Random question. Do you have a basement in your house?
No, because in Australia, our foundations of houses are strong enough where we don't need basements. The only reason a house would have a basement...
slab on the ground or what?
the only reason a house would have a basement is because they need to have structural support underneath the house so that it doesn't collapse in on the soil. So they need to prop up the house with proper construction material. And so that's why a lot of houses in the Midwest and the East Coast of the US have a basement, but that's not necessarily the case in the Bayou and the West Coast.
Yeah, it's interesting up here because we do basements, but all the commercial buildings, they get built on a slab on top of the ground. We do basements just for the extra room up here and the frost heave. Gotta go 4 feet down.
Here it's more the frost line than it is. Because here the frost line is about a little over 2 feet. So if you do a slab, it can cause havoc to, pipes and things and whatnot. So they usually do it as a frost barrier. So
I've got my whiteboard markers. I've got my dry eraser, and I've got my moving magnet. So I can move wherever I want, and the moving magnets are meant to represent the X's and O's.
it's cool, man.
So I could be a John Madden type person if I wanted to. RIP.
He's like,
Oh,
boom.
yeah.
Yeah.
Online off-grid betting with that board there.
Because this is more up the Canadian alley.
The ball.
But this is more up the Canadian alley. But if you can get a triangle offense with only one defender and the goaltender in the way, you can make a triangle around that loose defender if you can get in front of the others to where it's not in an offside position. That means the defender go in a hesitation mindset, and it's more easier for a forward to get open and smack that puck into the goal without the shot being blocked or contested. You want to get a triangle offense going in ice hockey to score a goal, and basketball teams used to do a triangle offense all the time, but now you're more likely to rely on your 3-point shooting or the pick and roll game. And the more and more, as the older American football gets, the more and more teams like to do the West Coast offense. Not as many people do the air raid anymore. And in association football, not as many people play a false 9 striker anymore, and not as many teams play a holding defensive midfielder anymore either. The schematics haven't really that much in the 2 rugby codes because they just defend in a straight line.
So, Mayo, as out of the norm, I'm just curious: are people in Australia as gung ho about American sports as you, or are you just kind of like a phenomenon?
Well, you'd be surprised about how many people in Australian sports media make references to American sports because of how much more it's been marketed over the past decade. Because nowadays,
the sports scene just suck.
Because nowadays the NBA is more popular than the NBL, which the NBL is the National Basketball League of Australia, and the NBA is the National Basketball Association of North America, obviously. But because of how well the NBA has marketed itself internationally, people in this country care more about American basketball than Australian basketball. The only people that still care about Australian basketball in this country are old people. All of the young people who are hip to the jive, they don't even know what the hell the NBL is, because the NBA is where it's at.
All right, so Mayo's a hipster, so that's official.
Yeah, I don't watch the NBL. but I keep tabs with it. But I'm never going to go to. I prefer to watch NBA on television more than the NBL on television, and even then, I don't watch a lot of NBA on television unless the Lakers are any good. But I'm such a sucker for the NFL that I'd gladly wake up at 2:30 a.m. on a Monday morning just to watch the 1 p.m. game on Sunday.
Wow.
That's crazy how North American sports, Hollywood, our subculture, I shouldn't say our, but North American subculture, it's funny how it reaches that far across the world.
Yeah, it transcends.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Go America.
Yeah, and if there's any Australians in the chat that keep up with the AFL, those are the only people who would know what the hell this is. But this is a scheme that combines the Wiggles web, the Hawthorne bubble, and the Orange tsunami all in one scheme.
No clue what any of that was.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Which is why it's irrelevant to probably 99% of everyone. But that's my
North American sports are taking hold.
But that's the pride and joy of my sports classroom right now.
Go America.
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 It's America.
I tell you, from being a few other places in the world, American sports are just about everywhere.
Ah, damn it! I gotta do a reboot. So I'm gonna go now, and I'm gonna have to do a reboot update on my computer before I start doing homework. It was great talking to you guys for the past 2 hours.
Yeah.
You too, man. Great hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you before the weekend's over.
Yeah. See ya. Bye.
See you, man.
It's just James and Eric and I. Right on, right on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, I appreciate these conversations we have on some of these streams.
Mayo's a very cool dude.
Yeah,
I
he
had
is.
the fact that he's still a kid.
Yeah, 21. Well, that's a good point. He's like, what, 21 now?
Yeah.
Another good person that fits that category, James, is T-Mog 217. He lives in Calgary, same city I do, and we've actually hung out many a times and just gone around town, gone out for lunch. That is another very mature fella for his age. I think he just turned 18, and that guy has come across more mature than I'd say probably 45-50% of the YouTubers that are like my age and older.
You mean
Very
the
down-
children of the children?
What's that, sorry?
I said, you mean the children of the children?
The children of the children. I don't know. I'm always humbled by that when people aren't so squirrely, if you will. They're kind of down to earth, humble. Jacob's a very humble guy. Mayo's a very humble guy.
All right.
Yeah.
Time for a medium sort here.
Yeah, we should done it. I
need,
need two more.
Oh, we should market the Lego white noise. I'm telling you.
Just make like a track, a record of it. Just be like,
yeah, we could have like brick separating sounds, from different like plates and tiles, and
that sounds like almost as good business idea as our blue bricks there we had.
Yeah.
I feel like bricks over myself.
Well, I think the only issue really with marketing blue bricks in the United States is like, I think it would be very popular, but I think the demand would be too high. I don't know if they could keep up with it.
We got Be Fabulous. How's it going, Be Fab?
Oh, it's going all right. How's it going for you?
Good, man. I'm actually getting something done today besides just falling asleep.
You know what's funny? So I was gonna immediately join your stream, and then I just fell asleep, and I just literally woke back up, and I'm like, I hope they're still going.
Oh, that damn vodka got me.
This time it's rum, but yeah, no, I just knocked out.
That'd be fair.
Right on, man. Well, good to see you. Good to hear from you.
Same.
Nice.
So are you not going to Chicago, or are you going to Chicago?
I want to go, but who knows? I can go and I want to go, but I don't want to say I'm 100% going, but that's the goal.
I can without saying too much, BFAB, I can feel your pain and sense your pain. I kind of got a little bit of the opposite problem. I don't know if I'm talking to a camera. Like to me, talking to a camera is a little bit like intimidating. But yeah, again, man, whatever I can do as a friend, as a fellow YouTuber, as a fellow Lego builder, anything I can do to not be pushy but help persuade you, I'm down.
I appreciate you, bro.
But yeah, man, it's all good, man.
Yeah, I'll be there because it's like super close.
I gotta go to one of these
We don't want
events.
to hear you live there.
Yeah, you have to go there. That's right.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mandatory.
Journal of Scott says BFAB being a while. What is the word on the street?
Is there a word on the street?
Is it bird? What? Oh.
Bird is a word. Bird.
Sounds about right.
You're asking me the wrong guy. You're asking the wrong guy. What is right? What is wrong? Yeah, no, it'll be quite the experience, quite the trek. I usually travel with my wife.
Yeah.
Now, when I travel with her, there's still like, I still got to keep my wits about me, right? But there's two eyes looking for all the signs, two eyes looking for all the turns. So honestly, me going to Chicago, travel like no problem leaving my city, getting on a plane. But when I land in Chicago, going from that big ass airport to finding my luggage to a cab to staying out of the bad areas to the hotel, I'm intimidated, man.
If you let me know when you're like landing, I can pick you up from the airport. And
hey, if you're kicking around, that'd be appreciated. But then I'm making you drive through Chicago more than you have.
Oh, no, the area that you're going through is not bad. I lived in Illinois for 14 years of my life, so like I know that area really well.
Yeah, Schaumburg is a very nice part of Chicago.
Schaumburg is considered nice. Now, if I compare it to where I'm at now, I'd be like, Schaumburg's all right. But no, there's nothing to worry about in Schaumburg. That's where all the rich people go and hang.
Yeah.
So how far is Schaumburg from, say, straight out downtown Skyrise, Chicago?
An hour, maybe? Is that accurate?
It's not an hour, but well, I mean, if you're driving and there's traffic, yeah. But if you took the L station, you could probably get downtown pretty quick. It just depends on the day.
I'm about to say, though, you don't really have the people from like Chicago going up and hanging in Schaumburg. Like, if you walk in Schaumburg, you could literally, like, I know back in 2018 when I first went to Brickworld, Chicago, I was literally just walking there casually on the street. There's nothing really to worry about in that area.
It's like its own little sub-city or suburb almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a suburb. Yeah, it's definitely a suburb. It's not downtown. Like, there's a giant mall right across the street from where Brickworld's going to be that has like everything, and there's like, I mean, it's its own. Yeah.
There's a lot to do in Schaumburg. There's a lot of stores. There's a lot of shopping areas around that like area. So,
well, strip clubs or what?
The funny thing is, so I haven't been in the Schaumburg area since like 2018. So, I don't know where the strip clubs are at. But if there is some, we'll find them.
Some people find them. Could be a fun time. So what do I do here? I'll screen something up.
With how many people that I know that are going, you know, we got to make sure it's like a enjoyable, fun time. So,
I think there's enough people going, and then every time I ask about it, people say, "Oh no, this person's going, it's all good, it's all good." So I'm super excited because even just the people living in the area that are going, I'm excited to meet. So it can't go wrong. That's how I look at it. It can't go wrong. It's Lego.
yeah, I mean that's the reason why like I feel like there's like 95% chance that I'm going because one, everyone from everywhere is showing up, right? And so if I don't go, it's such a missed opportunity to meet like the most amount of people like ever, you know?
True.
Like
Especially-
you
Yeah.
and T-Mog are coming from Canada. Potter Minifig Pals is coming from Australia. Tech is coming from the UK. Like all these guys that you probably wouldn't be able to meet everywhere else. Let me see. People that I know that are going. T-Mog, Stud City, Life Brick Studios, Cafe Con Lego, Emmasaurus, Ross, Holly on Film, M&R Productions, Sans Claire. That's not 67. There's like a lot of people. I need to write down my list again, but there's so many people that I know that are going. Like, it's just hard not to say yes and shy. Yeah, there's just I don't know. It's just gonna be a missed opportunity because I don't know if next year all those guys are gonna show up.
Yeah, true. That's the thing is what event we're going to.
Brickworld's a good time though. Chicago's a nice place to be.
It really is around that area, 100%.
And there's Bricks and Minifigs in Wheaton, which is like 15, 20 minutes from there. There's also
there's one in Wheaton, really?
Yeah, it's like it's really.
Is
close.
it good though?
Yeah, it's not bad. The one down in Romeoville is bigger, and the guys there are obviously they're much more involved in Brick World, but it's still good. It's a nice store. It's not like I said, it's a little smaller, but it's still good.
Epic.
They also have the Discovery Center there in Schaumburg, also, and then the Lego store in the mall right across the street. So
yeah, I mean, I think for most people, especially like I don't like adults. Again, that sounds like I'm shading you. Because I know you're an adult, but I don't know if that would really appeal to a lot of people though. Like you can go in their Lego store and just buy stuff, and they have some cool stuff sometimes,
Yeah, I'm down. I wouldn't say I'm on a budget, but I definitely am not going to be buying a whole lot of Lego while I'm there.
unless you see dwarves, and then you're gonna break the bank.
Well, I don't know. Like that's the thing is like, can I buy it on eBay right now? If I see that castle set from 2009, can I buy it on eBay right now for the same price, and if not cheaper than what it's going to be at Bricklink Chicago or Brickworld Chicago? Because the people
Probably.
there are making money.
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen one time ever that I've gone to a convention and been able to actually get a deal, and there's one seller that I knew that was literally selling stuff like eBay prices are a little bit cheaper. I still remember 2018, I went to the seller and he was selling a sealed classic space set for 80, right? And I'm like, oh, that's such a, hard thing to do, but it's $80. It's sealed like from 1975. And I first said no, and then I went back to get it after, and he was closing up his store. And I looked on eBay like a week later, and the set was going for over $200. So that's my biggest regret. He was selling it for 80.
Oh wow! So you got to know what you're buying.
Yeah. And so I'm just like, oh, I regret that so much because it's a sealed 1975 classic space set. And I had never seen that. And I was like freaking out. And I'm like, oh, but that's $80. I really want to spend that. I'm like, nah. And then the next day, I'm like, you know what I do? And he's like packing up this place. And I'm like, shoot. So.
Damn. Got a couple of brickheads up in there. I'm buying small sets or minifigures. Yeah, I'll be looking for a couple minifigures, a couple specific. I just want to say that Brent is still looking for his $2 back. We are going to address that probably in Chicago. I feel like that is going to have to be addressed in Chicago.
What happened?
What happened? Oh, Brent's just looking for his $2. I mean, it's not a big deal. Inside joke was absolutely hilarious. Side note, so I was watching Brixie yesterday. I took the day off work because I didn't really feel like going to work. So I took the day off work. I was watching Brixie random mid-afternoon stream. And randomly, Max from a couple of Bricks Heads just comes in and goes, but Brent's still looking for his $2 back. Oh, man, we started having a good time with it. So I threw Brixie $2. And then he started clicking his mouse. I was like, no, dude, you can't ban West Coast Bricks. You can't ban. He's awesome. And then all of a sudden Brixie's like, well, I'm sure he is awesome. So hopefully you got that on the clip, man. Max, hopefully you got Brixie on a video clip saying, yes, he is awesome. We got T-Mog up in here. T-Mog, how's it going?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good. And while we're giving some hellos, we'll say hello to Brick Hive. Yo, what up?
Hey, Hive.
In case anyone else wants up in here, we'll do one of those.
What's up?
That's Sean, and he got it nice, dude, man. As long as he got him saying, yeah, he is awesome. He is awesome. That's all you need, man. That's all you need, Sean. I guess Sean wasn't there to see it, but, man, it's epic. It's hilarious.
You gotta get high to Chicago.
I tried. I'm trying.
Like, what if we all just pitched in and like bought him a ticket?
How much we got to pitch in?
I don't know. I'd pitch in some.
How much does it take Hive to get to?
Yeah. What's the goal? What's the?
Like, are we all trying to pitch in to meet like a $2,000 maximum, or is this like a $500 ordeal here?
What's the
Saw the footage, nice.
I'll have to do like a GoFundMe for Hive to go to Chicago.
Oh man, yeah, it would. Same with a lot of these guys from Australia, New Zealand, brick scene, man. Oh, dude, if I could ever meet you.
Oh, brick scene would be fun to get to Chicago.
I'll kill myself laughing.
Oh my god.
$2 fuels a lot of hate. Hey, I'd kick someone in the shin for $2, no problem. You owe me $2, you ain't paying. Boom. A couple of brickheads says probably $1,000 for a flight and hotel if he shares a room. Well, I got the hotel. Anyone who needs a hotel, dude, I would sleep on the cement floor. So I'm pretty sure the carpet that they put in their hotel is going to be adequate, which means we got at least 2 beds up for grabs.
I got some bullet mattresses I could lend you guys.
There you go. Bring them up. When I get there, the trick is I'm going to hit them up for a cheap upgrade. So maybe they'll give me one of those rooms with a kitchen or something up in there. That would be epic, man. Just get a whole bunch of people up in there and have a good old hotel party.
Nice. You hoping to find any sets by any chance there, Mark?
No, right before you came in, we mentioned that. The only thing that I'm really looking, because again, those sets, like those guys are going there to offload their sets to make money. Could I buy that 2009 Castle set on eBay right now for cheaper? Oh, hello, came back. Could I buy those sets cheaper off eBay? Like, is it just hype buying them from there? But
yeah, literally, you're probably gonna get ripped off. I mean, you might be able to find deals that are, similar in price, or like, the one time where that guy literally was selling basically at resale, even for like retired sets or below. But there's not a lot of vendors that do that. Most of these guys want to make money. I was still like standing talking to the guy for like a couple hours the day before, and he's like, dude, I just want to break even. He's like, I don't even care. He's like, I love Lego. I love Lego fans. He's like, I just want to break even. And I'm like, dude, you're so cool.
Nice. So again, if you know what you're looking for and you know the product, you're good to go.
Yeah, you just got to know the value of the product, and I think that once you know the value of the product, you can determine if it's worth it. That being said, I rarely buy stuff at conventions where they're usually not worth it, but every once in a while I'll find a seller that's basically selling eBay prices or similar, and then I will buy stuff there. Like the Lord of the Rings pirate ship. I forgot what year, but I got a pretty good deal on that. I'd probably take $20 buying it at a convention.
I could see myself only picking up Toy Story or Ninjago spinners.
As long as you know the value, because you, in my opinion, don't get me wrong, we all love to hang and buy stuff at conventions, but buying it, like the hype, is going to kind of force you sometimes to pay more for something than you want to. I've seen it happen so many times.
Yeah, I'm going in there with the mentality of there's nothing that I really am looking for, right? I'm going in there with the mentality there's nothing I really need that I really want looking for. That's funny, Brickscene. Rich says I should be thankful someone's living up his streams for him. Well, that stream was pretty lit yesterday, man. He was I don't know if he knew what to do. Well, I tell you, we're gonna get this resolved in Chicago. I'm bringing $2.50 because the Canadian and American, but
how much is it going to take to get Brickscene to come to Chicago?
Ooh, that'd be a pricey one. That's an expensive flight, I feel like.
Yeah, but still cheap to Chicago. Chicago's a pretty cheap destination overall.
I think it depends where you're going, and where you're staying. I was going to say the Renaissance is like $200 a night.
Wow.
Oh,
$150.
Yeah, the hotels are expensive, but I mean the flight to Chicago's not bad.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I don't know Canadian American prices.
Yeah,
money is money.
A boot.
They're charging because it's a deal that they got with the whole Lego convention. They're charging. They said they got $158 a night is what they can secure your hotel room at.
Okay, so there's a discount. I don't know.
And there's going to be at least one day during that week when I'm sitting by that pool with a lineup of tequila shot glasses behind me.
Hell yeah.
At least one day I got to be by that pool.
You got to have fun with alcohol,
Dude, that would be awesome. That'd be awesome, Rich.
Rich, you should just, you'll find a way to get there, right? Just picture planning a vacation a month,
There's no time like the present, Rich. Come on, what the hell?
You can afford it.
Come on.
If you can't just, sell everything you out. No, I'm kidding.
Zizu says Brent's on the East Coast. I thought they were all on the West Coast. Oh, there we go. You'll clear it up now. How's it going, Sean? Oh, wait, did it add you? It added you. Where you at?
Good. How are you guys?
We're getting late here, and I'm going to cut out.
All right, James, man.
There we go.
Right
on, Rick Sargent.
Hey, man.
Cheers, buddy.
Good to meet you, Macro. What's up, BFAB?
You too.
Let me open my tab. Oh, hey, how's it going? A couple of brickheads.
What up? Yeah, man, this Brixie thing is just taking a life of its own. It's so funny. It's just
I don't even know if he knows. Like I kind of mentioned it to him a little bit, but he even when he was on the stream yesterday, he's like, "Dude, someone has to shed some more light on this." Because he started to laugh at it and kind of take it on a little bit.
Okay.
I don't think he has a clue.
Yeah, and honestly, behind the scene, like there's no real like beef. It's just Brent got so bent out of shape that he didn't answer his question. And if you know Brent, and BFAB, you know him a little bit from the show or whatever, but he is like seriously the nicest guy you'll ever meet. And the fact that Brent got like bent out of shape about something, I had to lean into it. I had to.
That's funny.
just to troll Brent a little bit, but yeah, it's just funny, and the hope is that more people join in and keep asking him where's Brent's $2. It's just such a ridiculous plot line.
Well, that's funny. Well, I told Brent, Max straight up today, thoroughly entertained. Like I just found you guys probably 2 months ago, and ever since, thoroughly entertained.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, it's a grind, you know, but we're enjoying it. We just hit like 300, which is a big deal for us. And that's without any kind of big push or promotion or anything. It's just kind of the slow and steady way. And guys like BFAB and, you know, some of the other well-known creators in the space have taken a chance and come on. And obviously that's helped get eyeballs on everything. And
I mean,
yeah.
I had fun, so I'm always down to come on whenever you guys want me to. So I had fun.
Yeah, it was that, and that's the deal, right? And Macro, we'd love to have you on too. It's just dudes talking about Lego, you know. That's just us, and we have a loose format, but you see it devolves very quickly into whatever's going on. So, you know, but I do like having a little bit of structure with some of the segments, and like this Brent thing, for example. I want to find more of those, you know.
Yeah.
And BFAB gave us some great tips too. We got to do better at like clipping stuff out and making little segments shorter and stuff like that. But you know, we do have our stuff that we try to hit every week. But I want to just look for more. And I don't know if it has to be edgy, but maybe edgy stuff just to, you know, give people a reason to check it out versus, you know, some of the other stuff that's going on. So
yeah, I mean, I think it's sorry.
I was gonna say, if you want someone to poke fun at, you know, about every other week, you can come over here and hit the screen record button, and you might get something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, I'm subbed to you now and saw this, and I'm here, man. It's early for me. So to clarify, Brent is about 45 minutes from an hour to Columbus. So he lives in Columbus, Ohio. Max is up in Bay Area, and I'm in LA area. So it's like 2/3 of us is California.
Okay.
So Brent's going to drive over. We're all going to Brick World. We rented a suite, not at the Renaissance, because by the way, it's sold out. We looked a couple months ago, it was sold out. We got a space with like 2 bedrooms and da-da-da-da. We're staying with Monano Productions, Ryan. So that should be a fun room.
Yeah, it will. I'm canceling my hotel room already. Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna try to. I want to try to. BFAB, you've been to this thing, or all you guys? Question for all of you, like,
Yeah.
Is there ever? I might have asked you this already, dude, but like, is there ever like an official after party? Do these people ever go like have beverages after this, or does everybody just?
It depends. So when I first went there, I think I was 19 years old, so I couldn't drink. But I think that like at night I think there's a bar in the Renaissance where you can just get drinks. So
There will be after parties in all different locations.
Well, I'll make one. I'll go find a liquor store and just go get like a piece.
Well, my uncle owns one of this pizza joint that I believe is like a short walk in one of those plazas over there. So I'm trying to make something happen there. So I'll keep you guys in the loop. I don't want to ask him for anything for like free or whatever. I just want to see if like he could do a deal where you like show the badge and you get.
What's the name of the restaurant? I live in Illinois.
Oh, Moretti's.
Oh, okay, I haven't been there, but I'll try it.
Yeah, it's a Chicagoland chain. I think he's got like 10 of them. And by the way, it's not just a pizza place. It's like a sports bar first, you know, and it happens to have pizza. It's pretty sick. So like, I'm hoping we can put something together there. Just like show your badge and get X off of drinks, or you know, $2 Bud Lights, or you know what I mean. Like I want to get some kind of deal to draw some people in there, but I'm working on it. I want to throw him some business, but at the same time I realize like we're gonna need to provide a deal to get people out. Yeah, so like
nice.
Be cool to do a pod from there too if we could somehow, but then I don't want to overcomplicate it.
So I guess then the other big question would be T-Mog.
Yeah.
What's that passport front working on you?
T-Mog.
Well, I should be hearing back. Like they should be sending my mom an email within Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. So
okay, if not Monday and Tuesday, we're gonna pressure you a lot, T-Mog. Okay.
Pressure me? No, pressure the government.
Yeah, man, that's a hard lesson.
You're up in Canada trying to get your.
Yeah, I got all. I sent in the application all the way on February 1st, and it should have been here by now.
I'm about to say, I'm like, yo, Timo, you better go. But if you don't show up,
I can't help it. It's literally out of my hands.
we will go to Canada and beat up the government. Not
Hey,
actually.
I'll be right behind you.
Trudeau, where are you at right now?
Yeah, too bad he just couldn't pay off like the customs agent. Yeah, I don't got a passport, but here's $200. Let me through.
Mark, you could just smuggle me in your luggage.
Yeah, we could.
Now, BFAB, where are you at on this
Real
thing?
well.
Last I heard, you're going to do game day decision, but you do have a place to stay if you want. Is that the latest? on you?
Yeah. So for me, like, I mean, I don't say this a lot, but so as much as people think I'm like this really talkative person, in real life, I'm super socially awkward. So like, I'll have a panic attack in my car at a convention. It happens a lot. So that's why I'm kind of debating it. I have the time off work. I've already asked for that a while back. I already bought my ticket. I have a place to stay, and yeah, so
All right.
it like last second I could just be like, nah, but the goal is to make it there.
I
But
can
if you've already
relate.
bought your ticket, can you get a refund on that $100?
No, they
If
say
I would
that
have bought
you
it,
can't.
I think if I would have bought it earlier, I could have, but yeah, because I
What's
bought
$100?
last minute tickets, I don't think you can.
I'm pretty sure
Right.
because like I placed mine super early and they said no refunds, and I'm like, cool.
You talking about for the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought how much I didn't. I still hope they have GA. I didn't even buy them yet. I hope it didn't sell out.
Oh, you didn't buy your tickets yet?
Oh no, general admission won't sell out. That won't.
Yeah. I was about to say I bought full day passes because
Yeah.
a lot more interesting, fun things happen during the private days.
Yeah,
The Wednesday, Thursday, Friday show where no public's allowed. It's just the people who paid that extra.
The exhibitor passes are the ones that even if you're not exhibiting, you get the 4-day pass.
Oh, I didn't even know. So we'll be more prepared next time. I just got the Saturdays. We were looking at the Saturday, Sundays. I'm not even getting there till Friday, so it's all good.
You should have said something. I could have get. I have a code for an extra $2 off general admission.
Send it to me. I didn't buy my GA tickets yet.
Oh, I can.
But I'm saying our travel and hotels are locked. We're pretty much doing. I think Brent and Max might be getting in Thursday night, but I have a work thing, so I'm getting in. I'm doing Friday, Saturday, and like half a Sunday. I don't have much time. I got to get back, so that's why I want to like do it up on Friday night or Saturday night. Hang with the boys, slam some beers, whatever, meet everybody, kind of deal.
I'll put the code in private chat. You guys, anybody can use this.
Sweet. But yeah, I figure on the first one we'll just feel it out and figure out lay of the land, and then be more prepared next time. But I'll tell you what's crazy though. Anyone looking to go last minute, flights are bonkers, dude. Like for my work, I travel too, and like just your basic flights, dude, are like insanity right now.
I waited 3 days. I went and looked up cheap flights. And then I waited 3 days, and the price went up $250.
Yeah, I don't know they use different fuel than the vehicle than cars, So I was like, is it because
premium or something down?
Well, so what I'm noticing though is just about every business that was hurt, and airlines are number one on that list, along with anything travel and tourism related, are really clawing back a lot of that lost revenue from 2020.
Oh, they're pulling up mega money right now.
So now that people have got the itch, they feel safer and they want to travel. They're like, that's cool. This $300 ticket is now $600. Enjoy. It's like.
Yeah, no, they're taking advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure.
That gets me a little worried because like my Nana's using her air miles, and I don't know if that'll cover a ticket or not. Because
don't let me scare you. That's just what I've. Yeah, listen, it's different in each circumstance in each region. Okay. I'm just saying from LA, which is top 3 most expensive place to live here in the States. Maybe there's a little bit of that tax going on too. I don't know. I just know that my company's policy has a certain amount for business flights, and we've all went to our finance team and said, you wrote this in 2019, bro. Like there's no way we're getting flights for that, because I don't fly like the budget stuff. I just won't. Like I've traveled enough in my career. Like I'm not knocking anyone who does, but I don't fly like Spirit and shit like that. I just won't do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I used to live in San Diego.
Who did?
I did. Bricklock.
Oh, what up, Rick? Yeah, I lived there for 7 years, dude.
Yeah, I grew up in Chula Vista.
Oh, right on. Right on.
I lived in California for like 24 years.
I was in Point Loma.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to Bonita Vista High School.
Cool. That's awesome.
Back in the day.
Yeah. That was a cool little airport when you lived downtown or right by there. It was nice.
Flying over the parking garage. Oh yeah.
No, that part sucked.
People freak out when they see that. Oh my god, it's hilarious.
Well, my first time flying in, my person sitting next to me go, "Did you know this is like the second or whatever most dangerous landing in all the country?" I'm like, "No, I had no idea. Thank you for telling me that." Flying between skyscrapers to land.
What, in Chicago?
No.
Nah, San Diego.
Okay, I was gonna say what?
And it turns out it wasn't because of the path so much. It's because you would know, Bricklock. Is it the most foggiest place or top 5 most foggiest place in the country?
It's not. There is a good marine layer, but the problem is like in an airport, you take off and land in the same direction, and when they land, they have to fly over Balboa Park, which is in a valley that can be a pea soup gather for fog, and then you're literally landing over a parking garage. Like you can see the ass of the plane, literally, like just like holy crap, like you can like slap the airplane.
Yeah, I never parked there, so I didn't get that visual because
that's crazy. You watch.
I just take an Uber, from Point Loma. It's like $10.
It feels like you can give the high five to the airplane's butt. It's pretty funny.
That's sick. Yeah, but no. So we're up here since you know the area. We're in Santa Clarita now. So
yeah, I live a little over an hour south of Chicago now. So
cool. Right on.
Cool.
So what are you working on, Macro? I saw Monkie Kid in the description. Are you doing that set, or are you doing a mock of it, or what's happening?
A little bit of both. So that one, thank you very much for noticing that sweet thumbnail.
City of Lanterns, dude. It's a dope set.
City of Lanterns. So we got City of Lanterns ×2.
Nice.
And they originally didn't fit together, so I'm mashing them together right now. So they're somewhat together. The track goes all the way around. Except for I pushed it too hard, it fell off. So now I just gotta make these buildings, because to put this set together, you couldn't just slam it back to back. It had to have this two gap. Fuck, am I on camera? This 2 gap space in there. So now I gotta go make the buildings from a 2 gap space. I gotta add in this extra little piece down the middle.
Okay.
And then it will be a complete set. And then I'm going to take my base plate. Sorry, half unorganized. We're walking out this blue brick. So I'm going to take my base plate. And I'm going to add all this type crap to it. Rip off clips of graphics. You can kiss my ass. So I ordered these containers from Eclipse Graphics, and they're not even on Lego. It's like the most Chinese Lego you'll ever see in your life. But they kind of look cool. So then I'm going to take all these containers I made. I'm going to put them down here somewhat on the bottom. This is just a rough scope of work here on the fly. And then I'm going to take the City of Lanterns. I'm going to put it on top. Something like that. And it's going to go into the Ninjago district. Man, look at that. We're already done. That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It looks really good.
It will when it's done, because on the bottom of the City of Lanterns, I'm going to have like all the little arcades. I want to put that new Friends arcade with all those neon windows down on the bottom. All these little like containers, kind of like Welcome to Apocalypseburg type build on the bottom. And then the City of Lanterns doubled up will sit on top. So it peaks above the Ninjago City skyline a little bit.
Right.
And that's it. That's my plan, man. That's all.
That's a beauty. Especially with 2 of them combined.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty sharp.
It's on my short list for set of the year so far. I love that set, man.
It will be one of those sets. If you don't get it, well, it's still on the shelf. Once it's discontinued, it's gonna jump up in price quick.
Yeah.
I was
It's one of the
I was
sets that you
shocked.
should buy, or you'll end up regretting it too. So
That's how I
Yeah.
feel. Yeah.
the Monkey
Even if you
Kid
don't like
sets are so
the-
strong though. Like I wish that I had that like drive to buy sets full price, because like I've made it my goal this year, unless there's like, or even last year, unless there's a set that like I'm crazy in love with, I'll never pay full price for Lego again. I'll just buy clearance shit, which I've been doing for the last like 2 years. So
We got the variant. What's up, Hive?
What's up? How you guys
hey,
doing?
it's Silver
Hive,
Fox
what up,
Hive.
dude?
Silver Fox Hive. Yes, I should have wrote that instead of Variant Hive.
Silver Fox.
Oh, disappointed Hive. Come on, be more creative. Kidding.
How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm dead. I
Oh,
shouldn't have drank all day and then decided to black out and then join a stream. So
yeah, that's just not gonna end up well.
yeah, I'm like, let me go in the stream. I was talking to Macro. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna pop in. Then I just like blacked out drunk, and then I woke back up like, oh, I hope the stream's still going.
That's when you should have joined BFAB. Is about a half an hour before you blacked out. That was the time pad.
I was just like casually drinking today, but I'm like, yeah, I have the next 2 days off, so I'm just gonna chill, And so then this happened. And then I woke up and I'm like, where am I? And I'm like, Macro stream.
Oh, yeah.
Where am I?
I mean, yeah, I guess that's one way to join the stream. Just wake up and you're like, oh, yeah.
And the funniest thing is, like, once I fall asleep and wake back up, I'm usually not drunk anymore, which tends to be a me thing. I don't know.
So I was listening to, I think it was Bricklock and Sean talking about living in San Diego. I used to live in San Diego as well. I lived in Spring Valley. And
you're right around the corner.
I went to Mount McGill High School for a little while.
Yeah, you were like I lived in Bonita, which is just around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times. Those are my prime skateboarding days.
What's funny is like you and I are like the exact same age.
Hive's offended.
What up, Hive?
What's up?
Did you say you went to Mike McGill High School? That's awesome.
Mount McGill.
Mount McGill.
Did anyone ever call it Mike McGill High School?
Because
Is he
San
from there?
Diego.
Isn't he from there? Yeah, like
Bones
Brigade stuff back in the day.
Yeah. Well, there was this one. I don't know, man. I remember we skated at this bank one time, and we even like recorded ourselves and stuff there. And then I don't know. It was like maybe a couple years later. I had moved already, and I was watching a skateboard video, a Plan B skateboard video, and they're skating that same bank, and I was like, oh crap, wow, that's awesome. Too bad they weren't there when we were skating there, but good times. But yeah, man, Macro, I was looking at your get up there, man. It's nice, very nice.
Thank you. My get up, like my attire, or like my mock building.
Your mock building. Your attire's nice too, though. You look great.
Yeah, I shaved, man. Thanks. I appreciate you noticing.
Hey, I appreciate your attire, man.
Well, I was saying earlier, like my comedy isn't for everyone, but if you think I shave twice a week or once every 2 weeks and my face gets hairy, like imagine what my balls are like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a new rule, Macro, to tell you how pretty you look at it every stream.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I try, man. I gotta keep my girlish figure somehow.
What does Bricklock have? Bricklock, what do you have going on over there? It's too big to be the Jurassic boat. What is that?
Oh no, it's a blue brick set.
Okay.
It's a German brand.
Flago.
Gotcha. I haven't delved into that kind of world yet.
I got all here's some more right there.
Yeah, I got me a set I gotta build too.
Here's
Flago.
That's Flago there from Blue Bricks, and then this giant towers from Blue Bricks.
Nice.
The second we find out people have fake Lego, we come for them. I mean, what?
Yeah. BFAB, let's get out of here, man.
I
don't want to get arrested, Like,
all right. Here's the.
I'm gonna blow my chance at land.
We're gonna be
There's more official stuff there. There you go. They make you feel better. There's your official Lego.
Yeah, you get to live another day.
The second we started cracking beers and like smoking on our stream. It's like, all right, well, that's out.
I'd rather have fun than be a part of LAN anyways.
No, I know. It's just funny because this is the week where, with Holly out or whatever, everyone's decided to make videos on burying LAN again. So it's pretty wild. She's going to be on in 2 weeks too, so that's going to be good. I'm like, hey, sounds like you got a lot you want to get off your chest. Why don't you do it on a couple of brickheads? She's like, all
True
right.
that, no doubt.
Dude, that was bogus.
So Holly will be on, and I'll get the full scoop. Between the two of us, we're both motor mouth, so I'm sure something cool will happen.
Yeah, I myself immediately was, and probably because I feel like I have a biased opinion in a way, kind of about man in general. I've never really said many good things about it, but I don't know. I mean, I wonder, like, is everything this clear cut?
I don't know. So there's thoughts about it being like her associations and things like that, but that doesn't make any sense because, like, you know that crew that she runs with, some of them are LAN, some of them aren't, and so it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm just gonna be there and just set her. I'm just gonna.
No, I mean, like
I'm gonna throw her pitches right down the middle. Just let her do her thing, like, and then I'll cry.
And I will be asking questions.
Oh,
yeah,
because it's going to be softballs, but then I'm going to pry when I need to. You know what I mean?
Because I had commented on her video that she deserved better than that. Like, that wasn't cool. I'm just curious, like what. The biggest thing for me about it is like why aren't they at least saying like this is what is the problem, this is what you did or whatever, and blah blah blah.
It could be flimsy, like whatever it is. It could be really flimsy.
I think honestly. Now, whether it's right or wrong or debatable, I think it's honestly because it will show them in a much more hypocritical light. Because I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure they definitely let other LAN members slide on shit. I don't know. Maybe if it's like they're like, well, you did this, she could easily be like, well,
everybody,
this person did that as well. So what, I mean, like,
bless you.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like with her, man, that's why I think they're being real careful with her, because, depending on what they say to her, if they ever say anything at all, she will blow the hell out of that whistle, and she would probably name names, especially if it's like smaller creators that she's not working with. Do you know what I mean?
There's the other thing too, and
she will blow the whistle.
Right. And I don't and I don't say this in a mean kind of way. I'm just kind of stating facts that look, she also threw out the whole thing about the mental disability thing, and that's if that gets mentioned again or brought up again, yeah, dude, I don't think they're gonna be able to avoid not addressing that or something, man. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? It just seems this could definitely stir up a hornet's nest. You know what I mean?
That's lawsuit stuff, though. That's lawsuit.
Well, it's not even just about that, but you know how careful they are with their image.
Yeah. Not even. Yeah, I mean, the lawsuit likely wouldn't go anywhere, but like.
And dude, and look, I'm on Holly's side about this totally. You know what I mean? I just the only thing I just say is like I just wonder how clear cut it is, because it's just it's very muddled. You know what I mean?
Very muddled, yeah.
Hey, you got a donation, brother?
Hey, Tyler,
much appreciated.
I'm hoping that in a few weeks' time, maybe there'll be more to it. But even as it is, I think it's a good topic, and like,
oh, for sure.
Worth talking
dude,
about.
this is good. Look, and again, I'm not saying this to be mean or controversial, but this is like news in the Lego community. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, this is definitely. I don't think something that should just be forgotten or swept away real quick. Good or bad or debatable, whatever. I think it definitely should be kind of opened up and addressed, just so it's understood what exactly happened. But again, that's also on Holly and what she's comfortable with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, whatever she wants.
Because I don't know what kind of pressure this would put on a person. I don't know if you would start getting attacked from different sides, and the internet, and then
It's
Lego fans can be rabid about stuff.
I'm giving a forum, and honestly, I think that'll be a portion of our chat, and the rest will just go into our normal bullshitting and hijinks. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see
Man, I
her.
wish I was in land and got kicked out. I'd blow that shit up and let all them details out. I'd tell everyone.
Well, that's why they
Yeah,
won't let people
well,
like me in there.
I think
Shit stirs.
we'll see where it goes, but like,
join.
you know, I just yeah,
That's funny. Yeah, and especially
just think-
someone
I
like
think it's good
Holly, like, what a
timing,
nice
you know?
person.
yeah. So it's well, and that's the thing, right? Like, we've been trying to figure it out anyway, with like her schedule and traveling and the time zones and all that stuff, and it just so happened I was like, "You good? Everything all right? You want to get more off your chest?"
Well, you know what's weird to me is, and I'm sure maybe some things have come up, but like, I mean, look, I can't listen and see everybody all at once, you know, but I feel like I generally, except for some behind the scenes stuff that, you know, I don't have like people that give me information, you know, like that, you know, like BFAB's got like people that he knows, you know what I mean, that he can get information from, you know, about certain things. But I do
He
keep
probably
my
already
finger on
knows
the
what
pulse of
happened.
the Lego
BFAB, what
community. I do keep my finger on the pulse of the Lego community pretty well. And it doesn't seem like anybody is talked about this, dude. It really didn't seem like anybody's really. I mean, maybe behind the scenes, but I'm talking about like videos.
Well, let me ask this. BFAB, two questions. Number one, do you know anything concrete on this? Number two, if you don't, what is your prediction as to what happened?
Yes, and I can't say anything.
Okay.
Oh, BFAB.
No,
There you
don't pressure BFAB.
It's out of a respect thing, but yeah, I know a lot more than most. So
All right.
Hey, I respect the respect thing, man. That's awesome.
It's already tough to hold on to that kind of information.
Oh no, it is. Don't worry. When you guys are that's why I want to mute. There's a lot you guys are saying that I want to say something back, but
loose lips, chips.
I know my co-host, and he wants to touch upon it. So you know,
Yeah.
Oh, your
I was like,
spray and light ready back there.
Dude, we gotta. You said Doc would be down, right? We got to have him on. That would be a hilarious time.
I'm pretty sure he definitely would be.
I mean, he's in the chat. That seems like. I mean,
hey Doc.
Hey Doc.
I didn't see him in the chat.
Doc is here.
I don't know. I didn't.
He's in our chat. He's in our show.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. I meant in our show. So I think he'd be down to come on, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he definitely would.
I think that'd be a good time.
You know, he's definitely got his opinions on things. But yeah, he mentioned to me he wanted to kind of bring it up tomorrow. Cool. Normally I wouldn't even be up right now. I'd probably be asleep, but I took a nap today. So I just woke back up a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
Took 3 hours. I'll stay up for 3 hours. I'm down for that.
Well, and I'm drinking. I've been drinking a lot more hot tea lately instead of coffee.
Hey, I'm glad you disclosed that, because I always wondered what was in those unmarked cups you're sipping on.
Oh, I don't really drink alcohol, if that's what you mean.
Not yet.
It's Master Wu.
I have thought about putting some Baileys in my coffee, though.
Oh, come on, the weak stuff, Hive. What are you, a 14-year-old girl?
I mean, I didn't know I had to go to hardcore, you know, alcoholism.
Straight
but
narrow to hardcore. Yeah.
I mean, the days of me lighting my shots on fire are done, man. I don't do that anymore.
I don't think I'd ever do that. I'd be the guy that burned my face off.
No, we had this running joke for a long time. Like I don't know, certain days we'd only drink we'd only drink stuff that you can light on fire. So like 150, you know, I don't know, man, just stupid stuff.
Wednesdays is the fire days or something. I gotcha.
But like I said, I don't even really drink at all anymore. It's not really my bag.
Oh, I wish. One day. I'll get there one day.
I was about to say, like, I don't want to drink, but I still do it. You know, every time I've gone without drinking, it's been like worse. Like I haven't been able to sleep if I don't drink.
There's a word for that, BFAB.
Well, see, the problem with drinking,
it rhymes with Malcolm Mullock.
is I like the initial buzz of when you drink. You know,
that's the thing. That's what
I
brings
do
me
like
back,
that.
Dude. Yep.
But there's like a place that you cross over into, man, I don't like to get into. I don't like not controlling myself.
No,
you know
the
what I
initial
mean?
buzz through your first. For me, I'm just beer guy, but the first few, it's like this. I want to just stop right here and keep it steady like that. But
That's
I
when
don't
you
know,
stop.
man.
Yeah.
They go down too smooth, so it's like whatever. But I don't ever get it. It's I would say on our show, it's like maybe half the times I do. I feel like I'm pretty much the same though, no matter what. So it's
Well, I
like,
mean, and it's different for everybody. I
yeah.
mean, I knew
So
a
I'm just
friend
like,
a while back that could just drink like all day, and he just wouldn't even know it, man. He just drink all day, man. But I don't know. He just managed to function like fine.
there's a
It's
term for
crazy.
that too.
Functioning addiction.
There's a term for that too.
I was about to say, this day and age, it depends what I'm drinking, but I can usually function decently. Like, I
Yeah.
know when I first started drinking alcohol, I was on people's streams, like, chewing them out, roasting them, crying, doing all that stuff.
Oh yeah, that comes with time, dude. You'll be fine. You're fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's like, I don't really get emotional when I drink, which is
Yeah.
good because, yeah, I was pissing a lot of people off, so.
Yeah.
It happens.
You learn your limits and stuff, and plus, you know, you build up a tolerance too. So like,
Yeah.
Thicker tolerance.
The funny thing is, like, I don't even remember half the things I said when I first started drinking, so.
I've been
Yeah,
straight.
yeah, that's my excuse.
I've been a
too.
straight edge my whole life.
You've been castrated your whole life?
No, I've been a
Straight
straight edge.
No.
Like, to be fair, how do you even get that word out of it?
I'm deaf.
Yeah, that's like my
Just look
wife.
up.
But no, well, my wife, she'll have some drinks once in a blue moon.
Yeah, my wife drinks like wine here and there, but I've personally been literally a straight edge my whole life. Like, I took friends like to the hospital to get their stomachs pumped when I was in high school, and I just got turned off really early on.
Yep.
And it just, you know.
yeah, same with me, but with like drugs. You know, like that's what turned me off. I lost my best friend at 22, so like I just never.
Yeah, I had people die, and there's lots of things, and it just No, I know.
So-
But I don't judge people though. Like, I don't care.
No, do your thing, man. Do your thing.
I just, for me personally, I don't do it.
Hey, Dusty.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't even know how I got to this point. I never really drank before, and I hate the taste of alcohol. My wife will drink more. Her family's a big drinkers. My parents always growing up were like, "Hey, kid, we know you're gonna go party, but instead just go smoke a joint and stay away from the alcohol because you're just gonna get into trouble."
I wish that was me, man. I've tried to be like, even living in Cali, dude. Like, tried to be a weed guy. It just doesn't work for me. It just does the whole makes my heart race, get anxious, thing, and I'm just like so bummed because most people I know just have a puff or two at night and they're chill, but it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, well, my problem is I double them up and it's still not enough. I still hate
Oh,
the world
okay.
I live in. Love my life. I love my life. I hate the world I live in.
I was about to say, for me, like, I first started drinking when I could, and then all of a sudden I'm just like, well, I'm depressed. Let me drink more and more and more and more. And I think one, like, benefit of alcohol is, like, you get a break from, like, your life, right? But the issue is, like, when that becomes, I don't know, when you become obsessed with doing it, and that's what I was doing for the longest time. Now, don't get me wrong, I still pretty much drink every day, but it's not just because I'm depressed, it's just to casually relax. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
a
thing
lot of
is-
people smoke weed for. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of some people can do that, and I'm like envious because the hangovers aren't there. Like the
Yeah, I mean, out
calories
of anything, I think that weed is probably the
best.
yeah. I mean,
If it agrees with you, yeah.
I mean, as far as like the problems you can have and stuff like that, you know what I mean? See, the problem is people are complex, and drugs and alcohol and vices are complex. And it's like I was having a conversation with my mother-in-law, I don't know, like a week or two ago. Like, they came and visited us, and she was like telling me something about, like, her husband, something he was doing, and she didn't like it or something, and she was talking about how like she used to be addicted to bingo, right? And but she was able to just stop, and she couldn't understand why other people, couldn't just stop things too. And I was explaining to her, I was like, well, you have a very strong willpower. I was like, it's like my wife. My wife has a very strong willpower, man. Like she can put her mind to something, and once she's got that goal, like she won't sway from it. You know what I mean? As far as responsibilities go, some things she can be a little more swayed on, but I'm not like that, dude. I got an addictive personality. If I start and I have,
it's in your gene, man.
Yeah, I mean, because my dad is just like that. My daughter is also just like that, to where she has impulses. You know what I mean? Like when we used to have this problem with my daughter with candy, where she would just want some candy, and she would just take it. Like she would, to the point where we would either hide it, and then one time, she even took it then, and but it's, even though she knew she would get in trouble, you know what I mean? But
it's worth it.
She almost
like
depends. What are we talking though? What kind of candy?
That's exactly, BFAB. You hit it right on the nose. Is she understood the consequences and weighed them out? Maybe even she didn't. But even if she did, like she weighed them out, and she was like, "It's worth it." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I might get away with it, but if I get caught, I'll deal with it when I deal with it.
Yeah,
and that's the mindset a lot of people have, myself included, on a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? I live in the moment.
And if you can overpower your parents,
I live in the moment. Like my wife, she lives in the future. You know what I mean? She plans ahead of her stuff.
I have the same setup, dude. It's the same thing for me. Quickly get addicted to stuff. Like I'll give you a real. It's nothing like a serious thing, but like I have purposely at this point have avoided Harry Potter because I know if I get, it's like right up my alley. If I get into it, it's like, God, that's going to be a whole nother. And I don't just mean Lego. I mean the franchise. Like I'm like, I don't want to, because I know my, I know my personality, and I'm gonna watch it and get into it, and then all of a sudden I'm gonna be like, I need all the stuff for it, like, and it's just like I don't want to do it,
dude.
That's my
addicted. I've been addicted. I'm addicted to Lego. All right,
Star Wars.
But I've been addicted to tobacco. I just quit smoking cigarettes, like I don't know, about 3.5-4 years ago.
That's the biggest one, man.
I've dabbled here and there in different types of drugs in my life.
Yeah.
The hardest thing for me to quit, dude, is food. Food is like the number one thing, man.
Like bad
that
food,
consumes me. Doesn't matter, just food. Yeah. I love to eat, man.
Well, that's okay, but what are you eating?
anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's junk food. It's like, see, and even like, so it's funny you say that, because like it used to be like junk food more than anything, right? But when I moved in with Mrs. Hive, she doesn't eat unhealthy or anything, right? I mean, she can, but not like in a bad way, like a big way. So we don't have like junk food in the house. And then she purposely doesn't keep junk food in the house because I'm a diabetic and she knows how I am, right? Yeah. So when I want to like go on one of these tirades about like eating or something like I used to, like I have to like make something, or eat like vegetables. like because there's not like chips or cookies or anything, you know what I mean?
It's funny. Hive, my wife made a comment to me like literally half a week ago because I ordered Chinese food. Same thing, addictive personality. I'm not ashamed to talk about it. Addicted to fucking everything in this world. That's why I don't touch hard drugs. Same thing.
Yeah, I know. That's why I stayed away from certain ones.
Macro, you just hit on that too. That is exactly the reason why I stayed away, because I'm like, I bet if I liked it, that would be a problem, dude.
Yeah. But even my wife want to know. I ordered Chinese food, and the doorbell ring, and she's like, she does the whole like psychology is what she's majoring in or whatever. She's like, I bet your brain's just firing off right now. And I looked at her, I was like, yeah, right, it is.
It's like getting them likes and views, man.
Yeah, there's another addiction. Even if you don't want to succumb to it, and you deny it. No,
I mean it's
you are looking for some numbers.
Look, it's okay to admit that it feels good to receive attention. You know what I mean? It's not a bad thing. It's just, again, like anything else, our how like how addicted are you getting to it? You know what I mean? Like,
How's it
I don't know.
affect
It's a
you?
wide varied subject, man.
See, I have the addictive personality, but I have rules like my own compass in these kind of things, you know? Like your example of get the food at all costs, even if I know I'm getting in trouble. Like, see, I'm cognizant of those types of things, whether it's financial or otherwise, like with Lego, for example. I will back down when I know, you know what I mean? I know how to prioritize, I guess is what I'm saying. So I'm addictive, but I can still at the end of the day prioritize shit. So that's cool. Like,
Yeah.
not to say
When
I
it comes,
don't go overboard sometimes and make
well,
mistakes.
yeah, when it comes to Lego, and maybe it's the same with other stuff, but definitely when it comes to Lego, the problem with Lego is I do have the line that I won't cross or whatever. The problem is, even though I've never gone to a point of no return, like I've never crossed a bad line, but the line I won't cross is like here, but really it should be like back here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so that's the biggest problem with Lego is, and you know, the other thing too is like, you know, I mainly my collection has mainly been bought with a credit card. You know, like there's definitely a good portion that's been gifts. There's a good portion that maybe I've spent my own cash on, but just a huge, phenomenal amount of it's been paid with credit cards. And even though I paid most of that back, I'm still in like a lot of debt. And it's not just because of Lego. There's other things too. But so I don't know. I think that is probably what led me into more problems than I needed. Was just to have like a credit card. And on top of having a credit, see, when I first got my credit card, I set it for like a certain like number, a very small number. But just because I have good credit and I made all my payments on time or even early or whatever, you know what I mean? Like then like without even asking me, they bumped up my credit. Like they increased it like, I don't know, $3,000. And then like after so many months, then they bump it up again. You know, to the point where I'm like, holy crap, I can almost buy a car with the amount of credit like they're giving me now. Like this is insane.
Giving me money.
Yeah, and then like over the years, like I've made more and more money, you know, in different positions and stuff. So it's just like, I don't know. And then now I don't have a job. It's like, oh shit.
I think you'd make a really good prostitute.
I feel like I would at least give it my all.
Yeah, you know, we could call you Silver Fox, and I think that, you know, it'll work out.
You pay for the wisdom and experience, dude. Don't tempt me, BFAB.
You never know. You might.
You know what? Wouldn't that be great for the views, though, right?
That's a whole other addiction you don't need.
Oh, shit.
I will be on the screen like a month later, be like, why did I do this to myself? I have so many clients. I'm sick, guys, but I have a lot of money.
Dude, and the contrast to Mrs. Hodge, because she makes so much money, dude. I mean, it's insane. I mean, well, all right, I don't want to say it's insane. It's not like we're stupid rich, but Dusty, so what reality is a crutch for people who can't handle drugs?
Sobriety is only meant for poor people.
I know. They talk about AAs for quitters or something.
I pour all my money into Lego for my, like, I don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs. So the only disposable income I spend is on Lego. So, and my wife and I make good money. So
So your life is boring without saying it. No, I'm kidding.
Well, that was why I got a credit card, because I basically I got the credit card and then I quit smoking cigarettes like at the same time. And I quit smoking cigarettes because of Lego. Like you would think it was my health or like, oh, my daughter or my family. You know, like, no, it was because I wanted more money for Lego. So Lego actually helped me quit smoking cigarettes. I was thinking about making a video about it, but like the video would only be like 2 minutes long because there ain't really much to it.
One addiction for the other.
Oh, you could. No, that'd be interesting. But at the end of the day, you're trading in one habit for another.
Right, but at least Lego will break me financially, not like put me in cancer.
Well, no, but
right.
Yeah, but that's the extra wrinkle, dude. Like you have something to show for it instead of cigarette butts, you can sell your bricks. At least you have something to show for it. You know what I mean? Like,
No, but he can sell his idea to
Actually,
Lego.
hey.
About how
I
to
know,
create
but
a
like,
system.
what happens when you're homeless? Like, where do I keep my Lego at? You know,
That's when you build a house out of Lego.
That's all your Lego boxes too.
get with the program.
You do that
real quick, T-Bog, I meant to ask you because I didn't get to finish watching. Did you get the dog?
Yeah. Hey, you want to see her?
Oh yeah, sure, man.
Yeah.
And I saw some people out there, Dusty and Cobra Commander and Seth and Ninja, Zizu.
Hey, Ninja.
Doing?
Two hoot salute to Ninja.
This is PPP.
Seth. Who else? Who else is there? Who I didn't say hi to?
Shout out to Ninja who.
Wow, that's like a cute shark.
You know, he looks,
She
he
really
looks
is
like
a shark when
that,
she.
the face looks like a person I know though.
Oh, big screen that one, big screen that
Look at
one.
that. Wait, look at the face. Look at.
Honestly, it kind of
he
looks like
over here.
Sans. Doesn't it get the Sans vibe?
I'm just.
You just got if
I've
the
seen
nose
that
is
face. I've
broken
seen-
a little bit, you know.
I've seen that face before. But yeah, cute doggy, man. Cute dog.
Is that one fresh, T-Mog, like newborn or what?
3 months.
Nice.
Wow.
Hey, dog, cat, whatever you are, pig, attack T-Mon.
She does. She likes to chew on my finger a lot, and it hurts.
One day T-Mog's gonna be like, do go stream. We're like, yo, T-Mog, what happened to your finger? You're missing a finger.
I can't help but lick it anymore because there's nothing left.
Oh, she liked you. She's about to fall asleep on your chest.
Oh, I
there.
kind of woke her up.
I heard that's what gets the ladies, right?
Yeah, that's the
Fall
plan. I'm gonna
asleep
bring her to
in
Chicago. I'm gonna do all the ladies, man.
That's how it works, you know. You trick them. Like, I have an animal. I should do that. I should get a dog, and that's what I was always told on Tinder. If I want matches, get a dog or something. So,
You know, that would help you learn some responsibility, though, man.
no, it ended up dead in like 2 weeks. They're like,
All right,
"Oh,
well,
that's
you
such a
should
cute
definitely-
dog. How's it going?" I'll be like,
not-
"Oh yeah, it died 2 weeks ago.
You should definitely not get
It swallowed a Lego piece in arsenic."
You would. You'd
Don't
be
get a dog.
surprised what that could do for you, man. That would be cool.
Just don't carry it around your man purse, though. You know.
I'd about to say I'm already a weak man when it comes to emotions. Just picture me with a dog. Hey guys, I'm brother from another brick, and here's my poodle. You know, like it don't know how it's fair for me.
It's like twice that size.
BFAB, you know what, man? I meant to ask Macro real quick. Did you already send your sig fig, dude?
No, was I waiting for an address? I did not send a sig fig.
Did I not give you one?
All
right, I'll have to go back
I'm so
and check.
scatterbrained, man. I'm so
I'll have to go
scatterbrained.
back and check. No, I just didn't want to like not include you on stuff. Because you were talking about sending one, so that's all.
Yeah.
But BFAB, I meant to ask you, but I'll ask you later.
You can ask me anything right now.
No, because I was jotting stuff down in my book that I have, and I forgot to ask you. I think it was last night or something.
I'll be messy.
Because I don't. Wait, where are you?
He already kicked me from the script.
No,
It's
not the script. It's yeah, here you are. You know, all the stuff that I ask everybody, like the stuff they want, you know, like vehicles and all that. I never asked. Did I ask you already about where you wanted to stay?
I'll stay in a cardboard box.
I mean, I guess that'd be easy for me to make, right?
Yeah.
Dumpster.
I could also kill Raptus. No, I'm kidding. Homeless man kills Raptus.
You can kill Brixine if you want.
Oh, I mean, I like Rick though.
No, I mean because he's the
back
immortal
every
one. All right,
Brother from another box, you know.
Brother from another box. Well, all right. So you're driving a broke down truck and you're living in a cardboard box.
That sounds like my future. So
I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see when I ask about powers, what kind of power you're gonna want.
Can you make him like a troll under the bridge somewhere?
I will have a bridge.
You're gonna be the troll, you know.
Hey,
Right on.
Macro, do you collect any other Monkey Kid stuff, or just like bits little here and there, or like where you at
Yeah,
on that?
bits and pieces. Pretty much the only Monkey Kid I will collect or buy is anything that fits in with Ninjago City theme, like the Ninjago City Docks and Ninjago City Gardens.
Okay. I was gonna say that's a lot of it fits in, but I guess if you're just talking about like buildings, then did you get like the little panda shop and all that stuff too?
No, I wanted to go get look up the instructions. Like there's a one big ass mech, what last wave or whatever, and it had a cool little build. I was just gonna look at the instructions and build that build and then ditch the whole mech or whatever. But
yeah,
so not a whole lot of Monkey Kid.
I love that set, the Monkey King mech.
What about the new Monkey Kid set they're doing? That big old palace in the sky.
Yeah, see, that's like too.
Bomb sounds on brand.
I don't know. That one doesn't scream Monkey Kid to me, so I'll probably pass on that. Whereas like Flower Fruit, I had to get.
You guys are.
Oh yeah, that's such a good set, man.
That shuttle's cool, but I'm like, what do I do with it? You know, there's just so much, dude.
Oh, that mountain, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because there's just so much competition with the other themes. But like, part of me wanted to make a run on just getting all of it because I've only been in it for like 3 years, but I feel like to me that's almost like peak Lego, man. Just everything that's like everything that goes into it is just so awesome, you know, like. The instructions are awesome. Like every bit of Monkey Kid is just so well thought out. I think. Like I don't know. I just love it, but I got to set limits.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Trying to set limits. I mean, look, it's not easy to not be indecisive, man, when Lego shopping, unless you're just like hardcore, like strictly like I just collect Star Wars, you know what I mean? Or
it happened tonight, dude. Yep. I was
because it's like trying to pick between, you know, two beautiful things.
Like your children, like which do you like more?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like what kid do you like better? You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's going to be some parents like BFAB that would be able to answer that pretty easily.
I can answer that. I hate all my children. If I have children, I'm dropping them off at birth. You know?
Yeah, I choose a favorite.
But yeah, I mean,
it's tough, dude. Like, I was choosing between two sets tonight, and I left with none because I was like, I don't know. If one didn't jump out at me, I'm like, then I don't really want either. So
the reason Lego makes it even more difficult is because even their shittier sets have like badass minifigures or something in it.
They know.
And you're like, oh, I wouldn't normally want this piece of crap building or half-ass, you know, hill with a tree on it or something. You know what I mean? But like, I really want that Mace Windu, or I really want this blah blah blah. Or
but see, that's my saving grace, man. I guess I probably haven't even talked about this much, but the minifigs thing, it doesn't. Because I collected, you collect Black Series Hive. Like when I collected figs, that's what I would go for. You know, that's like authentic or whatever. You know, it's really well done molds, and I appreciate the minifigs and I like them as much as the next guy. But that is not a set buying requirement for me by no means. Like I respect them, I like them, I keep them bagged up or whatever. You know what I mean? I'll take care of them, and I know that they're gonna pay me back one day maybe, but I buy the X-Wing for the X-Wing first, not because it comes with this guy who is on screen for 2 seconds. Like that's
right.
That's
well,
not
there's a lot of different components.
I think Rich is the same way too. He doesn't care about his figs from Brick Scene. He's like, he doesn't seem to care about.
Yeah, some people are more about the sets, not really the minifigs, and then vice versa. But for me, I think what really messed me up was I got into Lego out of my dark ages because of Star Wars. But eventually, especially once I started watching the Lego YouTube community and stuff, I got into all the city stuff. Not like city sets, but like city building. So once I started building a city, then I wanted to put like all these different themes in the city. So I think that was one of the biggest things of reasons why I started getting into too many different themes, and then I just started liking them in general. Oh, Richie.
Hey, Hive, here's something for you. Ready?
Oh, look at that.
With interest, Ninja. With interest.
That's the original Yoda from the 80s.
Yeah, I used to have. I'd probably almost all of them, man. My mom bought me like almost all those things, but you know, I buried them, you know, or destroyed them, or
okay.
Yeah, man.
That's the original Yoda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's worth a couple. It's worth a couple bucks.
They're making so many of those retros now. I was like, what are we looking at? No, Hive, I'm with you. Like, I think it's funny how alike all of us are. Like, I did the same thing because I was like, if I do a city, then I could plug in a theme park and then plug in this and all the things that I like. You know, I'm a Disney guy, so I'm like, all right, well, I'll have that section and this section, and then you start looking at everything. But like city as a theme doesn't do it for me because everything just feels so unfinished. So I'm glad I don't really care about city, the theme set so much. But that also means that I kind of like need the modulars because they're just awesome.
It also didn't help that Hive moved, and now you got like a non-stop basement down there.
Yeah, it just expanded onto the city and stuff too. I started putting new tables up and everything, trying to get everything ready to get all that. Like I brought the beach and the ocean in finally, and got that kind of started getting that set up. I was actually thinking about maybe moving the laptop over there and working on it, because I got to kind of keep headphones on or echo.
A lot of people don't know this, but Hive actually has some people chained up to the left side of him, so actually he doesn't have all his space.
Yeah, see those poles right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep people chained to them.
And BFAB, your theme of choice is whatever's on sale, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, over like the last 2 years, it's kind of been that way.
But yeah, it's yeah, man, it's crazy.
You have a point though, Hive. Like even the worst sets though, like so BFAB's at the mercy of whatever's on clearance. But like, if like if I was to come across the boom box, for example, at a decent deal, I would buy it and be happy with it. Like even though it doesn't fit in with anything else I have going on.
But I'm going to say I own most video sets now, which I never thought I'd say. I'm ashamed of it. But like when you get them for like next to nothing, you buy them. And so for me, it's like, here's what I've realized. I've collected Lego for such a long time. Back, I don't know, 4 years ago, when I had a lot of disposable income, I just bought everything that, like, as a child that I wanted. And now I don't really want a lot of the newer stuff. Even though I like the stuff, I don't have a will to buy them. So I'm just like, if 2 times a year I see clearance, I just buy everything. And, I already have 700 plus sets in just baggies, and then like about almost 200 sealed sets just sitting there. I don't think I've built a Lego set this year, so
yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm gonna sit you down, BFAB in Chicago, and we're gonna force you to build a Lego set.
Now we're gonna have a build off now.
So
safe sets.
BFAB, if you go to Chicago, bring my Darth Vader bust, please.
Oh, as long as come get it.
Please, just give it to anybody. Anybody will send it to me. Just give it to anybody.
One move I made that's
I'll totally send it to you. Totally, yeah.
I will pay for postage.
One move I've made though that's helped, like kind of clean up and like for my collection rules is I'm done with retired stuff. I'm not doing it anymore. Buying it.
I currently am. That's for sure.
It is. It's you know why? Because it took me getting burned one time to really push me over the edge in finalizing that decision, because I bought the Sanctum and then what was it, a month later, they announced the UCS Sanctum's coming, and I was just like, and it's not like mine is trash or whatever, it's still cool, but I was like, and I've looked at, I'll give you a Star Wars example. Like I would like the UCS Snow Speeder and the X-Wing and all that stuff, but they're all like 500 each now or whatever they are. And so I'm like, they're going to come back. And so I was just like, that's it. I'm not going backwards anymore. And plus look at, there's so much fire every month anyway,
Mm-hmm.
like there's enough new to deal with without having to go backwards. So I'm just
The
like,
thing that I think gets people like yeah, like you don't have to worry about certain things, but I think the thing that gets some people is certain things that I think clearly they're probably not going to remake, especially like I think on the minifig kind of scale.
and I don't care about those. So it's like,
All right, yeah,
we're good.
yeah, right,
You
right,
know, like,
right.
and that's strong. It's not that when I say I don't care about I think if I like them when they make sense with the set, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, so I do
It
appreciate
just
them.
look, it's about
but-
perception, man. It's about timing. It's about a lot of different things. I mean, like I'm getting ready to sell a bunch of minifigs here pretty quick. Like all kinds of different themes. And I might regret later selling some of them, but I don't care. You know, I have thousands, I probably have thousands of minifigs, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, and I'm not selling like my Darth Revan, you know, but you know, I just I don't know, man. It's like sets. I'm gonna be selling sets soon too. It mainly just kind of make room for stuff. But like my focus now is as far as Lego consuming goes, is I'm gonna mainly try and stick with like UCS ships.
Yep.
And just I don't know. Like I told Mrs. Hive, I was like, I'm gonna try and stick literally to about 20 to 25 sets this year. Like and that's really about it. And I know that some people might even be like, well, that's still a good amount, but not like in the midst of 3,000 different sets. You know what I mean?
No,
like
it's not. Yeah.
So I'm gonna, like I said, stick to a couple UCS sets, a couple other Star Wars ships like that I want, and then like some random friends, city, you know, creator expert. Like I bought the DeLorean. I mean, not the DeLorean. Yeah, the DeLorean. I'm gonna get the Sanctorum when that comes out.
So like, it's a slippery slope because Scene said something. Rick Scene said something the other night. He's like, I'm just going for UCS and ships that I know they won't ever make a UCS of. And I'm like, but see, just having that out there opens up so many other sets.
Because I can tell you right now,
they're not making a Bad Batch shuttle UCS. They're just not. You know,
look, Lego, whether they're doing it on purpose or not, they are totally just. Can I curse on here, Macro?
Yeah, I don't care. Dude,
they're totally fucking with the fucking market, dude. Like, and when I say that, I mean like, so exclusive minifigs. I think a lot of them, and I feel like they're doing this over and over. Like, they're gonna just start remaking them. So, like, I think a lot of people are gonna buy minifigs that are exclusive, and then like they just go down in price. You know, a good example just immediately was the Grand Inquisitor. Went up, you know what I mean, with Obi-Wan, and then they're talking about re-releasing them, you know, went way the fuck down.
Yeah, but
not like 10, 20 bucks. I mean, we're talking like $70, $80, you know what I mean? Huh?
No, BFAB brings up a good point. Yeah.
I think it's about variation, you know, the variants. Sorry, it's all about the variants, right? Like, even if they remake the figure, they're not going to make it the exact same way, you know.
But
so the other figure will still retain value, but it won't be as valuable.
No, but it's not even just things that they do remake, even things that they haven't remade. For instance, like that goat. You know what I mean? Like, and whether or not, again, we want to debate whether they're doing it on purpose, whether or not, or if it was an accident because like they lost the mold, whether they're lying, you know what I mean? But the point is, like, you know, that because they only made one in one set, and then you know what I mean, over time now it's like the prices. And I'm not saying it's Lego's fault completely. The price has gone up. I'm not saying that. I just feel like they're definitely doing shit that's really fucking with the market. I mean, what's that?
No, I was gonna say, like, Lego is so easy though to collect compared to other hobbies and fandoms and stuff, though. You know, as far as like distribution, like people that are overpaying for these figs and stuff, to me, it's like you kind of get what you deserve on that one. Like, not to be a dick, but like, you know, like for example, like Jordans and Yeezys, you know, in the sneaker world, like if you don't get them in those first 10 minutes, like you're shit out of luck, or you got to wait for a retro, you know, and so you have a certain amount of time to sell them before the retro comes out, you know, and that's up to you.
You got to know the game.
You got to know the game. Exactly. And
Yeah, but how are you supposed to, know certain things? You know
That's
what I
the
mean?
thing, you don't though. But that's the thing, you don't. That's what makes it fun. Like I like the fact that there's only one goat somehow. It's a cool story. I don't personally want it, but like that gives somebody something to go after, like I like that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Well, I mean, in a sense, I guess. I mean, yeah, there is, I guess, a game to be played at it, in a market. But I mean, at the same time, you're talking like, I mean, I guess it's just like, look, you're shit out of luck. If you want to fucking goat that bad, you can pay $80. But think about it, dude. Like even when I was at my prime of making money, before I lost, I quit my job and stuff like that, dude. Like, and I was making good freaking money too, man. But like to pay $160, to pay almost $200, you know what I mean? Like for 2 or 3 goats is insane, dude. See, to the point where I'm like, why even like? Are you selling it that much? Because look, the free market's weird like that because it's like, are you selling it that much because somebody will pay for that?
Yes.
Or are you just hoping somebody pay for it? Because look, you can set the price for whatever you want.
You just got to
but
check.
It's a matter of selling it.
Yeah, but you have to consider, right? Like people probably want goats for their mocks and other stuff, and if it only came in one set, that was also originally I think like $150 set. At least I don't know if that's the exact price, but it came in a pricier set. Obviously that's going to happen. No,
I mean I could see it happening more with figs. You know what I mean? But
if Lego's about making money, just put the goat in a $15 set and charge us $20, and they're gonna fly off the shelves.
Yeah, and they will. They'll be, and they're going to, and that's part of why they bought Bricklink. They know what's going on with the goat. They're very aware of what's happening.
I mean, and the goat is one example of
that's like that.
No, but that's a perfect example, right? They know it, and they're going to come out with a set. And I don't think they'll put it in a $15 or $20 set. I think they'll put it behind a paywall if they're smart, even though they say they don't, but they totally do.
Here's a $50 tree.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
They can remake those trees all day long too, right?
Like, this is the one that everyone's used to, but this spruce was a mail order when I was a kid that I have a bunch of that my mom was nice enough to order for me when I was like, 10 years old.
That's
See,
awesome.
the other issue that I have that kind of correlates with this is Lego trying to make themselves like this top product, top shelf product or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's not like, I'm not saying you can't be like a top shelf product, so to speak, but it's just like you're a toy. You're trying to make something like you're trying to make a Lamborghini. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's not even like a collectible. I know we can say they're collectibles for us adults, you know what I mean? But they're children toys that they play with, and you're trying to make it to where it's on a Lamborghini fucking status, dude.
It already is.
You know what I mean? And that's
it is.
No, but I'm saying like, but even in a Lamborghini world, like those things that are really expensive like that, unless you're like a billionaire, generally it's like a one-time purchase thing. You don't buy multiple Lamborghinis. You don't buy multiple Rolexes. Unless you're like a fucking multiple like.
So, are you finally admitting that we're stupid for how much we pay for like?
Dude, I probably spent more than half of us. You know what I mean? That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm trying to say is like you're making this high quality product, but it's a children's toy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, boozy kids, sir. Welcome to 2022.
But listen, you saying that's like people
for sure.
But you saying that is like people would always say, why are these Jordans worth $1,000?
But Jordans aren't children's toys, man.
They're just sneakers.
Yeah, but they're still not children's toys.
But they're just.
I know
they're just sneakers, but basketball players that get paid millions of dollars wear those sneakers. You know what I mean? So I'm talking about a children's toy. Tell me another product that's like that. You know what I mean?
That's why. I mean, it's a good quality product.
I mean, it's the same thing. I don't know.
I mean, no, action figures. Yeah, I mean, like for instance,
cards.
Black Series, they cost like $20. You know what I mean?
It's
Funko Pop is like 15. I don't know, 10 depends. You know what I mean? But again, it's not in the same caliber as Lego. You don't get 3,000 Black Series in a year. You know what I mean? You don't have like you don't have Black Series stores. You don't have like it's not the same type of caliber, so to speak.
I mean, personally, I think that toilet paper is overrated and overpriced.
And even then, like Black Series, as much as they might promote their product and praise it and stuff like that, they still don't put their nose in the air the same way Lego does. You know what I mean?
But they
They
can,
interact
you
with
know,
they
they
interact with their fans a lot more on. You know what I mean? It's a completely different format than what Lego does.
See, I kind of disagree from your with what you're saying, but I feel like Lego does a really good job with like engaging with fans, not like that LAN aspect of it, or like customer service wise, you know, or like.
Well, yeah, I mean, customer service, they're on par with that, but that's not the same thing that I'm talking
I mean,
about.
they
you
don't
know?
even need to have. But you brought up like Lego stores. There's no Black Series store. Lego doesn't even need to have these stores. That's a drop in the bucket. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
they
that's,
do though. They do need to have those
I
stores
imagine
because of
so.
again that they are putting themselves on a
Sure.
different level. You know what I mean?
But you're
They
saying they don't
look.
care about engagement. I say the stores are the reason for engagement.
I would say the stores, they do really well with customer service
Yeah,
engagement,
that's-
being one
Yeah,
with the
but that's
community.
not.
You know?
I don't consider that like Lego as a company. You know what I mean? Like I consider that their employees on the lowest level, dude. You know what I mean?
But you have to, though, to work for Lego, you have to be that type of person. You have to be very
Yeah.
social. You have to have very
No, I get that, but that's still an employee level. You know what I mean? That's not a corporate or a marketing or a research level. You know what I mean?
I disagree with that
because
completely. Yeah,
you
the
can
culture
stand in a
drives-
Lego store and chat with people for hours. If these
Yep.
guys were just employees, they wouldn't be standing there chatting with you about Lego for hours. I've seen it happen.
No,
I've
but
done
that's
it.
what I'm saying. I'm saying that, but that's still the individual employees that work there. Yes, they have a policy to follow and whatnot. You know, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying like that's not the company like interacting with fans on.
But
Like
you
for instance,
represent your company.
yeah,
you know?
but that's still not the same thing I'm talking about though, man. I'm talking about the individual employees. They engage with you. You know what I mean? On their own individual time, you know what I mean, in the
So
store.
how do you
like,
think
you know,
they found that employee hive?
what's that?
How do you think Lego hired people that are all like that for the most part? How do you think that happened? It's not luck.
No, it's just like, look, as far as like the stores go, I mean, look, I haven't worked at the stores. I've only talked to people that worked at the stores, and it's still not, and the things that I've talked to that people have worked at stores, multiple people, not just one. Things aren't like just perfect and rosy and everything. It's not like, you know, you hire somebody and then that's just good as gold. You know what I mean? It's still the individual person. I get that they're working for the company. I get they represent the company, but I'm talking about the company that they're representing. The company, I feel, is not the one that's engaging good with their fans. You know what I mean? Now they might on certain levels at certain times for certain things, but just as far as like the transparency, the trying to be deceitful and not talk to us about like what they're doing, you know, it's just there's so many things that they've done.
Monthly calendar.
I mean, I don't think
calendar is another
company-
good example. You know what I mean? But
who
so
is
that's
the
what I
company that's
that's what I
peeling
mean.
back
Now
the-
look, they don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, look, if you don't like the
example of a
product, you don't have to
company
buy it.
What's an example of a company that's peeling back the curtain that much, though? That's successful,
Right? But other companies
Apple
don't
keeps
act like they're the same way as Lego does.
But
you know
they,
what I mean? That's
they
the
do.
part I'm talking
We're
about.
biased
Like,
because we're fully engaged into Lego, right? If we were fully engaged into other companies, we'd be saying the same thing. I mean, at the end of the day, Lego is a company, but I think Lego does a great job. Don't get me wrong; they have a lot of flaws. Let's say like the LAN aspect of things. I think that they need better communication, but I also think a lot of people.
but I'm not talking about the LAN because the LAN is Lego's responsibility too. You know what I mean? So how do you guys talk about the employee levels? You know what I mean? But the LAN is Lego's responsibility, and look at the shit.
Yeah, but I'm saying
what the
LAN
fuck?
doesn't owe anyone anything. I think that what I've realized over time, over the last 3-4 years, a lot of people in LAN think they're entitled to shit when they're not. You know, it's like Lego's doing a service. Lego doesn't need YouTubers to promote their shit. They'll still do billions of dollars in sales without them. You know, Lego's
to act like the Lego YouTuber community and everything else hasn't like made them a lot of money is ridiculous, dude.
They have, but
they
they're
have
not gonna
gotten
suffer.
multi-million dollars
Yeah.
worth of advertising because of these kids.
No,
and
I agree.
these
I
kids
agree.
people,
But if
know
you
what I mean?
like, here's the thing: if you took away every single Lego YouTuber, Lego's still going to do billions in sales. Lego doesn't need the Lego YouTubers.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not saying I need them, but I'm not gonna act like that they're not worth anything to Lego. You know what I mean?
But
As far as making
yeah, it's
them
marketing.
a shit
It's
ton of
marketing.
money, dude.
They're marketers.
Exactly. Think about just one of them.
Cognut
I can get
stuff.
like hundreds of thousands of views on one video. Like, think about that, dude. That
It's cheap,
and
dirt
then
cheap
and that's
advertising.
one person, one video, hundreds of thousands of views, dude. The amount of views that Lego gets because of land members, not even just land members, us, dude. You know what I mean?
but
Even
that
people that
person's
aren't in
getting-
land. But I'm saying that beats any commercial any day, dude. They are all over the place. It's because of YouTube, because of Twitch, because of Instagram, because of all this stuff, man. They get so much money in free advertising.
Oh yeah,
you know?
no, 100%. We're
I
promoting.
know, but to act like that they don't probably make hundreds of millions of dollars probably because of all this is in my opinion ridiculous.
No, I agree, right? I agree that we do have a part to
think
play.
about it, and then
Lego
they got
could do it without
affiliates.
us. You know, it's not that, like, literally, if we all lost our YouTube channels today and every big YouTuber was shut down, Lego would still be clocking billions in sales.
I'm sure that they would just be doing.
And you know what else would
good.
happen? There'd be a new batch of people doing it for quote unquote free. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah, I think that, like, a lot of people in the Lego space, and I'm not saying this is with everyone, but I think a lot of people think they're a lot more valuable than they actually are. When Lego decides to send you something for free or whatever to review or whatever, they don't have to do that. I mean, you were probably going to buy the set anyway, and if you weren't, you clearly don't care about the set and somebody else will buy it. But, like, our value as, like, YouTubers, like, don't get us.
Were you talking about land?
We're influencers.
Like land member
Or even in general, like any of us, like,
because I haven't I don't know anybody that's not in land that gets Lego sending.
No.
free stuff to
What
them.
I'm saying is, like, we all have influence, but no matter what, Lego doesn't need us, right? You know, and as much as we do impact people and we convince people to buy shit, like, Lego's still gonna do fine. If we all vanish tomorrow, Lego's not gonna be affected. They're gonna find something.
Look, I never said that Lego is going to fall apart if they didn't have people, promoting them on YouTube and social media. I never said that.
For the dirt cheap advertising that Lego gets off YouTube, it is worth it for them because
of course
the little bit extra that they make, they like Brick Hive drops a comment or a video. Hey, I wasn't gonna buy that Lego set.
Dude, think of it like this, man.
I'm gonna buy it.
Dude, think about the business boom that just Bricks and Minifig has where Emmasaurus goes.
Yeah.
Just her. And think about the influence on that just one store, that little store, and what they've done. Now think about all of us across the world promoting Lego. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even just about that, man. It's about, like, just, again, the promotion part. But yeah, I mean, and like I said, I'm not saying Lego's gonna fall apart, man. If they didn't have us shouting them out, obviously, But
Lego's
I
like,
will say this:
I
I'm keep waiting for it to happen, man. Their bubble's gonna burst, though. You can only keep jacking up prices and stuff for so long, man, before
I hope not. I hope it's not like me, babies. I'm invested hard in this shit.
You know what's really funny?
right?
I thought the same thing, but it doesn't seem like people care anymore. Like, I think, like, you and I, we care more about, like, price per piece and value and shit. But, like, look at, like, City, and then look at Ninjago. Ninjago used to be a good deal. The latest wave of Ninjago sets are so overpriced.
Yeah, I was surprised because Ninjago was like one of the last ones, man.
Yeah,
that was kind of.
I think Lego now knows that if they can do something and still sell it, why wouldn't they? Right? If you could jack up a set.
But eventually it's going to be like right now, I mean, and I feel like a lot of people are kind of cutting back right now. And I noticed a lot of people are selling shit, and whatnot and stuff. But I think it's like some people are going to just get to a point like me where they might just can't buy anymore. Like, they just can't, dude. It's like, I literally can't unless I go steal the shit,
Well, hi.
By the way, disclosure: nobody go steal any Lego, please.
Hi, I'm an expert thief. I'm a retired thief, so
No, just take out the parts and pieces you want and tape it back up and return it.
Yeah,
that's simple.
Oh yeah, dude. I was looking for that receipt, man, for the longest time, and that reminds me, I gotta check something because I found a receipt. And I think it's for that Speed Champion set. Hold on.
So I work with a lot of brands and stuff in my daily job, and I know the mentality, and I sit in boardrooms and all that stuff. I'm not trying to flex. It's just things I know. The general attitude of companies is to acquire new first and foremost. Like, they want to take care of their base, obviously, but most companies are forward thinking in terms
No
of
money.
how do we acquire new. And if you
Yeah.
need any more proof with Lego, the 18 plus thing was very intentional, right down to the packaging and putting the numbers on the box. They're like, we need to go after new. We need new people, new blood in here, new customers. And
It's
so
like
that's
selling
always
cars or houses.
exactly. That's gonna be their focus first. Think about your experiences when you buy a cell phone. When you buy your first phone, if you switch carriers, they give you $1,000 and all these trade credits and all this stuff, right? But once you're in it in year 3, they're not coming after you saying, hey, giving you that same sweet deal that they gave you up front. You know what I mean? Because they're just trying to steal market share from the other carriers. So as long as everybody remembers, and people have said it several times on here, it's a business, and think about it through that lens first and not take things sort of personally. The more clarity you'll have. Like, Hive, I agree with you 100%. Like, they're so tone deaf on certain things. It's hilarious. That BrickCon disaster of a show last year was a complete mess. But you know what that is? I also work international, and there's a lot lost in translation. They're based in Europe, so they're out of touch on certain things, and that makes sense. Some of it I can understand, but as far as like keeping things secret and all that stuff, like that's just good business. The most successful businesses don't want any of their
I'm not talking
shit
about
leaked.
like deep secrets or anything. I'm talking like, okay, like when they got rid of the calendar.
That's just
It's
sloppy.
nothing.
I agree. I mean,
nothing, dude. If I sat here and thought for a few minutes, I could probably give you 100 legit reasons of why I was saying things that I was saying about.
Okay, let's
the
go.
transparency part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But look, the whole point that I was starting was just the attitude that I feel like Lego has as far as putting their product, like as far as a top shelf thing goes, is just kind of, I think, shitty as far as it goes, because it's a children's toy. You know what I mean?
It's not just a children's toy. It is for some.
Dude, it what do you
I mean,
look, if you want to go with the 18 plus,
not going to be beat.
No, if you want to go with the 18 plus display sets, sure. But besides that, man, no, it's made for kids. I mean, adults can buy it and build it and play with it, but it's just like with, anything else that's a kid's toy, man. I mean,
but Hive, it's like
look. No, go ahead.
You can say that about anything, though, Hive. It's too straw man, dude. It doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. It's like you can say that about literally everything. It's just a pair of jeans.
I can't, dude. It's not everything is a children's toy.
Okay, golf clubs are an old man's toy, but like still people buy them,
Right. It can
Again,
apply
that's not
to
a children's
everything.
toy. I don't know why you keep guys giving examples of things that aren't kids' toys, dude. Like, I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, but it is a kid's toy. It is.
I gave you 5.
That...
What do you mean? I said baseball cards, Pokemon cards.
Yeah, what about them?
Action figures. Those are for kids.
I agree, and they're expensive.
I think that,
I don't think that they try and act like in the same caliber again as Lego does. Like, literally, like in this kind of artsy fartsy kind of way,
But Lego's kind of jumped to like unreal levels. Like, no matter what you say, it's a kid's toy, but you don't see companies pulling numbers like Lego. Lego,
wait,
if
what are you talking about?
You said okay, it's a kid's toy, right?
Yes, that is what Lego was designed
I
for.
agree.
Was for kids. When they have commercials, it's always kids.
100%.
Now, every once in a while, yes, for the 18 plus stuff, they'll have an adult building an 18 plus set. But I said that's not what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Everything else they designed is designed for children. You know what I mean? It's not. I'm not saying adults can't buy it. Obviously, I buy it. You know what I mean? But I'm just for me, I can't put it in like the same light as Jordans or golf clubs or whatever, you know what I mean? It's something that's designed for kids to play with, but they put it again like on the top shelf, like an artsy fartsy kind of way, to where they can make it as expensive and as valuable as it is. And again, like I was saying, I just don't like that because it's for children.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, right? If you have a business, you have your art, right? If you could sell your art for $1, or if you could sell it for $1,000, what would you sell it for?
Am I gearing it towards children? Like, is it going to be like?
Yeah, gearing it but if you know a kid will buy it for $1,000, would you sell it to him for $1,000 or $1?
Or if their parents are gonna buck up
Yeah,
$1,000.
I don't know. That's a loaded question, BFAB. Some
Well,
kid's
I
not
mean,
gonna
that's
have
kind of what
$1,000 to pay for a drawing, dude. You know what I mean? And
I know a lot of dudes
even
who
if he
are so
did, I
bad.
would go through the parents first.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
gonna
I'm
just take
saying
$1,000 from some kid.
No, but
Yeah, but
I can simplify it for both. I see where you're driving towards, both of you, and you're both right. But look at their distribution. Look at their channels, right? They're addressing the needs of everyone. Hive, in your opinion, it's a children's toy, and you're absolutely right.
Dude, every time I've had this argument before, man, everybody usually beats me down saying that the adult market is so freaking tiny. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm about to go there. Hold on a second. What I'm saying is, you go to Kohl's, for example. Look at the assortment that they have at Kohl's, right? It's like kind of capped around maybe 100 tops, but they have a lot of. They got the minifig, they got the CMFs, they got.
You're talking about 100 sets tops.
$100.
Oh, the price.
Yes.
Okay.
Is their cap generally in store? I'm not saying there's not exceptions, but my point is, like, there's different distribution channels, and I think a Walmart, right? They run the gamut. You can get something from $5 to 200, maybe. Depends on what they got. My point is, like, they want to be everything to everybody, and this adult wave is a very small drop in the bucket. We live in this bubble where it's a high growth area for them, no doubt, and that's why they're zeroing in on it. But we live in this bubble where we care about company Lego stores and exclusives and all that. Lego is far more concerned with the 6,500 Walmart stores they have in the US than they are the 120 or whatever. I don't even know how many Lego stores there are. I don't even think
that just proves my point. Is what I'm saying is, like, it's geared for kids. You know what I mean? If it was flipped and it was more of an adult market, I can see them trying to be like artsy fartsy top shelf. We're worth all this, making, we're costing this much money, but it's not. It's the other way around. It's for kids.
But the
so
price
like I've talked about before, how like look, I feel like most parents eventually are just not going to be able to afford to buy Lego for their kid. Man.
But see,
kids are
there's a reason why they have those stores.
If people weren't buying the product, they wouldn't be able to charge that much. Lego knows their value, and so they're going to take advantage of that.
And that's why look. And again, if I'm wrong, eventually I'll admit I'm wrong about it. But I just feel like the bubble's going to burst, man. You can't just keep jacking price. Look, how high are you going to charge for a minifig before people are like, I can't afford $10 for this minifig. Dude.
How
like,
Well, they have $5 blind bags though, isn't that? I mean, that's been. I don't know what they used to be, but
they used to be $2 when collectible minifigs first started in 2011. They were $2.
Okay. Well, everything's gone up. I mean, so there's a little bit of an answer for that, but no, Hive. I think why it's important for them to do the artsy fartsy and elevated sort of brand image on stuff is because of this niche within the Lego buyers, which is 18 plus. You have to present that Millennium Falcon.
I'm not just talking about the 18. I'm talking about everything, dude. The whole product.
I'm trying to
man,
tell you. So instead of saying no one's saying you're wrong, I think it's for kids and for adults, and that's what they're trying to. That's what they're trying to.
I don't think Lego wants to be just for kids anymore.
They don't.
No, of course they don't. There's more money in it to not just be for kids. But that's not what I'm saying, man. The whole point I was saying is like their whole product, the brick. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what you make out of the brick. I'm just saying the brick. They've put it on this pedestal above everything else. And it's caused, like, they're like, we can charge more for it because we think it's worth more because of blah, blah, blah. And then everybody else, including myself, I'm not like excluding myself out of this. Hype goes into that. You know what I mean? And that's what causes the price even more to rise.
That's why
like the stuff can be worth so much money on the secondhand market and everything. But what I'm saying is they do that, and I don't like it because I just feel like it's a children's toy, and you're making it into some product that's like beyond.
Let me ask you this though: how have they betrayed the kids? We were just talking about how there's a $5, $20, $30 sets out there for kids too. So I would agree with you if they priced everyone out to the point where it was like UCS and up only available. But
okay. Now, if we were to do a ratio of all their sets and the prices, I mean,
it's low.
Like, yeah, dude, I understand there's some $10, $20 sets and 30 or whatever, but like
We think they suck, but my daughter loves them.
It's not about them sucking. I'm saying there's much fewer of those cheaper sets than there is once they start getting into like a 60, 70 or plus range. You know what I mean?
I don't want to clutter down the middle and not to make the debate any more easier, but let's take Blue Bricks as an example. And I did buy a Lepin Green Grocer. I don't want to admit it, but I did buy a Lepin Green Grocer for $150.
For shame. For shame.
So, like, they can still produce the product and make it more across the board affordability for everybody. But is it the Lambo of Lego bricks? I guess is what we're asking.
Right. I'm fine with paying ridiculous prices for shit. I can't.
I mean, because look, it's not like look. Everybody jokes about it, but it's almost like everybody agrees. Like Lego is expensive.
Sure.
Like it's just known. Lego's just expensive. Like that's not like a fib or something. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why.
So yeah. I mean, I don't know. So I mean, I don't know. It's forced me to, because the problem, I'm torn because I love the product so much. You know what I mean? That's why I'm so torn about stuff. You know, but the company, man, just pisses me off. But it's forced me as a consumer to really focus more on like, all right, I'm gonna focus on just like the more specific sets that I really want, and not just get sucked in to wanting to collect every helmet or every speed champion or every this or every that, or whatever, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys definitely bring up valid points. I just don't agree with all of them. That's all.
Thank you.
One thing I like.
It's good stuff, Hive.
If you look at the city line,
hard place now. Like,
no, I love these conversations.
How they dial it back now, though? Like, how do they dial back their prices now? Like, how do they even dial back their piece?
Well, that's going to be the interesting stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be about. I don't know. Because again, like, I just feel like
they can't.
Not going to last.
I feel like they're at that tipping point too. Like, if they start charging $6-7 for those blind bags, yeah, I'll still feel them out and I'll get the figures I want, but I'm not going to be buying them all. I'm going to be buying only the ones I want.
They better have very special molded pieces. Like for this, like that's one thing I liked about the Marvel ones. They were all unique pieces and prints that you probably can't see them putting in sets down the line. Most of them.
Well, the Marvel sets.
Like if you're asking me to spend $7 on a Muppet figure, sorry, no, I choose the Marvel as the better choice for $7.
But dude, think about that. But like, but most of these people that would buy, I mean, I feel like if you're gonna pay $7 for a minifig, you're probably gonna want them all. Like, you're pretty serious about collecting them. So, I mean, what is that? 7 times 12?
Well, here's something we talked about. I wanted your guys' thoughts on this.
That's
like,
if you get them all.
We say it's overpriced, but let's compare not even the 6-inch.
If you bring up cauliflower, I'm gonna fucking.
No, but one thing we talked about, one set that's on shelves right now that I think is interesting is the Infinity War, or it's one of those. It's the one with Thanos on there that's got like, you know, the van from Ant-Man. You guys know the set I'm talking about?
Yeah, Endgame Battle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's take that as an example, right? That's $69.99. It's been out a while. It's always 20% off. I think it's like 55 most days. To me,
but that's where I mean, maybe mine hasn't been on discount. I haven't seen it on sale.
Go to Target. It's always 20% off. So for me, that represents a good value because you get whatever it is, 6-8 minifigs. You get the building and you get a vehicle. Whereas if we were to do that through Marvel Legends, which, yeah, they're better and more premium figures, you know, the figures are $20 a piece or whatever they are nowadays. And then the vehicles in those kind of lines are like $80, $100. And then if they ever get around to building a building, you know, to actually play with them in, that's going to be $150, $200. So, like, to me, it represents a value for my daughter. I can get her a complete experience with the figures, the building, the characters, etc., and she gets to, you know, spend time building it. I feel like it's a good value.
Look, it depends also on how much money you make. That's a really big part of it, because if you make, you know, no, seriously, man, if you make like barely minimum wage or whatever, you know, you got to work 5-7 hours, man, to pretty much kind of buy that set. You know what I mean?
I mean, as somebody Hive who did work minimum wage like 4 years ago. Well, that's a lie. I never worked minimum
No,
wage.
I mean, look,
but like I worked 2 jobs, to buy the shit that I did, and so.
Well, yes, B-Fabin, if you stay living with your parents and you don't have any kids and all that, you can keep doing that, man. If you have a job, you know what I mean? But if you have a family, it gets a little bit different. And that's the main thing I was kind of bringing back to also was just parents buying Lego for their kid.
But
don't buy
your
so I look,
someone who's doing it.
No, I
good
agree.
Deal?
I understand what you're saying. I totally do.
It's a good deal. I'm getting all that for 50.
But
again,
see,
if you wanna...
it's a good deal because of where we're at. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking
like
competitively
it's like
with other stuff though. My daughter's into 78 different things. If I have to buy all the figs individually from whatever, name a show on Netflix that she's into, the figs are like $10 or $12 each, right? So I'm already up to whatever. I don't have to buy these things, obviously. I'm just saying if you're out to get the Christmas stuff or whatever the birthday, whatever the reason is, I'm saying like, what is that damn character on Netflix with the cats? It doesn't matter. The dollhouse for that is $150 for the dollhouse itself. And then I had to buy, again, not have to, but the $10 and $12 figs. And there's some excess. You have a girl Hive. You know where I'm at on this. So it's whatever. I'm into $250 already on filling out this play set. So for me, comparatively, if they make a Lego version of a Disney princess set instead of me buying the castle that Disney makes somewhere else and the figs that go with that, I get a pretty rocking deal, on buying an ice castle, not the $200 one, but the $60 one that comes with all the characters she gives a shit about, and I'm done. And she gets to build it and she gets to learn. So for me, that's what I consider. That's why I say it's a good deal for me personally. Because you can quickly put together $250 worth of shit in other toy lines very easily. That's where I'm coming.
I mean, again, I would have to look at the other stuff you're talking about, man. I don't really know as in comparison, but what I meant was,
you know what Black Series cost? They're $20. So shittier ones are half that. They're $10. Kids figs are about at least. I don't even know if my Target has $10 figures of anything actually. You know what I mean? Like
right, but if me spending, it gets a little difficult trying to do comparisons. You know what I mean? Because, for instance, I remember when my daughter was young.
Gabby's Dollhouse. Thank you.
When my daughter was young, she was in a Monster High.
Okay.
I remember. So we got her the high school or whatever, and I don't remember how much it was. You know what I mean? But it was big. It was fucking big. And that's the thing. That's the thing about the value of Lego that I'm talking about. Like you're saying, like that Marvel set, like it's good for its value or whatever, for even $70 or something like that. It maybe not. I don't know. It depends on because of where the bar is set right now. I mean, because if you took all those pieces and you just poured them into a pile sitting right in front of you, and you're like, okay, this is worth $70. A lot of people are gonna laugh in your face, man. You know what I mean? Because you got maybe 1,000 pieces or something.
Yeah, but
1,000 bricks. You know what I mean? No, I mean for a kid, it doesn't matter because the kid's not paying for it. You know what I mean? To the kid, it could be $5,000. You know what I mean? Be that small, and they're still gonna think like it's an awesome set because they don't understand the value of money yet and everything. But what I meant was like the value. If the value was good enough for you, you make enough money, your daughter likes it. You know what I mean? Then of course it's gonna be a different story than maybe me that's barely scraping by. And even if my kid's screaming wants that set, I'm like, it's just too much. You know what I mean? It depends on perception. But what I mean, the whole point I was just trying to make was that money, that value. Legos is. I mean, I'm not saying Lego's the only toy company that tries to get expensive with their sets, but the attitude I feel Lego has.
I feel like Leopard is cheaper, Hive, if you need a better deal.
I'm sorry.
Leopard is cheaper if you need a better deal.
I ain't even talking about Leopard, man. You know what I mean? We've been talking about Blue Bricks. There's Kobe. You know what I mean? I've seen people starting to buy like other like even the cheaper ones like Mega Constructs or Mega Blocks or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
What is the best knockoff? By the way, I have no idea.
I don't know either. I've got a Blue Brick set. I've been meaning to build.
I was going to say I don't buy fake stuff, but
it's not fake. You guys call it fake stuff, and see that's the that's what I'm talking about. But look, I know you're joking around, but look, that's the mentality. But that's the mentality that people have. It's like even if you get a different block set, a lot of people will like laugh at you or something. You know what I mean?
I would. Yeah.
Nah, but like it's crazy, man.
You're right. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are controlling the market too.
and it's like I'm almost scared to build this blue brick set, dude, because this thing is rocking, man. And I'm like, holy shit, it's fucking like only like maybe half the price. I'm like, fuck, dude.
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Well, all right. Here's something that's topical, right? So this Optimus Prime, everybody's saying that's overpriced, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't either, but I mean, it's a narrative. It's a narrative that's out there. And again, 1-to-1. We went to Universal recently, and my daughter, met the Transformers and da 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 da.
Wow, they're real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're actually pretty badass. The character ones, it's better than anything Disney's doing. I'll be honest, it was awesome. Anyway, so she bet Bumblebee, loved Bumblebee, and I'm always trying to promote her getting into stuff that I used to be into. So I'm like, all right, well, let's go get her one. And you go to Target, and these, I don't know what they are, 6-inch. They're not the big dog ones, but their base figures are like $30 and $40 each. And so I'm looking at this figure that I got of her, and I know the dimension for her, and I know the dimensions of this Optimus, and I'm like, if I stack them all together, it's about the same, and that 4 of those is right around 150 or whatever. So I'm like, how's that a bad deal? It's just people just bust out with it's a bad deal right off the rip. But I'm like,
no, I mean, like, I don't know, because it looks like it's big too. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but again, it's a matter of perception, man. Because that's
my perception. It's a good deal. It's
right, but a lot of people are like $200, or whatever. Like, look, the whole thing for me is I think it's fine for the price. Honestly, it's whatever. I mean, as far as Lego goes, but I can just go buy an Optimus Prime, dude. It's like I don't need a Lego Optimus Prime. That's my whole thing about it. I just think there's some things I just don't need to see in Lego. So I mean, it's cool. It's really cool. Transform.
People have been asking for this for like 100 years. They've been wanting they've been wanting to transform.
I'm like, Transformers are just right over there, man. You can just buy one.
Yeah, but it's not in Lego form.
I know it's not, dude.
I think they're trying to think. Lego's trying to think of it as like a masterpiece of sorts. If you guys know the masterpiece collection for Transformers, they're quite.
It's the higher end.
I think they're strictly just trying to get adults. They're trying to get adults into that shit.
T-Mog, what's the retail on Optimus Masterpiece?
I tried looking on Big Bad Toy Store. The closest thing I could find was a Golden Convoy exclusive version of him, and it's like $200 US. So it's not that far off.
Yeah. So, that's the other thing I'm being reminded of every day, Hive, at the pump or when I go to do anything. Everything is just more expensive now. We just got Chipotle tonight. It was $46.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another reason why I was like, just they can't keep it up. It's not gonna be able to keep up, dude. I mean, just because so much, everything else is expensive. People aren't gonna put Lego above medication or gas or my electric bill or, I mean, and I don't know. And like again, the whole it varies in totally different levels, man. Like my level is totally different from just some parent buying a random Lego, set for their kid, But yeah, you're right.
I do set math. I also picked up gas tonight when I went out. I live in LA. I know it's like
holy shit. Then you're definitely paying a lot of money for gas.
I know that's my choice, and I'm not asking anybody to take pity, but it's been $6 a gallon for 3 months here. So to fill my tank's like $130.
Yeah, dude.
It hurts.
What's $6 a gallon to a liter?
I don't know.
You tell me, man. I don't know.
I don't know. You guys use all that weird math.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, man. Vancouver's $2.20 a liter. I pay $1.72 a liter for regular.
So what's 130 to you? That's 170 Canadian or whatever that is. I don't even know.
Oh yeah, I'd be like about 170 Canadian. Yeah.
Okay, so I just put that in my vehicle. That's a really nice set. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I filled up my truck the other day. I had a quarter tank. I put $100 in, and it wasn't even at full. So yeah, gas is expensive.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty
everything's
insane.
expensive right now. That's the other thing that we got to look at. Like everything overnight jumped up 20%. It feels like.
Yeah, I keep hearing things about a depression, man.
I think a lot of what we
find out.
Hey, Hive, I'll take that Bluebird set off your hands.
Talk about the prices and stuff of everything with Lego. You think just before the pandemic of how much they've increased in how many sets there are that you could get versus even what they've got right now. They may have started spreading themselves a little bit too thin. And
I agree. Yeah,
so,
I mean,
the fact that the prices haven't increased so much, if you think about it, the cost of fuel and stuff for them to transport everything has gone up, and the fact that it's made from petroleum in the first place is an astronomical part of that. And yes, I understand when they remove the calendar, but you also got to think of, you try to order something through some sort of, if you deal anything with shipping and stuff now,
all
you're going to continuously follow up on whether or not they've canceled your PO and even bothered. You don't know when you're going to get it. You don't know when they're going to send it. And the logistics end of just Lego themselves, they don't have the distribution through their own company like Walmart and stuff and Amazon. Walmart has their own distribution, and I'm thinking that Walmart and what Lego has to deal with right now, Walmart is probably, because they've got their own distribution part, is probably helping to keep that steady. And I think when they removed the calendar, I think it's because it used to be, hey, this is the date we're going to do something. This is what we're going to do. Now they probably got so much on the go where they can't keep those dates. So instead of printing, this is the date we're going to do it, they don't even know. So maybe
not. I don't know. Just like you said, I think, you know what I mean? We don't know. And that's the whole thing. The point I was making is like, it's like just some transparency. They don't have to. It'd just be nice if they would let us know,
I wouldn't be able to say, here's
and it doesn't
by tomorrow.
Well, and it doesn't look good that they take away the calendar and then they did that bullshit with the gift of purchase at the end of the month too. You know what I mean? That clearly was designed to go with the boutique hotel.
I mean,
so I'm just saying, man, they do this stuff and then it makes, maybe not everybody, but at least people like me, I'm like, what the shit, dude? That's shady as fuck, man. You know what I mean?
Supply channel stuff is real, though.
I can say what I've heard why they took it away. From what I heard, and again, I can't 100% confirm this, kind of what the point that you guys were going on. Lego, there's so many changing variables this day and age with Lego. Either, let's say, like a promo, they can't get it to the States in time. Let's say they schedule it to be released this day, and then something happens and they can't get it in time. Well, then they have to change the calendar. And that happened a bunch last year or whatever, so Lego's like, screw it. We don't need to put this in writing, so if things don't come to fruition, we are not held accountable for that.
Why don't they just hold on to the product until it's ready and then,
or just make a statement, dude? Like any other normal company would.
Last year, I think it happened like 2 or 3 times. I'm trying to think what promos, but like where Lego. I'm trying to what sets last year. Oh, I think the
that's a gift with purchases.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But with the calendars, when you put something in writing, if you say this is going to be available from this time to this time, and you can't get, say, the product, was it the Saturn V promo? What promo was it? Where Lego couldn't get it?
I don't know, but BFAB, the point you're even making is like it's such a small percentage that you can't even remember which one it is. So you're saying for that very small percentage, you're just going to wipe the whole slate clean.
Yeah, because here's the thing: what's the point of having paper calendars? People usually grab them, they throw them.
What do you mean paper? Who's getting a paper calendar, dude? All this shit was digital.
What? What do you mean?
I never got a paper calendar. I looked at the shit online,
I have
dude.
a whole collection of the ones when they used to be doing that.
Well, then don't make it paper. Make it online. You know, and that's it.
Maybe they hired some schmuck from the web department, and he was responsible for posting calendars.
Like,
now they can't do it anymore.
You have to ask yourself, what does a calendar do for Lego?
It's not for Lego. It's for their customers, dude.
Yeah, but
shit, man.
People were gonna buy.
Look, if they want to do it just for money, if they whatever reason they want to do it, man, it's like that's the whole point I was making about transparency, man. Just let us know. Make a statement. I mean, I don't get why it's so difficult for them to do
because
that.
I think
Because if Lego releases a statement on one thing, they're gonna have to do it with everything. Lego does occasionally
Lego
release
just does whatever
statements.
the fuck they want, dude.
Yeah,
Let's
but
not
no,
pretend like
Lego
Lego
does
follows
release
their own
statements.
rules or anything.
But the issue when Lego releases statements, like stuff like this happen, and then people expect more answers for everything. You know?
Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about, BFAB, because they don't make statements really about shit.
They do. Look
Not
at Brick
for
Fanatics.
not
They
not
release
not as
statements
much
all
as
the
I
time.
think that you're saying they do.
No, Lego does it all the time. People, why doesn't this happen? Like with the goat thing, they have an explanation. You can literally read a Brick Fanatics article where they explain.
I did.
Why
I made a fucking video
I
about
know
it
you
just
did.
last week, and I read the article and I said it's because they said they lost the mold.
What?
That's what their statement is.
but I'm
They
saying
lost the mold.
Lego does release statements a decent amount.
But that's not a statement. That's just them answering a question in an interview. You know what I mean? That's not them going out and saying,
That's
like,
what a
look, we
statement
removed
is.
the calendar because we're having logistic problems right now. Dude, how can nobody not understand and be sympathetic about
But
that? You know
but
what
a
I mean?
company they're not entitled to do that.
No,
you know?
they're not. That's not what I'm saying. I've already made that statement. They don't have to do shit, dude. That's not the
Just
point.
picture Hive if Lego answered every single question we had.
Okay. All right. I don't know why you would think that I was making a statement either, that they would have to answer every single question that we have. I'm talking about just big things that they do, man. You know what I mean? But it's whatever. Look, I have this all the time when I bring up stuff about Lego and
the calendar thing to me is clearly supply chain. And to answer, so Hive, like, you got to understand that behind the scenes on this, like, okay, so maybe BFAB couldn't cite the 2 or 3 examples where the dates slipped, but you got to understand that they could have been overpaying to rush freight to fly it in, for example, versus spending it on a boat to make those dates. So they were honoring those dates, but somebody behind the scenes was getting heat.
Wait, well, what are you talking about? Which part are you talking about?
Talking about the promo calendar, right? So like the promo calendar, gifts with purchase, right?
Yeah.
What we don't know is behind the scenes, there could have been, they were making those dates on a lot of those gifts with purchases to get them to the States or wherever they need to go. But they might have been overpaying to make that happen.
But why can't you just make them like once they know the sets they're designing for promos? I mean, the smart thing would be to once get the product to where they need to be for them to be distributed, then you can announce a date rather than like try to make something happen.
There's pressures.
What company does that?
There's so many layers.
Nightmare we're in. You're gonna have to do something.
Yeah, but there's so many layers that we're not talking about. Like there's pressures from their licensors.
So I mean, look,
there's like if they have to hit, okay, if a movie's coming,
you're justifying. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. I mean,
I'm
you're
not
justifying
that. I'm explaining it. Like, look,
but about the promo calendar.
I'm giving an example of hitting dates on anything. If a movie is coming out and Lego's got this big deal with Disney on it, and they got to get the shit there the week it comes out, and they got to move heaven and earth to do it, they might get tired of doing that eventually. In the current state we're in, where supply chain is fucked up, I live it every day. They might have said, you know what, we're going to chill on announcing this stuff because it's too hard. We're starting to miss dates. And Lego, why they wouldn't have released a statement on that is they don't want to appear weak or flawed or anything. They do have that ego about them. By admitting that they're having these problems, they think it might take them down a step. And that's probably why they're not admitting it. And so they just went ahead and said, screw it. We'll wipe it out for a while so we don't have to hear the complaints from the community. You know, and I'm not saying that's the right way, but that's a way.
And if that's true, okay. But the problem is, again, I know, but the thing that I just was saying, man, is, and I get it, they don't have to, but it's just, again, you're saying they don't want to admit that they can't handle the logistics of everything right now with all the problems going on in the world.
What company wants to put that excuse out there?
But look, again, we just have different opinions about this. To me, it looks worse not saying anything and then releasing a gift with purchase at the end of the month. You know what I mean? To how it makes it look. You know what I mean? That looks worse on them than them just admitting, like, hey, we can't control shipping, which is like they can. It's not their fault. You know what I mean?
Well, they've done that before, Hive.
I know a lot of people
But
like
but that's what I'm. But whatever. You know what I mean?
That's
That's the whole point I was
VIP
just saying about the
points.
calendar, though. That's the point
So,
I was making about the calendar.
actually, I do have a perfect example now. The Harry Potter dorms. Originally, that set was on the calendar. From what I was told from LAN members, Lego was not sure if they could get that set to the States in time due to all the shit that was going on. So Lego removed that off the calendar. And then also, when they were able to get the sets to the States in time, they put it back on there. Do you guys remember the whole Harry Potter dorm debacle where everyone was freaking out? That
I've
was what
never
happened.
said anything about things that they're out of their control. Okay, that's not what I'm even talking about, dude. But I'm just saying, like, and again, whether we can disagree on this part, but what I am saying is, whatever the fucking reasons may have been, it just would have been, in my opinion, better to just open up to your fans, your customers, the people that spend all this money and are loyal to you, that promote you, and say, look, we can't do the calendar anymore because there's just a lot of craziness going on in the world right now with shipping and logistics. We can't promise things all the time. We'd much rather just be honest and get rid of the calendar than try and predict when we're going to be able to get something to you when we can't. Like, I just feel like if you just made like an open look, and it's not, and for me, and look, and again, we can disagree and argue about it all night long, but to me, they do not communicate well enough with their fans about things that they do, unless it's something that makes them look extremely fucking good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and with that taxi cab promo, like then logistically put that out to us. Okay, we might not get you this taxi cab promo, but if you bring back your receipt saying you bought the boutique hotel, we'll give you the taxi cab promo. But they didn't. They made you spend exactly what Rick said. They made you spend another $250.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you guys' points about all that stuff, man. You know what I mean? It's just my whole thing is I just wish they would let us know. You know what I mean? Because again, it just looks shady when they do certain things, and you know, and the getting rid of the calendar, from what I heard from different sources, wasn't about that. It was about they knew they can make more money if we don't know when to plan on buying stuff.
Yeah, but are your sources
because most people like me will buy the boutique on day one, but then we'll go back and spend a shitload of money to get the gift with purchase. You know what I mean? They're not dumb, dude. They know how to strategize marketing and stuff like that. That's why there's gift with purchases and them double VIP points. You know what I mean? So look, all the shipping stuff might have had stuff to do with it. You know what I mean? But that's not what I heard. You know what I mean? And it just makes more sense that they're.
But that reason you just gave made sense. Like I always, from a marketing perspective, I always found it flawed that they would release these calendars so far in advance.
I mean, I guess, but you know, when you're profiting net profit multi-billions of dollars annually, you're obviously not hurting. You know what I mean? So what are you going to do? You're going to gouge your customers for more money?
I would do it.
Yeah,
I know you would be, Fab. You know, and look, I mean,
it just depends. Like, but let me give you an example. Like this, if they tell you like at the end of this month, what are we 2 weeks out? There's going to be double VIP on something. It's like you're effectively, to some, you're limiting your sell through during that period because everybody's going to wait, and now your sales are going to soften for the 2 weeks leading up to that. So
like the government, you're going to manipulate you,
so
cheat you a little bit and slap you in the face and take your money.
Or they're banking on or like you said, Hive, they're really smart. They know that too. They know that people are going to wait. But they've probably, what I think is there's been diminishing returns on the pops they're getting. And by pops, I mean the sales lift they're getting. During these events, that's what I think is happening. Because it's like there's always something every month, and people get numb to it. I think double VIP personally is the dumbest thing on earth that people clamor towards and get excited about, because when you look at what it really is, it's 10% off, and it's like there's 20% off constantly if you know where to look.
Yeah.
So like,
but there's also certain sets you can only get at the Lego store as well. So, you know, and it's just like
much anymore.
Purchase. If you look at it, you know, the one way, you're like, okay, well, if I'm going to go in here and buy all this stuff anyways, I'm going to complain. They're going to give me VIP points to give me percentages off for my next purchase here.
VIP points have no bearing on any purchasing. It has no I was saying for me personally, VIP points has zero bearing whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't ever like go buy stuff just because of.
I think I think people that are waiting for that need to check what they're what they're really doing. Like
I would say by the time you're spending a fuck ton of money for VIP points to even have any value, even if it's double, triple, quadruple.
Exactly. Yeah, because so you were saying like a lot of the direct sets you can't get. Man, I'm finding stuff in the shadows like all the time. I got my Falcon for $600 off of Zavi. There was no deal at the Lego store that can match that. You can give me double VIP, a lightsaber, all this crap. I got it for $600. So Ninjago City Gardens I ended up getting for like $175 from Kohl's.
Yeah.
So it can happen. It just depends on how savvy you want to be on that stuff.
Also, this day and age, you could literally go to, even now Walmart's, Targets literally have everything that Lego has, other than the promos, for the most.
But it's
Walmart's the same way too. Like Walmart, I'm now seeing modulars at Walmart.
But the whole thing too is like, again, Lego won't do any of that.
Do what?
Have these nice deals that other companies do.
Well, but they don't want to do that because they have to.
They're premium.
To make the retailers happy.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. The whole premium thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm too good. I'm too good to go to be cheap.
I do. So, using Apple Store as an example, Apple Store is full price all the time for everything. You're never going to see a clearance sticker in the actual.
But my argument with that was it's not a children's toy again, man. That's the whole thing I was talking about with that.
I know, but they're trying to set the stage for an elevated experience for the customer. They want you to feel special. There's a reason why they have those nice yellow bags in there. That's a different channel. There's different channels that matter to them where they sell. The Kohl's experience is going to be, and the Walmart experience is going to be a lot different than the elevated experience that you have when you go into the Lego store. It is night and day. It is night and day for them.
Because
Maybe
of
not
the
for
price.
you. Huh?
Because of the price.
Sure, because you're asking.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's more of the price,
but do you want them to have red tags and slashed shit in there and all that? No, that's a certain aesthetic, a certain vibe. Going back to
ask me, yes, I would. Like, and they already do anyways. They already
a little bit.
They just won't go under like 10%. You know what I mean?
A little bit. But my point is,
they
with
have
the
a whole
Store,
bin like usually of like some stuff like that.
But my point is with the Apple Store comparison is, you go in tomorrow, the iPhone 13 or whatever is full price. You go 2 doors down to the Verizon store, and they give you $400 in rebates. It's just a different animal. In their store, they want to be propped up. They want shit to be full price.
I get that, but just like I said already, man, Apple is not a children's toy. You do not a child. You're not buying. I mean, I guess you got the money. But you're not buying your child like your little kid a fucking $1,500, $2,000.
I didn't know this generation. Hive, that is bullcrap because I know a bunch of every kid has a phone, expensive phone this day and age.
Okay, well, it's not designed to be a children's toy. Okay, all right. So let's not try and put it in the same light as a kid's toy, whether or not a kid's gonna have it or not. But that's the point I was trying to make. You know what I mean? There's just. Again, I agree with a lot of you guys' points. You know what I mean? It's not it's just I don't think that
I'm going to start selling my underwear for $1,000 a pair if anyone's interested.
Please don't do that. But I don't know, man. Maybe you can make some money.
Well, and not to mention the rents. The rents in those malls and stuff are very high too. So they got to keep a certain amount of profit margin.
Yeah, but they're selling their product to like Walmart at like 30% of retail, and they're selling at full retail in the mall. They're making pretty good money on what they're selling in that store. So
a lot of overhead in those stores, though, man. A lot of overhead, especially the.
Lego is definitely not hurting. Now, whether individual, I was gonna say individual store owners, but they don't. You can't buy a Lego store. You can't run it's like all owned by Lego.
I wouldn't be surprised to hear if most of those company-owned stores are about break even.
That's what I'm saying. On the individual store level,
it's an advertisement.
You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, as the whatever they're paying to Lego corporate, you know what I mean? Obviously, Lego corporate is doing very well for themselves.
But they're
I mean,
making
well,
all
those
their
are those are corporate owned stores. Those aren't third party. I mean, they're all corporate owned stores.
They're making all their money off retailer guarantees. They're like, so like if
correct,
they go to Walmart and Walmart says, I'm going to buy 10 million units. Lego sells them at 30% of retail, but they guaranteeing they're making that money whether Walmart sells them all or not. They know they're getting that money.
Right.
That's where they make their money.
They've already gotten the money from Walmart.
Yeah,
Whether
got the money.
Walmart gets their money back or not.
They don't care.
There's no take backs. Yeah, exactly. That's
what
that's
do happen to those sets that they don't sell?
They clearance them.
Clearance
No, but even clearance, like even like clearance stuff that doesn't sell. Like think about videos.
Clearance stuff eventually sells.
No, they'll sell. Lego
They'll
sells
sell
no
for
matter what.
Sells, and then some of the
sell. One or another, it'll go.
Some of the Walmart
everything must go.
where a lot of clearance items will go. So you'll see it on the shelf of clearance here, and then all of a sudden next week you'll see nothing left. Whatever didn't sell of that goes to the other hub store where a lot more people buy clearance.
TJ Maxx.
The thing is, like,
they'll get the sales guaranteed, where everyone else is already looking for the deals in those stores.
Yeah.
I was about to say, as somebody who's talked to like a Walmart manager, like they first start off at like 30-40%, and then they just keep going, like based on if it doesn't sell or for what. Like that's where like I've been able to get sets like 75% off easily. If it doesn't sell, they just keep marking it down because they, even though they're losing money, right? Even though like Walmart does make profit, and they're losing money, but it doesn't affect them. Having that space in the shelf is more effective.
But here's the thing: you guys need to think about. They're not really losing money. They're losing money on those individual units, yes.
Right.
So okay, there's this big frenzy. Sorry, this hits close to what I do all day, every day. I deal with big box retailers in my personal life. It's what I do. I sell into them. I know exactly how it works. But what happens is, okay, we see these videos on YouTube, right, of January and July, right? There's these big markdowns in Walmart, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, oh man, I got this Jurassic World set that's $100. I got it for 25 or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. When that's happening, that's usually a year and a half, 2 years or whatever, that the set's already been selling for full price or maybe 20% off for a year and a half. They've been selling it and getting full rip or close to it for a year and a half. By the time they get down to when BFAB rolls in, they're down to their last 8 sets. That store has already sold and chewed through hundreds, thousands of that same set at full rip.
Yeah.
So Walmart doesn't give a flying F if they market. They will penny shit out. I've had products be literally pennied out of Walmart, as in 1 cent. They will take the loss on that to shift it out and get the new thing in.
Well, I mean, and obviously they're doing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The shelf space thing, though, right? I mean, because they'd rather have the shelf space for the new product that they could sell at full retail.
And as a category, video is a complete bomb. We all know that, and drop in the bucket, right? It was a subsection of the big track.
Yeah, it was a tiny little spot.
That's what I mean. But so you go to a Walmart wall and video made up 2% of that wall, we'll call it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Even though that was a complete bomb, it's like that's a fucking blip for them. Walmart's like, all right, you did wrong on that one. Lego, do a make good on your next thing. Give us a better deal on this next whatever. Like they work all that stuff out, but like believe me, nobody's like super losing when there's a clearance sale. In fact, I'm shocked that Lego's so cool with it because of everything we've talked about earlier, and that just shows how important Walmart is to their strategy. A lot of companies would rather buy the shit back than not have it hit clearance as a way to erode their prices or their perceived prices in the market. Like I've done that. My products, if they said they were going to clearance them, I'll buy them back because I don't want my $200 unit to be sold for $70 for some guy to go on Amazon and then undercut me by selling it for $100, for example.
Yeah.
So there's all those games going on too. It's very, very layered, all this shit.
Yeah.
Like don't get any ideas, please. Don't. I like my clearance.
No, I mean I represent one company selling in. I don't sell Lego.
Turn it off.
I don't sell Lego.
I will never buy Lego again.
I would love to account manage Lego in one of the big retailers.
No, we're good, man. I like my.
Hi, Ingrid.
Hey,
Oh, and
Ingrid, you still alive?
Women's out there too.
I'm
So-
shocked Ingrid's still alive. I thought she died like 2 weeks ago. No
It's a
kidding.
little retail
Why?
background.
Kidding,
But-
Ingrid. Ingrid, go to sleep. You're like 95, okay?
But have your overall assessment of the bubble bursting? I agree with you. In general, like I don't know that it's from the price points. I think, and someone touched on it earlier. It might have been Bricklock or Panda, but it's the volume of sets that I'm more concerned with than the price points.
Yeah,
Like,
that's definitely a factor. That's
what was it?
definitely
300 sets on this last wave or whatever it was. 300. It's like
But
like
if
that's
you
just
look-
too
but look-
many.
But look at the retailers right now, though. In general, like if I go to a Target or a Walmart or my Meijer, like you go to any other toy aisle,
Shout out to Meijer,
there's not
yeah.
one single toy aisle that's cleared out as much as Lego on a regular basis. There's always holes everywhere.
Yep,
you know.
true.
So they're
True.
selling units more than any other toy. So they'll keep buying until I mean, they're just gonna keep buying volume. It's like they need it,
Until the consumers don't pay no more. Until the consumers are like, no, it's too expensive. I'm done.
But during Christmas, I mean, you couldn't find a Lego set. I don't care what it was, video or nothing. I mean, that Wonder Woman set was sold out at my, at Walmart. Everywhere else, you could probably find it. It's like it's sold out.
They'll just give them less square footage, and then filter out the shit that doesn't sell. They won't take bets. They won't take bets on things like video. Like video is like a flex on Lego's part. Like, let's put this nationwide. If they were hurting and not selling through, that would have never made shelves. But because they were rocking everywhere else, they were like, all right, we don't know what this is, but we'll buy it. You said it'll work, we'll try it. Kind of thing. So like if shit goes down, your Walmart thing will be cut in half. Lego Star Wars will always be there, and there'll be less.
But Lego still holds on to quite a few products. So like the Brickheads, for example, like the only Brickhead you find in stores is like the Mandalorian with.
That's
Grogu.
the craziest. That's
You know
the
what I mean?
biggest thing I disagree with on them strategy wise. I have
Like,
no
why-
idea if
Yeah.
I don't put Brickheads
I
in
know.
stores.
I mean, they would
It's
sell like. I
crazy.
mean, but they only have.
Well,
one
that is totally not true. When Brickheads,
What?
there was a time like where Brickheads were in like Walmarts and Targets, and no one was buying them. They were always
Yeah, because I
sold
remember
for,
I got
like,
my Iron
75%.
Man on like super duper
Oh,
clearance.
for
I
real?
never- I
Okay.
never-
Yeah,
I'll try it.
now that they kind of limited Brickheads more, it seems like they're selling better now that there's less of them. Because I remember my Walmarts and Targets were just full of Brickheads, and they were always like 75% off, and no one was buying
Okay.
them. And now that like there's less of them, because like it looks like Walmart.
But that was before the boom, though. That was before the boom.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what would
Yeah, that
happen
was
now.
before the
because
pandemic.
so
Like,
I would bring them back a little bit because I think they're well positioned against Pops, and I think it's one of the best gateway,
especially
Lego
the Disney
sets.
ones. The
Yes.
Disney ones.
Well, Pops is going
especially.
through a weird thing right now too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's a great gateway set for people. It's like
Yeah.
$10. I'll
10
try
to
this.
$15 for a 2-pack.
Yeah.
Or 20
That's a
bucks
great
max.
gateway set for that reason alone. And honestly, the way that they assort them in the Lego store, I think, is kind of weird too, man. They could have a whole thing
Oh,
going
yeah, they
with
just
just
end, they just
Brickheads.
end cap them in islands. That's all they do.
You're a retail guy, right?
Me? No, I'm a teacher,
Yes.
but I did retail. I know all about
Okay,
retail.
you're dropping all the terminology, but yes, they.
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
weird.
Yeah,
They don't.
I-
they don't
I-
put them on end caps. They don't have like a freestanding unit. There's no big call out for them. And I mean, I get it. There's priorities. They want to move $800 Falcons and $100 plus sets in corporate stores, obviously.
Yeah.
But like, man, just as a toss in, they're not right in your face. I would throw one on in the checkout every time I go there if they were more apparent or more, pushed. I don't know. So
Yeah, they asked me when I was in college if they I was working retail and they were like, you want to be, go store directorships and things like that, because I was doing inventory and stuff. And I worked at a showcase store where they brought in investors. If our end caps hit 70%, if we couldn't restock it, we had to replace it. So like that store had to look full no matter what it was, whether it was garbage, just everything had to be full. So I learned tons of stuff about retail.
that's
when I was
awesome.
working.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that should help with your hobbies too, because you can get into the mentality of why certain moves are made. But yeah, you can lose your end cap position for being too successful. It's a very weird game.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, the mentality is like, if it looks empty, it's not going to sell, because like it's
Correct.
like, when they see product, there's a potential for buy. That's what end caps are. They're all about lure. They're all about just impulse buy. And that's why we're pushed so hard to make sure everything looked perfect.
Yep, one to show, one to go. Always. You
Talking
gotta
about things that are perfect, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night,
Later,
B-Fab.
dude.
You B-Fab. Thanks for hanging out, man.
It's always nice to chat with all of you guys.
Good
Of course,
combo.
as always.
Anytime.
Later, man.
Bye.
Take care. I'm thinking I might join BFAB as well because it's like 1 a.m. for Mark and I have to work later today, so I have to get my rest in.
We got to catch up with Good Morning Brick World too. That's happening relatively soon.
Shit. Yeah.
Hive, are you gonna just power through it or what? What are we doing here?
Oh no, I'm not gonna do that, man. That's crazy. I'm not in my early 20s anymore. Dude, yeah. I don't know. I was thinking, I should probably go to bed, but I'm not tired. It's because I took a damn nap too late in the day.
How long of a nap are we talking?
About 3 hours.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I've had this thing, man, where every time I lay down to take a nap, I'm like, dude, hour tops, and I'm like, yeah, at least 3 hours, dude.
No, 20 minutes. 20
Do the
minutes.
alarm thing, man. I have to now, man. Now that I'm 40s, I have to alarm it when I lay down for a nap.
Yeah. And if I do more than an hour, it wrecks my sleep pattern.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Well, I've been in this really weird thing now that, because I haven't been working like a normal 9 to 5 type job. So I'm like in this weird ethereal place where time is just, I don't know, it's kind of thrown out the window. But see, okay, during the week, I get up every morning with Mrs. Hive so I can help out with the animals and stuff so she can get ready for work. And yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I lose track of days sometimes.
Days, not even hours, full fucking days.
It is Sunday, so just FYI.
Yeah. No, I'm good on that. So yeah, hopefully I'll be nice and perky in the morning. I mean, in 6 hours.
All you have to do tomorrow is Doc, just say Holly, and Doc will pounce for the rest of the show. You can just take a nap.
Talk about what?
Holly. Well, you mentioned Holly.
Oh, right.
Doc will just go off, and you can just take a nap. While he
Where's
he'll power through the whole show
on stream.
Usually, yeah, I'm on the East Coast. Oh, Doc's on the West Coast. No, he's in Oregon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but yeah, usually I'm the one that he's got to kind of tell to shut up, because I'll be ranting
back.
Yeah. No, it's all good, Ingrid. Good Morning Brookworld won't be late. We'll be all great.
We're not gonna be streaming from the Lego store this time.
I might be late to it tomorrow, but I'll try to get in there and watch.
I appreciate it, man.
It's Macro's fault. You'll understand.
I know it's difficult on the West Coast. See, I have the opposite problem that you guys have.
Yeah. We're trying to figure it out. I mean, with the kiddos, though, man, it's tough for us to get started any earlier, I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't know if I told you or if you saw, when I was on London Calling, I think it was the other day, I was talking about you guys, and Greg was asking, yes, who is this? A couple of brickheads.
I've never heard of them.
And I was like, oh, yeah, man, let me tell you all about them.
I appreciate it, dude.
But I was explaining that,
I love that you're saying it's your Hive streams the pre-show now, it's hilarious. It's just so
that was fun.
No, it's awesome. I love it. I think it's great. No, I appreciate
yeah, man.
Shout outs, man.
Well, I don't know. I look, I try and promote everybody as much as I can, whenever I can. But I don't know. I really, really like your guys' show. So.
Dude, check it. Dude, Scene was so awesome. That was such a fun show.
I know. I was kind of in and out of there.
We had so much in common, dude. It's funny, man. He was a sneaker guy too,
awesome,
and
yeah, Rich is amazing, dude. He's
Well, I mean, I loved his vids. I just never met. Had the chance to meet. Never had the chance to meet him until we got to spend 2.5 hours together. And now I'm I love the guy. He's awesome.
Rich is genuinely like a
Good
real
people.
down to earth,
Yeah.
nice guy, man. Like,
Yeah.
just don't
Oh,
have to worry
chill.
about like drama bullshit,
Yeah.
like any at all coming from him,
He's-
man.
He's the real deal, man. I loved it. He was
Yeah.
awesome, and I was excited. We threw up the New Zealand flag for him to welcome our
Oh.
first international guest.
Nice, man. Nice.
Yeah, that was funny.
Sure.
And you know, there's a crazy Lego scene in New Zealand, man. Like,
And they don't even
I
have a-
never thought it was like that big.
Well, yeah, he was telling me. I guess he couldn't even. Baru was only up for like 30 minutes over there total or something. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, man.
And,
Limited quantity.
yeah, but it's just like everyone here had 4 days or almost 4 days to get it. I feel bad. Like, that sucks that, you know, someone that's that committed has to struggle to get shit like that. It sucks.
Nah, I think of all of our brothers and sisters, man, in different parts of the world that don't have it as easy as a lot of us do to gain access to a lot of stuff, man. Like, I can bitch all day.
He figured it out. He got one
regional-
mailed to him.
Right. I mean, and I can bitch all day about regional exclusive type stuff or whatever, but like, just the simple fact that we just have so many, like, not just Walmarts and Targets just around like almost every corner, but like we have all these local toy stores and Lego stores. Like, dude, I have 2 Lego stores, you know, pretty much.
I have 5 Lego stores.
Yeah, and if I were to drive like an hour and a half, I can get within like 5 to 6 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I'm in LA. I've got 3 like right here. There's only one I go to though because it's the closest. So.
Yeah. Look, and was it Marat videos? Did I say that right? I'm sorry if I didn't. Merit videos.
I'll be at the swap meet.
That's what I was gonna say too. The swap meet. So like, look, I've been meaning to hit them up. But like, there's flea markets around me.
Oh yeah.
I've gotten some awesome Lego stuff at flea markets before.
You gotta be careful of fakes though. That's a problem with those places.
Yeah.
California swap meets, man. That's a big deal.
Yeah, dude. I remember in San Diego, like there was
by the arena.
Yeah, I lived, dude. I went there every week. I went
Yeah.
every week back in the day.
Like, it was like a city, man.
I lived
used to
5
work
minutes
those, too.
Yeah, I live 5 minutes from there.
Wow.
My issue is though, so even up here, LA, the scene's pretty, you know, it's nothing like that one. That one in San Diego is like an all timer, but we have them up here, and the problem is there's dudes selling mainly figs, and I'm like, I'm just staying away because it's like there's so much fake shit out there, and I'm not, you know, educated enough to be able to sniff out things other than obvious. You're not getting a Revan for $5 type of shit. You know what I mean? But like,
we gotta get that gem eye monocle and like get in there and like check out.
Yeah, I know. It's like you're at a jewelry shop or something. Right?
Just, but that being said, I go maybe once a month, not even, to ours over here, and you will get some sealed boys that might have fell off a truck. I don't know where they came from, and so sometimes that stuff's cool, but I'm not buying figs. You know?
Dude, the best stuff
good to know
that I've gotten is just buying giant bins of Lego off parents. Just telling them shit that like their kids gone to college or whatever.
Value though now, man,
dude,
it sucks.
Well, yeah, because a lot of them are catching on, dude.
I live in the burbs, right? And like, I'll go to Facebook Marketplace, and I want to do that. I want to just start buying like the tubs, right? Because my neighborhood's filled with neighborhood's filled with kids.
They don't, in general. Look, even me right now, like, I'm gonna sell some minifigs and some sets, but dude, if I was gonna if I needed to just sell some stuff, man, like I wouldn't even be going through a lot of it, man. I'd just be selling it. You know what I mean? And who knows what gems, dude, you'd find in there. And that's the thing, is like a lot of these parents, they don't know what shit's worth what. They don't know what Captain Rex is or
no, but what they do know, this supports your argument though, from earlier. What they do know though is the shit is expensive, and even though it's just a tub full of Lego, they aren't saying $25 gets the tub. They're saying all scattered throughout, looks like death, you know, out by me anyway. They're like $250 for the tub, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, let's look up here. They know what they got. They know it's expensive.
Like, and I'll write this mom and say, like, where are you getting that price, just to see where their head's at, you know? And they're like, oh, I googled it real quick. They're worth $10 a pound or whatever they're going for now. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay.
Well, like, you know,
So I don't think I'm getting those deals.
Yeah.
Well, Mrs. Hive and I talked about like if something ever happened to me, what to do. And dude, for the longest time, she was just like, "I'm just gonna sell everything at once."
No,
I'm like,
no,
huh?
no, 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 no.
No, but that's why I gave her some names of people and stuff, and I'm like, look, contact them, and then they can help you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
just give somebody that knows what they're doing.
I give my wife T-Mog's name.
That's funny you mentioned that because I said that with my wife. I'm like this guy for this stuff, this guy for this stuff. Give them 10 or 20%, so they'll do the work because you got to pay them to do the work. But I'm like,
I told
list
my
it
wife
separately, no matter how
thing.
painful it is. Yeah.
I say if you don't get 80 grand for my stuff, then you're losing money, and that's that discount. That's like if you
right.
I've been
You're
assuming I've been collecting since the 70s. Like I have stuff that's like
I mean, if I had stuff sealed and it was easy to categorize, like she totally would like look at sets and be like, okay, what's this worth? What's this worth? What's this worth? But dude,
yeah,
I mean, like you walk around here, man. Like it's one thing. Like she wouldn't even know. Like okay, like I got Krennic Shuttle. She's like, okay, it's sealed and not sealed is two different things. You know what I mean? Like. So that's why I told her, like, because there's people to get a hold of, and I gave her names and stuff. And I'm like,
yeah, but dude, it's so vast that even if it was just box stuff, that's a big job, Like,
for sure.
Yeah. Like, let alone trying to figure out like without boxes. Like, forget that for a minute.
Like, I can see honestly, she probably. I don't even know if she'd really even sell the shit, dude. She'd probably just be like, "Come get it." Just fucking come get it out of here. You know what I mean? Because I'm not fucking
so hard. She'd be down there continuing the city.
Beef Fab will be going in for that discount Lego. He'll be like, free, okay.
Oh, I guarantee there's definitely. I know Will would be here in a heartbeat.
Put B-Fab on your Will. He'll be there in a minute.
Now you got these guys who are waiting for these Lego YouTubers to die so they can go.
There's gonna be a plot to murder everybody.
I was gonna say, as long as nobody snipes me out, dude.
Well, my wife is very aware of the value of them. I have to remind her of that every time I buy something.
The grassy knoll.
That's my justification on when I double up on stuff too, because I'm like, I go, this second one is to pay for the first one eventually, So like.
Yeah, because she just wouldn't. I mean, she knows what
she knows. They're worth some of it's worth. She knows there's money tied up.
Well, and then there's some stuff she herself is paid for.
For my children's toys that could only be viewed as children's toys for Hive. And by the way, she already throws that in my face enough when things get a little,
Well, remember in the Lego movie, it's like they have to put it on a box. It's just a suggestion. The age range on them.
So yeah.
It's just 12 plus.
She's
I gotta say,
she'll throw the toy argument in when I question some of. She only does that when I question some of her purchases. She does just like, well, you buy da 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 da. I'm like, right, but I also don't pay $100 to get my nails done, and I also don't, get into those.
I just go to the casino and show up home real drunk, and then everything goes away.
Okay.
No,
you're saying,
think,
that's your play money. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
I think
could be worse.
I think secretly Mrs. Hive likes to kind of like enjoy it living through me.
This is the one hobby she supported the most, dude.
I mean, she'll come down here sometimes, man. I just stare at stuff, man, and look at stuff. And she's always interested in, the community and what we're doing and just new sets and,
You haven't caught her doing stop motion and moving like an arm one.
She built her latest botanical. She's like, that's a really good build. And I'm like, I'm so hard right now. No, but like
wish my wife would say that to me.
of all the random shit I've been into collecting, she by far likes this one the best, which is interesting. I think it's because also I sharing it with the kiddos too. I think that's why, because it is a toy. She likes that too. But then she also knows like I'm generally savvy about what I think is going to appreciate well too. So like I do have to watch that aspect of it. Like Scene and I were talking about it the other night. Like he's like, the second anything hits my door, I rip it open. And I'm like, I can't do that. Like I intentionally buy stuff like what was that set? The dual set Luke and Vader. My brain is slipping right now.
Oh, Bestman?
The Bestman duel. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you guys remember, but they just like released them very weirdly or whatever. Like just put them out in the world, didn't really put limits or something happened.
Anyways, it was only in North America because I remember I bought 2 and sent them to
oh yeah, we
Wonder Break Bricks and Solo.
Yeah, so was a couple of them on Amazon too, maybe?
I think so.
Whatever. Bottom line is I ended up with like 8 of these things. She's like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And I said, don't worry about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was like, I'm going to be able to recoup a lot with this thing. I think I didn't know what it would do.
So what'd you do? Resell them all?
No, they're still in my garage right now. Like,
oh,
I got one that I built for me, but
right,
they're in my garage.
We're building a house. We're trying to get a house built right now, and like it's hilarious. We're laying out the floor plan with the designer, and like on the blueprint it says Lego room on it. And my wife saw the blueprint. She's like, "You need more room." Because like I'm like yeah, duh. And like so now the basement that's like 3,000 square feet, I'm getting like a little more than 1,000 square feet for my
nice
Lego space.
Jeez, just for that? Wow.
Just for
I'd like to actually know what
that's half my house.
I have in here.
A third of
Dude,
it.
But in Illinois, like it's cheaper. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
Yeah. Compared to California.
Yeah.
You guys would die if you saw what. If you saw what $1 million gets you out here now, you'd be like, "What? It's insane."
No, my stepbrother lives in LA. His house is smaller than my basement.
Yeah, dude, my Lego room here is bigger than most of the apartments I've had.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
States.
Like I mean, in California it's ridiculous, but like, you know, this house, so it's gonna be a 3,000 square foot ranch, but the basement's gonna be a full basement, so it's it's gonna be a.
But I know what you mean, Bricklock, because when we were looking for a house, that was the only thing. Not the only thing I cared about, man, but that was like the go-to thing. Every place
pretty
we
much
went,
the only thing
I'd go to the basement and see what it looked like.
That's what I did.
I mean, and Mrs. Hive, she even knows that. Look, she's gone past the point of just like supporting me, like, Lego's nice thing. Like, she just sees this like as kind of like an empire now.
Yeah,
it's.
But she doesn't like she's not crazy about my Lego as far as like she wants to dive into it. But it's hilarious when I go to the Lego store. All of a sudden, there's like 6 boxes of roses on the counter saying, "Hold these." I'm not even grabbing them, and she's putting stuff. And she doesn't even want anything to do to put them together, but she wants to make sure that I buy these 6 boxes of roses. You know what I mean? Like she'll do weird things, like when we're at the Lego store and just randomly like put things. Oh, this is kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like, but then I have to keep telling her that I already have that one. But
yeah,
she supports the hobby just kind of passively, but
yeah.
She knows how important it is to me, and she's very like supportive of what I do.
So I've tried to gateway her in a few ways, but I will say the botanicals has worked, and but she hasn't had any interest in taking it any further than that. Now she'll build something and help me build something to build it. But I'm saying as far as her like actively saying, I want that set, I don't think that's ever happened. Like ever.
No. Well, yeah, she grabbed them, she liked them, but like she won't touch them to build them. Like she wants me to get the orchid one for her.
It's sick. We just got it. I love it, dude. Yeah. It's underrated, I think, already. I mean, I think that's the second best one besides the OG bouquet, in my opinion.
But see, plants are her gate like thing that she does. Like so. Yeah. Like when I go to Home Depot and I spend $400 on annual flowers,
right?
And I mean that's a lot of annual flowers. When you spend $400 on annual flowers, I mean that's her thing. Like candles, books, and flowers, and like plants. You know what I mean? That's her thing. And so I get what she wants. I get what I want. It's like
Yeah.
It's like
I think I'm fine with it because she does enough damage buying other stuff, so I'm glad she's not into like.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah. Well, I have triplets too, so
oof. I got 2, man, and that's plenty.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, I had one.
Only 2 of the 3 are into Lego. I have one that's in Brickheads, and the other one's into Minecraft Legos. So
that's cool. Yeah, my son is not even 1 yet, so once I'm sure it's going to be crazy once he gets into all this stuff. But my daughter's 4 and she's, reaching for. That's what I was saying earlier. Hive, like it's depending on what's going on. Like it's. I don't want to say cheaper because none of it's cheap, but like getting her these sets, like these friend sets, and then just tearing them down, and then she can just freestyle stuff. It's like it's stretching further than if I just buy the plastic house.
Yeah, definitely Lego has that wonderful appeal.
The dollhouse has that curb appeal because it's like 3 feet tall. But the other thing is, like, I don't want to store that 3 foot tall dollhouse. She'll play with it for a week and then be over it. And it was $200. And then it's like when she gets over this friend set, we could tear it down, separate them, whatever. So
yeah, that is definitely the advantage of Lego.
I'm a little bit strategic with this stuff. But the only thing my wife hates is, with her being so young, the parts everywhere is the biggest.
Stepping on. That's the reason why.
No, just the clutter, dude. It's not even stepping on them.
She's like, as long as I don't see them, it's fine. That's why the basement. She was like, she's like, she could say you can have the whole basement, like the whole 3,000 square feet. She would be fine. Like just like take the whole thing. You know what I mean? But I want a movie theater down there, and I don't.
Yeah. You got to have that. You could do both.
When do you get time to watch movies building a 3,000 square foot Lego city?
Well, the thing is, I mean, I buy a lot of Lego and I buy a lot of like Blue Bricks things and whatnot. But the thing is, I'm still very selective in what I buy overall. Like the first thing that happens for me, if it's a building like Ninjago City or like a Sanctorum or something like that, I'll buy anything that's like city kind of related. But the first things I buy are the city sets and the modulars. But what pisses me off is there's only one modular. But when I go to like Blue Bricks and they have announced, I think already like 5 or 6 different modulars that are going to come out fairly soon, and the price that I can pay for them and they're nice sets. I mean, I don't care. It's a fun.
What's
build.
the downsides of those? There's got to be a downside, or there's this. I mean, I don't know. Quality's not as good. Like, what is the downside? Is there one?
The clutches? The clutch is probably a little tighter than Lego. Because there's some parts that aren't as quite as perfect. But I mean, I've broken Legos before too. There's some quality problems with Lego. But overall, for what you get, when I can pay, sometimes you're guaranteed in Blue Bricks that you're going to pay about 50% less than what a Lego is. So, like for example, like this set right here, this building, this white building, that's 5,100 pieces, and it cost me $163.
Jesus.
Now, Eric, was that a premiere set? Maybe we should disclose that because
but the prices on their premiere, on their pro sets still aren't that much more. They have their regular. They have for example, like right here. So, like a regular Blue Brick set comes in a box like this, and it's more like
you have to open up all 5,100 pieces.
It's like this, but their pro sets, like what Hive has, the Star Trek ones that are licensed ones, those have like printed instructions, numbered bags. You know what I mean? They're just like Legos.
Yeah, this is the one that I got.
That's a pro set,
bags, man.
That's
They're
a
all
pro
in one
set.
bag.
Oh, they have licensed stuff too?
Yeah, they own the license for Star Trek right now.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll check them out. That's cool.
So I mean, they just announced a large scale Romulan bird of prey, and then they also did they're doing Federation blaster rifle, not the phaser, but the blaster rifle. And
good to see
you know,
so the difference between them and like a Leopard,
it's all Lego compatible. But the thing is, like I don't mix my Blue Bricks with my Lego. I'll add Lego to my Blue Bricks, but I don't like, you know, I'm pretty particular in that regard. But I just buy whatever is interesting to me. I don't give a crap what people think about me. But I can tell you one thing is I will always be brutally honest about anything that I do. I don't try to hide anything. You know what I mean? Like if you ask me a question, I'm never gonna say, "Oh, that's Lego." I mean, no, that's the
I don't sugarcoat that shit.
I'm like totally professional when it comes to like what I own and what I do. I just don't.
But do they make so? But they make their own stuff. They're not like Lepin, who's making like.
No. This is all original design stuff. Well, they actually pay rebrickable designers though. Like rebrickable designers have actually designed stuff for them. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
So like, you know, remember the tackle shop that was an idea set?
Yeah.
They paid that designer to do that's why he pulled out of the Bricklink sets. You know how he had a couple sets that were up on he had to pull out because he sold the plans to Blue Bricks for them to produce. That was one of the reasons why that restaurant that he had, because he sold that one, and then the little boat repair shop or whatever. So
I would say though the biggest downfall for Blue Bricks, and if you got a big set, 4,700 pieces, 5,200 pieces, if you need one by one tile in the first step, you have to open up the bag.
Yeah, you gotta find it's
tiles.
like building a mock. If you buy one of the regular sets, like their regular Blue Brick sets, like the one I showed you, it's like building a mock. You know
That's
what I mean?
all 1x2 dark or light stone gray.
Yeah, if it's a large, like this bag right here is like all 1x10 plates, of white, like
all 1x2 tiles.
Yeah, you know what I mean. They do a lot of pre-sorting on the larger amounts of parts, but it's a little bit different experience of building. It feels like I said, more like mock building. You're not like,
better have a big desk.
Yeah, you gotta be organized when you do a Blue Brick set. It's like, you get that 10,000 piece like puzzle piece, and like you gotta clear out space and have it all sorted. But in the end, do you want to see this one? I can show you the interior. It's full interior.
What is it, modular style or is it like open up
full modular?
Wow,
I can show it.
Screen. This is actually a sweet building.
I'll show you. Hold on a second. Let me clear off some space here.
How are the instructions?
It's all digital.
Okay.
They're I think they're pretty good. Like what Macro was saying earlier is sometimes there is some inference in the instructions where you have to what they're doing, but sometimes it's not exactly spelled out then they're little builds. Because with Lego they do a lot of like micro assemblies, and Blue Bricks doesn't do as many micro assemblies, especially because things that are relatively simple to do. But they're just not kiddie instructions, they're not made for a 6-year-old, they're made.
Sorry, Eric, I'll show you real quick. I'll just show.
Yeah. But they're like, and everything's highlighted in red. What's the next step? So you're,
or blue.
Yeah, or blue. Yeah, they're highlighted edges. The edges are all highlighted where the new stuff goes.
Yeah, it looks fine. It looks easy. Yeah.
Cool. So, but like this one here, I'll just take it apart floor by floor, but it's advertised as a modern house, and the house is actually the last 2 floors. The first floor is actually a grocery store, and you can kind of see the colors.
Wow, I didn't even know that was down there.
Yeah, and then it's an office, like a kind of like just an office space in the second floor. But the last 2 are like the luxury condo, in Europe kind of thing. But the way it works here, let me turn it around because I'll take it apart from the back. So what happens here is on this one, what you do is you take off the little roof here, so it pulls apart like that to reveal the gable, and then you have basically like a loft bedroom.
That's a really nice place, dude.
Yeah, and then down below you look down below. There's the surround sound with the flat screen. You're in there. And then you got the piano there, and look at the glass staircase going down.
Sectional, fully tiled floors.
Everything's
really
everything's
really
fully
impressive.
tiled.
I'm impressed.
Then this is the modular for the floor to come off. But there's even just to give you a heads up, they even put chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and stuff like that. So
very nice. Yeah,
the next floor here, you can see the luxury bathroom with the tub and shower.
God damn.
The gold commode.
Double sinks, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then I'll turn it around so you can see the kitchen a little bit better. But like I said, for $163, I was like, this looks amazing. I was like, but there's your kitchen right there, full kitchen there. So
Lee, Miss Bricks, thanks for tuning in and much appreciated for the dono.
And then the next floor, take this floor off.
I'm doing very well, thank you, and good to see you.
I haven't seen Miss Bricks in forever.
Mark, I love your crawler, dude. It's hilarious.
There's the office there, photocopy machine, water cooler.
I just read it.
Huh?
No, I was telling Mark I love his crawler on here. If you were easily offended, maybe you should go. I hadn't been here this whole time. I never read it.
And then there's your grocery store, like your little.
Oh, sick. Croissant.
You can see the little conveyor for the checkout thing and everything.
Damn, herringbone tile job.
Yeah, well, yeah. Look at the sand blue herringbone,
dude.
Sand blue herringbone.
Seeing this for 163 high, but
yeah.
I mean, my problem is like
Lego are some greedy bastards. You're right.
No, but like, look, I really want to get some of these buildings and put them in my city, but I can't mix them, dude. I can't mix.
Well, see,
I hear you.
But the set, don't mix them. I'm the same. I don't want my pieces getting infiltrated.
Yeah, I don't.
It pisses me off, man, because I really like this building.
but wait, why can't you squeeze it between real Lego and not mix the pieces?
No, I don't mean mix the pieces. I just feel like, look, obviously it's a mental thing. Like I just can't. Like I'm having an issue putting anything not Lego in my Lego city. But see, that's bullshit too, because I've got like shipping containers and stuff that I bought from Eclipse Graphics. You know what I mean?
I'm
not even Lego.
Clive, do you have a city video somewhere in your lineup? I need to check that out.
Not since I've moved. I've slowly been I rebuilt the forest first, and then today, or was it yesterday? I actually just started putting up the tables to put the buildings in and stuff.
Oh, cool. All right.
But yeah, I mean, I have like older city videos from where I used to live, but not like anything new.
All right, I'll check it out. And then I'll wait for your new ones. That'll be cool.
This is another Blue Bricks tower, but like I customized it. I bought 2 of them and made my own. Like
that's awesome.
Yeah, man.
But again, 2 of these sets, 8,000 pieces was less than Assembly Square.
So my gut reaction on these things is, I feel like it's not a knock, so don't take it this way. I feel like the interior to me is more impressive than the exteriors. Just at first.
Well, this one is very plain. But some of their other ones, their hospital that they're releasing soon it's a 3-story with a full landing pad on the roof, so it's a 4-story build that actually has an elevator and a staircase.
On
their webpage.
Double base.
Well, yeah, I'm on there. I'm seeing. You're right. I'm seeing some stuff like this.
I know what Sean's saying though, because and I don't know. I haven't seen many of the Blue Bricks buildings, but I think what he means is like just the exteriors for the Lego ones are definitely have a lot more jazz to them.
More curb appeal. Yeah. But their interiors on their modulars are dog shit. I think.
Yeah.
On the Lego ones, they're pretty bad. I mean,
I agree. I mean, every once in a while you see some pretty neat stuff, you know what I mean? But
I
for
like
the
that
most
they
part,
threw like a random boxing ring or something in the diner or whatever. Like I like that kind of quirky shit. But like as far as making it, like if I'm a kid, it's not really functional to like play in. I wouldn't think, you know.
Right. That reminds me, dude. I need to get my Ninja Sigfig in that recording studio in the diner.
Hey, yeah.
I didn't even think about that, dude.
Oh man. Did you guys hear I don't know how long you guys stuck around last week, but did you see Ninja drop like a 1-minute freestyle for us last week?
Yep.
That was awesome.
Yeah, he's so talented, man.
I always heard he could, and I was like, "Hey, do you mind throwing one?" He's like, "Yeah, okay." And I'm like, "All right."
Well, there's a good couple punchlines in there for sure.
Yeah, no, you got to give it a few listens because it's like he's doing his like Bone Thug style where he's like,
I like that one. This is nice awnings too.
This one is not Blue Bricks. This one's actually made by Urge. It's a Chinese company.
Oh.
But my favorite designer sells his designs to these companies. So you can buy these plans on Rebrickable too. But it's the nice thing about Urge though is that everything is printed on Urge. But this is called a Flying Lobster.
That looks cool.
Yeah.
This will kill you though. Remember about you talking about interior? So like the garden on top, right? So you got the full garden on top. But this is what will kill you in a second that like Lego will never ever do. But like check out this interior.
Well, just hold on. That move you made right there.
Yeah. The door hatch. Yeah. The door
hatch. Can we talk about that for a moment? Oh my
God. Let's back up. Let's slow her down a minute here.
Why can't we have swinging doors? I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing that this guy does. Okay, so here,
what is it gonna start cooking and cleaning? And
yeah, it gets pretty crazy. But like to give you an idea what this designer does, his name's Osocheng. Check out this. It's a removable part of the building. The whole kitchen comes out, and you can play with the kitchen.
Dude, that would be so great for me doing stop motion, man. It'd make it so much easier to make scenes.
That right there looks like a gift with purchase right there.
Is that better than Aunt Beru's though? Yeah.
No. I need the Baru though. You throw Baru in there, yeah.
If we put Baru in that kitchen, it would be all right.
Yeah.
So funny. I need a Baru in there.
Here you go.
Baru.
I
knew Baru would crank, by the way. Everybody doubted me. I'm so glad I was right about that. All right,
this is the same designer, but I built this out of Lego from rebrickable plans. So,
dude, that looks like the
Starbucks
little restaurant that's in the middle of every park in New York City. It's awesome.
It's a Starbucks. It's a Starbucks kiosk.
Yeah, kiosk. There's kiosks in all the parks in New York.
But again, like the removable wall. But again, look at the detail inside, like the.
All right, Hive, you win. They're overcharging us, dude. What can I say?
Well, this is real Lego. I bought this from Bricklink. Like
there's a reason I knew. There's a reason that one really stuck out to me. All right, good.
This is Lego. This is real Lego. I do buy Lego. Like this is the police station as a radio station. That's a rebrickable. That's Lego. You know what I mean, you can see.
No, I know what rebrickable means. I'm just like, So wait, when you're saying though, I did have a question. So when you say these guys are rebrickable designers, they're building it with Lego at first, but then they're giving the blueprints to these other guys who make their version of it.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So the designer, it's like if you bought this set here, the one that I just showed you, the restaurant, if you bought that set, you're supporting basically what he got paid by this company to produce the set. You know what I mean?
So if you Bricklink that, it would be what, like
AAA? If you were Bricklink, this is like over 4,000 pieces. So
so $900, $1,000, who knows? Yeah.
No, I don't think it'd be that much, but it would be
depending on what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. But the pieces aren't that uncommon. I don't think it would be that bad. But I mean,
the point is, it would be whatever it is, 500. Let's say it's only 160 or whatever.
I am parting out one of his building it's on 2 plates. It's it's like a community center, and it's over 10,000 pieces. I'm parting that one out right now out of real Lego. So.
My only concern with this stuff is, what's it going to be? Is there a market for this when you're done with it, or if you're
this one sold out at the website that I got it from.
But what do you mean by that, Sean?
You know,
so I always like exit plans with my hobbies. You talked about it a little bit earlier. You know, like if I die or whatever, like who's going to want this thing afterwards? You know, like
I think the ones that I buy, I'm pretty particular about what I buy. I think this one, you could probably sell this for what I got. I paid $112 for it.
I know that's not the only thing I have, but I like to know those things.
No, I know. But I was trying to think, I guess if, you know, I'm trying to think like other collections, you know what I mean? Like if it would be like the same vein. I mean, I guess certain things, like you can collect.
Well, this is like a niche within
a
niche, though. The stuff we're getting into now. This is like
this is definitely more, you know. They call me the Flego master. So.
But I gotta tell you, I mean, I wouldn't even think about buying blue bricks as far as an investment thing goes. The only reason I do it for Lego is because of the market there is already. You know what I mean? Because I do the same thing with Funko Pops, and I'm going to do the same thing with some of my Black Series.
Yeah, I don't buy it for the investment. I buy it for my enjoyment.
Right. But I get what Sean is saying also, because
I have to think about both. The position I'm in, I kind of have to think about both, like at all times. Like so.
See, I'm not real worried about.
That's good.
You know.
Yeah, and I get that some of it's like
entertainment.
Yeah, like if there's something I had to have, like for example, I forget what it was, but like, you know, I know they used to like Lego used to work with McDonald's or whatever. There was a McDonald's or a couple of McDonald's sets, and like for my city, you know, odds are they're not going to make one anytime soon. So like for me, it's like, I would buy one just to be able to have a McDonald's in my city, or you know what I mean, something like that. They're not going to make. Like I would do that as a onesie twosie thing. You know?
But you know, it's crazy because you know the market can be so fickle, anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like imagine if bubble does burst or something with Lego, like, and the value of all of like products starts going down. You know what I mean?
Well, but there is a market though for these ancillary products. Like these aren't. I wouldn't even classify them as fakes because at least they're not like they're not trying.
They're
to,
not fakes. They're not.
That's what I mean. They're not trying to make.
No,
They're not trying to make the police station 1-to-1. It's their own interpretation. Like that theater is cool. Like so, I get it. You know,
That's,
but
that's
like
Blue Bricks there. That's
people that are in that sub community know what these are worth, and I'm sure you could off. I'm just saying, if that day ever came, you could offload it. Somebody knows about it.
I guarantee you that I could get the same money back built.
Right.
That was brand new. Like,
I guess it's kind of like with other, but then again, I guess it's still technically Lego. You know, you think about.
Ask, is it like say cards like OPG and Upper Deck or anything, or?
Well, because I was thinking about like the companies that make like
Donruss versus Tops versus Upper Deck.
No, because I mean, to me, no, because those are. I mean, what am I trying to say? Lego came first in this scenario, so like I feel like they're
but then you gotta look at who was the first baseball card producer.
Yeah, but Lego wasn't the first one to invent this block either.
Yeah, they didn't invent.
They patented. They're part of it,
whatever.
but
they're the pinnacle of this space, is what I'm saying.
Well, because they're the ones that blew up with it. You know what I mean? But they're not the ones that invented it. They took this, you know, from
whatever the case is. Hive, they're worth the most. Whatever you want to say.
Right. I know, but I'm just saying, like, they didn't invent
product,
it or anything. That's all.
They're the premier product, so it's like.
But I mean, if you look what happened though in the baseball.
My point is the gap between first and second and third in this is much greater.
Oh, much appreciated, Adam.
Than your Tops and OPG example is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think
they're clustered more together than Lego versus these guys.
I think Blue Bricks is on the up and up though by buying the Star Trek license.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think they're an
that leads the question back to Lego too. Is do you guys think that Lego is selling the way they are and is popular and valued and stuff because of the licenses? Like, would Lego even be as much as it was now without Star Wars and Harry Potter?
God, no.
License. So what I'm saying is, like, what if one day, you know, Blue Bricks makes a better offer? You know what I mean? And you know, or
they
Lego
can't
pisses.
compete, though.
No, but I'm saying, like, there's different reasons why a company could fall out with another company. You know what I mean? It could be a number of different reasons. But I'm just saying, if Blue Bricks all of a sudden started getting like the Disney license stuff, would they start outselling?
I don't think so, for one reason. Because I agree with you. Things can happen. Let's say if they got Star Wars, that's Star Wars. We got to give.
But we want to say, like, even if they didn't take Disney, like, there's other licenses, man, that could definitely do very well.
My answer to you is it's already happened, right? Because whoever it is that's making Halo and Pokemon isn't setting the world on fire, and Pokemon is one of the hottest properties on Earth.
Yeah.
And that they're not. Who does that? I don't even know the name of the company.
Mega Constructs.
Those things are collecting dust, so it does need the Lego engine behind it, at least right now.
Nice pen to say goodbye.
Because Pokemon is massive, and if that was the case of getting the right license, then
I'm amazed that Lego didn't get that license for Pokemon.
That's insane to me that they don't have Pokemon.
There's obviously some back.
But that's my answer, Hive. I don't think just the license. No, I don't think it's going to be enough to pull you up. It's going to take a lot.
I think what will happen with Blue Bricks is if they get enough good licenses like Star Trek, they can make a niche for themselves. And like, I don't think they'll ever overtake Lego, but I think that they could become relevant. I think.
Oh yeah, they don't want to. They don't need to. Number 2 is great.
I think becoming relevant in the space is more important to Blue Bricks than
Ninja.
Because I'm trying to think of some other themes, like besides Halo and Pokemon, that's been floating around. I know there's been like G.I. Joe, but there were definitely some very cheap bricks that made them. Because man, I totally understand what you're saying, but I'm like, fucking, I get Pokemon, but Pokemon's again.
You just touched on the best point, Hive. The stuff they will never, ever, ever make. I would love to see somebody lean into, like the war stuff. Like I know Brickmania does that stuff or whatever, but like, I think that's your answer. Like it would, I think once the market's proven out more so with this 18 plus wave that's going on, maybe someone will really invest in licenses and do stuff they know in a million years Lego would never license. And I think that could be a move.
Bricks.
Yeah.
But not even just stuff that they wouldn't license. Like I'm thinking even like Ninja made me think of this, like the Hot Wheels sets that I don't even know what company is doing it either. Like they make
But
those hot
are
rod cars
collecting
and stuff.
dust. Yeah,
I
but
think that's Mega Constructs too.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I would have to look at the numbers, but I know like they're not
I've
on my
looked at the
shelves
numbers.
anymore.
They don't
You know what I
do it.
mean?
They
Someone
don't. They
bought
don't
them.
sell. I have access to stuff like that. They don't move, dude. I've looked at it a little bit. It's. I mean, you can look at just what's going on. Look at their footprint. Look at they're always on clearance. It seems. I don't know. People don't.
Yeah, but so is Lego. You know what I mean?
But they're looking for that red and yellow. Lego's
Like
sales.
if Lego didn't go on clearance, I think at Walmart, I still don't think they would sell as much. I mean, because
But you know
it's
they're
not even a matter
padding.
of like Lego sucks. It's just people can't afford that shit,
But
man.
you know they're padding the prices at Walmart. You know that when I see a city set, I automatically deduct 20% immediately in my head because that's not the plan. They're propping them up. They're propping up the $120 set to get you to eventually buy it for $100. That's all that is. That's all.
They're selling their last few units that they have on clearance. That they've already sold 500 of them, and they've got 50 left, and they just want to blow through them.
Exactly, but Hive, to your point, yeah, like a great deal of like City in particular is being sold at 20% off. Like that's just the way it is. Like the day one people will pay full price, I guess. I don't know.
But when you say day one, you're talking about like what AFOLs and stuff, right? I mean,
yeah,
you're not talking about like parents running to Walmart or Lego store on day one to buy.
I don't know what kind of freak goes and buys city sets. Now, I just shit on VIP points earlier, but I'm not going to Walmart and paying full price for a set. I'll get VIP before I do that. But I don't day one much except for exclusives anyway.
But yeah, one thing I love about these other sets though is the interior.
I know it's such a nice interior, man.
God damn, that's nice.
That's what like I said, I buy things that interest me, and I don't care what it is, But I am very particular though about like what's been stolen by company. You know what I mean? Like I don't dabble in those kinds of things, but like
I mean that's a different story too. Yeah,
like Lepin, Mark. I mean, you know what I mean? But I don't buy Lepin.
Yeah, well, no, that's good to know. I mean, I'm saying it's good to know that there's a market out there of original stuff. That's cool. I guess I always thought it was all kind of like they were just reproducing.
No, I mean like there's a castle that Mark wants from Blue Bricks. That thing they can't keep that in stock. It's got 3 parts to it, and it's
epic.
It is amazing. I think it's like over 10,000 pieces if you add all 3 sets together. It's an amazing.
It's got to be freaking huge.
It has hinge doors like that one I showed you too. Like it has it's crazy.
And you got to get the church and the farmhouse and the guard tower and all the other pieces for it.
Oh yeah, you got to.
Appreciate it, Will. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, fellas, my battery is about to die here. It was awesome. Good to meet you guys, and good to see you again, Hive. And,
yeah, man, it's great talking to you, brother.
It was a good convo. I learned a lot. That's awesome.
We'll see you soon.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Night, fellas. Later. See you.
Right on.
You don't have to keep me full screen there.
Nice. We're done showing. Show and tell's over.
Yeah, it's all cool. Whatever. This isn't my show.
Well, it's all good. We like to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, you've been streaming for a long time, Macro.
Yeah, almost 6.5 hours now. Probably a good time to go to bed so I can make Good Morning Brick World.
Yeah, actually, I just noticed it's 4. I should probably at least try to go to sleep.
It's 4. I got to get up in like 4 hours.
Yeah, because I try and get up a little earlier, man, because I'm always running behind in the morning. It still blows my mind I even do a morning show, huh?
I'm usually laying in bed when I first start your show, and then I crawl down for the second half.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's weird. It's weird. And I used to start it like an hour earlier too.
Yeah.
And then finally I was like, no, because I haven't slept in on a Sunday, man. I don't know how long.
Since Doc started.
Yeah. I've only missed, I think, 3 in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
You know, and now hopefully it'll just always go on in case something happens. You know, Doc can just take over for the morning.
Like between you and like London Bricks now, and then obviously with another Brickheads and all them and whatnot, the shows are fun. You know, I mean, I was like today, I helped out Matt Brooks Bricks with his show in the morning, but then I went over to Andorra Bricks and like, you know, because like she's in Australia, so the time frames are a little bit weird. But
Right.
like Brick Scene, I can't see his show live most of the time because I'm in bed. You know, like
right.
He's watching this on the replay. You know.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. You know, Brick Scene's one, Ninja's another. You know, a couple of Brickheads, they're another. It's difficult sometimes. Yeah, Macro usually streams kind of late sometimes for me too. It depends. I don't know. Sometimes I can catch them, sometimes I can't. But usually, even when I catch them, I'm normally pretty quiet. I just like to watch.
Definitely the end of the day for you.
Yeah, well, plus, and like Bricklock was saying, like sometimes like I'll go to sleep and then wake up and catch some of you guys. You know what I mean? But I'm like just too tired to like type a bunch. You know what I mean? So I just stay quiet.
That's what I do, especially if I got to set my alarm. Half the time, honestly, I'll set my alarm. I'll say hi for the first half hour, and then I'll sleep in my chair for another half hour. Straight.
Yeah. So.
Well, good to see you, Hive. Good to chat with you. Good to hear those rants and raves, perspectives and opinions. Likewise, and we'll catch you soon, man.
Yeah, like you guys have a great night. Thanks for having me on, Macro.
Anytime. Cheers.
See you guys.
Yep.
Nice.
Holy show.
Holy show, man.
I was like,
I like that reaction, Panda. I like that.
It's like that was definitely not the intent, the tents you sleep in. You know, that was like some serious intent.
Oh yeah, that'll wake you up. That'll keep you in the convo.
It was good though. It was fun.
Very very good points of view, and that's what I like about these topics or discussions that branch outside of just the Lego and the Lego sets and showing pictures of what's coming up. Is we're actually kind of not just challenging each other, but we're thinking outside of our normal realm of comfort zone, so to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, the big thing is about being educated. It's not just like an understanding, you know, what people's points of view are, and like, you know, being like, for me, like, I'll never crap on someone's opinion. I don't necessarily agree with them or something, but like, I will listen attentively and I will, like, you know, respect their choices. But, you know, I think it's cool that people, like I said, when you can have a intelligent conversation with people, and people don't have like a pouty face, you know, like, you know, about everything because they got butt hurt or something, you know. It's like,
oh yeah,
you know,
and I love people's opinions because it's a big ass world, and there's no way that I'm going to know anything or everything. So I love hearing people's opinions, thoughts, feelings, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, with that being said, you know, it has been 6.5 hours. Great convo. I got a lot of building done, but I should probably get to bed because I do want to show my support for Doc and Hive tomorrow morning. I appreciate it, Panda. Appreciate you jumping on here. Appreciate it, Eric, hanging out the long run.
No worries.
Looking forward to Brick World.
Nice.
Good
and then
morning,
definitely got to jump into the chat and say the thanks. We got Ninja, Will, Ozzy Adam, Ingrid. I'm sure I'm going to miss someone scrolling up through the way here. There's got to be an easier way to do this.
There's a whole bunch.
That's right. We had Adam dropping the super sticker. We had Miss Bricks dropping the pounds. Is that English pounds or euros? I don't know what it is, but it's definitely more than the Canadian dollar. So appreciated very much. Jonas, Daylight Bricks, much appreciated. Haven't seen you for a while.
Hey, Rich.
Brick Scene, hopefully he's starting here soon. It might keep me awake. Don't have to go to bed quite yet. We got Seth. Man, it was busy. Zizou, Jesse, and Journalist Scots.
You got 36 likes on this stream already.
Wow, that's a gooder. That is a gooder. Life Bricks. Tyler dropping the super sticker. Appreciate it. Tyler's another funny guy. I watch Tyler Life of Bricks quite a bit. He is another guy with great opinions, entertaining for sure. Awesome. Right on. Well, we'll catch you guys soon. If not tomorrow morning, we'll catch you definitely next week and hopefully throughout the actual week and not just the weekend.
Yeah.
You guys take care. Don't forget to get some sleep and we'll see you soon. Cheers, Panda Man. It's got to be like 6, 7 in the morning for you.
Cooking India.
That's right. You guys have a good one. Enjoy breakfast. Eat lots of bacon just for me.
Okay.
Nice.
Take care.